The story starts with the main lead holding a sword on the shoulder of Ianfried Dan Hellsdante, the Emperor of Hellsdante. He shouted, "How dare you! You may also be a Hellsdante, but that won't help you escape the curse." Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of the Hellsdante Empire, said, "I would expect no less. I can end Ianfried's life before he gets here. I don't mind being cursed if I can end your life once and for all." Ianfried shouts, "Huh. Is this your final ploy to get his attention?" She is surprised. "What?" He continues, "What makes you think he'll mourn your death? That would happen only in your dreams, little sister. What makes you think he'll forgive the wife that came from the empire, that dragged his country into ruins?" She thinks internally, "You need to focus, Carnephelia. You can't let this bastard get to you." She continues, "I know I'll die if I kill you. The curse will prevent me from being reincarnated into my next life. No one will remember that I existed. But what about it?" She cracks the sword on his chest and says, "Who cares about the damned curse? Strike the killing blow. I've heard enough of his conniving lies." She slashes the sword, her hands trembling. "The Hellsdante Empire will fall today. We're paying the price for taking advantage of the blessing our God bestowed upon us." She steps forward and kicks him, cheered, until the very end. "My sibling and I were destined to be enemies. I don't have much time left. I can feel the curse pulsing through my veins. It will soon reach my heart. The shouts of the rebellion are getting closer. But it's still quiet here on the final day of the Empire. He should arrive any minute now. Would things have been different if I had killed Ianfried earlier? If I had been stronger? If I had more power? Would I have been able to protect you?" "Is it you?" She says, "Now, I'm the only Hellsdante left. It's all over. You may have wanted to have your own revenge. I'm sorry I took it away from you. I don't have much time, so please hear me out. I hope you find happiness. I was the cause of your misery, so I truly wish you can finally be happy. This is enough. I'm sorry. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I love him." Hellies, how strange. I feel like I'm in someone's arms. This warmth, this scent. No, it can't be. I thought I felt something warm brush against my cheek, but it quickly faded away. It's finally over. How did it come to this? All I wanted was to see your smile again. You look like Prince Charming when you smile. A boy asked, "Do you want the boy?" She replies, "I do. How long has it been?"
If you love heart-fluttering romances, charming leads, and dramatic twists, you're in the right place. Make sure to like this video, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a new romantic recap. Now, let's dive into the story and enjoy your video.
"Wait, is this a blanket?" A lady was asking. "Are you awake, Your Highness?" She said, "It's me, your nanny." She thinks internally, "My nanny?" Nanny ran for her life while leaving me behind. How is she here now? She looked at her hands. She threw the blanket, and the lady shouted, "Wait, Your Highness." She ran, grabbed the mirror, and looked at herself in it. "I'm a child. So tiny." The lady asked, "Did you have a nightmare, Your Highness?" Her eyes widened. "A white room, and familiar furniture." "Yes, it must be. I came back in time as a child." The Hellsdante Empire, ruled by a family blessed by God. Those who murder the Hellsdante shall be forever cursed. That slogan has been passed down since the Hellsdante Empire was first founded. It was a warning to those who dreamed of rebelling against the royal family. This so-called blessing of God helped the Hellsdante family stay in power. Carnephelia Hellsdante, the second princess of the Hellsdante Empire. The Hellsdante trademark is hair like spun gold. Yet, the second princess was born with hair as dark as night. And that princess is yours truly. A servant said, "Your Majesty, Her Highness was born with raven hair." Raven hair is considered unlucky in the Hellsdante Empire. The emperor said, "She has the same hair color as her mother. I have the perfect name for my daughter, and that's how my father named me after a poisonous flower, Carnephelia, the damned princess. That was how the others called me. But while everyone went out of their way to avoid me, there was one person who dared to approach me. Your Highness, why are you here all by yourself? I've been looking all over for you. My nanny. Nanny's eyes filled with tears and she said, I'm so glad. You finally recognize me, Your Highness. I was so worried. I snatched her hand. Nanny was shocked. Your Highness, I said. Nanny, my throat hurts. Nanny chuckled and said, oh, what was I thinking? Let me go get something to drink, Your Highness. I'll be right back. I said, sure. Then I grit my teeth and covered my nose. I clenched my dress. What the hell is this? I'm sure I was cursed after I killed Ian Fried with my own 2 hands. I looked at myself. Bony legs. I'm tiny. And frail, too. Let's think things over. I feel pain, so this can't be a dream. It's the curse. Curse? Yes, curse. The curse. Is this how the curse works? This is worse than I thought. If this is the curse of Hell's Dante, I'll gladly endure it. Nanny came back. Oh, Your Highness, she chuckled. Sure you don't need to lie down? The medicine must be working. You won't believe the number of people who sent you medicine to wish you a speedy recovery. I chuckled. Is that so? Nanny said. I feel energized just by looking at your beautiful smile, Your Highness. Here. I brought you some water. I noticed. It's so cold. I asked Nanny. What day is it today? Nanny chuckled. What? Oh, you were in bed for over a week. It's only natural that you lost track of time. Don't worry. You didn't sleep through your birthday. We need you fully recovered so you can enjoy the birthday festivities. In my previous life, how did I answer her? I remember. I smiled back, thinking she was genuinely looking out for me. Nanny chuckled. Now. Please drink your water. It breaks my heart to hear your raspy voice. She makes me want to throw up. She probably mixed poison in this water. Did she think I'd never find out? Nanny, you weakened my mind and body and played me like a puppet. I won't be fooled by you again. I said, Nanny, I think my throat will hurt even more if I drink this. Nanny was surprised. Excuse me, I said. Why don't you drink it, Nanny? Nanny looked surprised, then chuckled, of course, Your Highness. She drank the water and gladly said, oh, that was so refreshing, she chuckled. My apologies, Your Highness. I drank the entire glass. I said, it's fine. You looked thirstier than I did. Nanny said, you're too kind, Your Highness. She continued, oh, silly me. Look at the time. I'll go prepare your meal. Please ring if you need anything, Your Highness. I said I will. Nanny opened the door and left. I finally relaxed. Nanny, thinking to herself, said, thank goodness I didn't mix poison into her water today. I could have ended up poisoning myself. Anyways, that twat isn't her usual self today. It almost sounded like she knew I've been poisoning her. 5 days had passed since I woke up and found myself as a child. I focused on getting my health back on track. I'm tired of being feeble all the time. Try this too, Nanny. Nanny said, of course. Nanny took a bite and said, yum. I don't know who made it, but this dish is absolutely delicious. Now, please have a bite, Your Highness. Carnephelia said, all right. It's delicious, she exclaimed. But she thought, what is this? The food is so bland. Nanny asked, is it to your liking? I'll prepare something even more scrumptious when you've fully recovered. Carnephelia thought, well, she won't be poisoning the food for the time being. She poisoned me until I fell sick, then stopped until I recovered. Then she would start feeding me poison again. It was a vicious cycle. This was all for the twisted pleasure of the person who hired Nanny to poison me. Nanny gleamed. Would you like to read a book when you're done with your meal, Your Highness? Carnephelia said, I want to express my gratitude. Nanny looked confused. Express your gratitude? To who? Carnephelia replied, I'd like to express my gratitude to those who sent me medicine. Nanny's eyes widened and she shouted, oh well. Carnephelia continued, they also sent the ingredients for this delicious meal, did they not? She thought she must be flustered, as it was all a lie. Nanny hugged her and said, but Your Highness, you're still not fully recovered. I'm worried that you'll fall ill again if you venture outside. She chuckled, you're right, Nanny. Yes, I'll go thank everyone on your behalf. I'd like to pay a visit to just one person today. Nanny, shocked, responded, Excuse me, Carnephelia exclaimed. I can bathe on my own. I'm sure you'll be busy clearing the table. She went to the bathroom, opened the tap, looked at herself in the water, and entered the bathtub. It's freezing. The water's as cold as ice. She started shivering. This is nothing. I must endure this. People murmured. That hair. Is she that princess? Why is she wearing that awful dress? How did she find her way into the emperor's palace? Shh, keep quiet. Don't meet her eyes. Why? She. Did you hear the rumors? That unlucky. Carnephelia reached back. Nanny said, Your Highness. It's not too late to turn back, she said, but we're already here. Nanny gave a questioning expression. Carnephelia said, We've arrived at His Majesty's office. No one enters His Majesty's office without a prior appointment, Your Highness, said the Grand Chamberlain of the Royal Palace. Carnephelia thought internally, How pitiless of you. It's my very first visit to my father, he said. Well then, please wait here. Nanny said, Your Highness, I think we should head back. We don't want to anger His Majesty. We should leave before he becomes furious with us. Carnephelia said, Don't worry, Nanny. I know you'll protect me from His Majesty's wrath. She snatched her hand. Nanny said nervously, Of course, I'll do my best to protect you. Carnephelia thought, Stop lying through your teeth. Nanny grit her teeth and said, Your Highness. He came back and said, Ahem. His Majesty will be seeing you now, Your Highness, she asked. Is that so? I'll see you later, Nanny. Nanny said, Don't what? You want me to come with you? Carnephelia smiled and said, I don't want you getting scolded on my behalf. It's best if I go in alone. The door creaked open. Here we are at last. Much sooner this time. Curate Alpin Hellsdante, the Emperor of Hellsdante. Second Princess, it's been a while. My father, the man who doomed me for life. Carnephelia said, Greetings to the son of our empire. Carnephelia Hellsdante at your service, Your Majesty. Curate Alpin asked, What brings you here? She said, I'm here to inform you that someone's been putting poison into my food and drink. To hear this, all were surprised. Was it under your orders, Your Majesty? Curate Alpin was confused and said, And what if it was? Carnephelia said, Thank you for letting me know. I'll be taking my leave now, Your Majesty, he said. Wait. You didn't answer my question. He smirked and said, Take a seat. She sits, her hands trembling, and she was thinking, I can't afford to make any mistakes. Stay focused. The Chamberlain went near the Majesty and offered Carnephelia a cup of tea. She thought, What if I'm the one feeding you poison? Curate Alpin said, Will you let yourself be poisoned to death? She thought, He's not being subtle about it. I'm sure he finds it interesting that the daughter he tossed aside came to pay him a visit. Good. Continue to show interest in me. I want you to be invested in my well-being. Look at me and notice that I'm alive and kicking. She smiled and said, You have the world at your feet, Your Majesty. And that's why, if you wish me dead, I'll do what it takes to make it happen. The Chamberlain thought, How? How could a young girl speak like that without batting an eye? Curate Alpin thought, The poison has made her frail and her complexion quite pale. How can she be so sassy when she looks like she could faint at any given minute? She's quite something. Carnephelia thought internally, Don't be scared. Stay calm. Curate Alpin said, You'll do what it takes to make it happen. If I ordered you to end your own life right now, would you do as I say? She was looking at him with a smile on her face. Curate Alpin got confused. He stood up and shouted, What is the meaning of this? The Chamberlain shouted, Your Majesty? He thought, Did she bite her own tongue? Curate Alpin said, Carnephelia said, If I may, Your Highness. You dare to play mind games with me, she said. My apologies, Your Majesty. Curate Alpin thought internally, She's as cunning as a fox. She treads the line, but doesn't step over it. Let me make myself clear. I didn't order anyone to poison you. He continued, Now then, tell me. Do you want me to punish the person who made the order? She smiled. I was waiting for him to say that. She said, No. What I want is much more grandiose than that. He was confused and said, What? She smiled. I want to be given a chance, Your Majesty. I don't remember what happened next. Nanny wouldn't stop fussing over me. Oh, the look on her face when the head chamberlain said he'd be visiting shortly. Nanny came to her. Your Highness, she said. Nanny, don't wake me up until tomorrow morning. Nanny grit her teeth with anger and said softly, Yes, Your Highness. Please get some rest. I want to be given a chance, Your Majesty. Karade Alpin thought, Carnephelia. She does the name justice. He said, Did you say she has no other servants besides her nanny? The chamberlain said, Yes, Your Majesty. And the nanny is, he interrupted him. That's enough. He waved his hand and said, She was poisoned, but it's not life-threatening. It's clear who gave the order, so there's no need for an investigation. The chamberlain said, Yes, Your Majesty. Alpin thought internally, I thought she'd ask me to spare her life, not ask for a chance to compete for the throne. Giving birth to Carnephelia was the only thing that wench did right. She was dreaming. There was nobody around her. She was alone. Suddenly, she saw a face. There you are, Carnephelia. Then she woke up. She thought, I woke up drenched in sweat, all because of a mere nightmare. She squeezed her hand. My body is too weak for my own good. After I went to see the Emperor, Nanny continued to press for details throughout the week. But I was too drained to give her a proper answer. Nanny asked, What did you discuss with His Majesty? Carnephelia thought, I do feel better after sleeping and eating properly. And I'm getting adjusted to this young body of mine. She walked toward the window, opened it, and stepped outside onto the balcony. It's so cold. I came to the past with the memories of the future intact. She raised her hand toward the sky. But one thing hasn't changed. I'm still alone, for now anyways. I need to find people who will offer loyalty and trust. And this time around, I'll make sure my curse doesn't affect you in any way, Princess. Your Highness. Nanny burst through the door and shouted, Wake up, Your Highness. She woke up, rubbing her eyes and said, Nanny? It's so early. Nanny replied, Well, the thing is. The chamberlain entered and said, Greetings to the second princess of the empire. She said, Oh, the Grand Chamberlain is here. She smiled and said, Come on in. What brings you here? She asked. The man thought, They say the princess went to see His Majesty of her own volition. There must be more to her than meets the eye. Carnephelia said, I finally have guests visiting my quarters. They seemed confused. The chamberlain said, They'll be assisting you from now on, Your Highness. Nanny, surprised, said, What is the meaning of this dash? Carnephelia responded, I'm fine as I am. Nanny has been taking such good care of me. You'll never leave me. Am I right, Nanny? Nanny replied, Oh, of course. Carnephelia continued, After all, you've been making all the decisions on my behalf. Who to keep and who to let go, it was all you're doing. Nanny, shocked, said, When did I ever do that? She said, It's all a misunderstanding, Grand Chamberlain. Her Highness gets things mixed up from time to time. You may have noticed earlier, but it took a while to arouse her from her sleep. Nanny looked confused and thought, Why are they staring at me like that? The chamberlain said, These people, more so than your nanny, will do their utmost to cater to your every need. And they will pledge loyalty to Her Highness as they should. We'll nurse you back to health, Your Highness. His Majesty also wanted me to relay a message, Your Highness. We'd like a moment of privacy. You may all take your leave. Nanny said, Both servants said, As you wish, sir. Carnephelia asked, Did father send his answer to my request? He answered, He did, Your Highness, and handed her an envelope. She opened it. I see. He did give me a chance, but it didn't come for free. I guess I'll have to work harder to prove myself worthy. The chamberlain said, If I may have a word, Your Highness. I think it'd be best if you laid low for now, Your Highness. Poison was mere child's play. From now on, everyone in the palace will be watching your every move. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if there was an assassination attempt in the near future, she asked, But what of it? The chamberlain said, Be mindful of the second prince. You must lay low and bide your time. That's more than one word. My apologies, she said. Haha, I know you're looking out for me, Grand Chamberlain. And I know it would be safer for me to lay low, but I don't think I can do that. The chamberlain asked, Excuse me. She replied, Why do you think His Majesty sent this to me? I hereby acknowledge that Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante, is now in line to the throne. It seems Father wants me to survive, by fighting tooth and nail against those who tried to do me wrong. The Grand Chamberlain served under the Emperor for years. He was a living witness to the various evils conducted by the Emperor, so he was sure his advice would help save the second princess's life. However, the second princess, only 8 years of age, merely smiled at him after hearing him out. It was as if she had the future all mapped out in front of her. The Chamberlain thought, how can she be so sure of herself? She said, you never know what life will throw at you, so you should do whatever you can before death comes knocking on your door. The Chamberlain thought, I was advising her to stay in Ironfried's graces for the meanwhile. Is she really going to throw this opportunity away? She smiled and said, I don't plan on laying low, unfortunately. The Chamberlain said, there will be consequences. She said, is that so? I can't lay any lower than this. Also, I threw down the gauntlet when I asked for a chance to succeed the throne. The Grand Chamberlain served Emperor Karade for years. You need to throw down the gauntlet if you wish to succeed the throne. And that's why she said the exact same thing as His Majesty. He never forgot the moment he realized the princess and her father were cut from the same cloth. She may be a half-blood princess, but she's of royal blood, nonetheless. She smirked and said, Grand Chamberlain, my birthday is coming up. The Chamberlain said, yes, Your Highness. Do you have something in mind for the festivities? She thought, what I have in mind, she said, I want a grand ceremony. There's much for me to celebrate this year. The Chamberlain thought, does she wish to celebrate becoming an official member of the royal family? He said, I'll relay your message to His Majesty. She said, very well. You may leave now. The door burst open. Your Highness, she asked, what is it, Nanny? Nanny asked, what did you discuss with the Grand Chamberlain? She thought, I thought she would at least bring me a glass of water. She said, Nanny. Nanny said, yes, Your Highness. She said, you're the only one I trust. You know that, right? Nanny said, of course I do, Your Highness. She said, I'm sick of living in the shadows, Nanny. Nanny said, Your Highness, there's nothing here. She said, yet, Father included me in the line of succession. Nanny asked, pardon me? She said, he told me I could fight for it. Isn't it wonderful? Now then. Go on now. Go relay the news to your real owner. This is only the beginning. Greetings to the second princess of Hellsdante. 5 maids, 6 servants. Where's the knight? This isn't what I expected from the Grand Chamberlain. Would have thought he'd throw in a knight as a warning. They're well-trained and polite, but none of them seem to be fully loyal to me. She smiled and said, you're here in my palace. Does this mean I have your absolute loyalty? A servant said, yes, Your Highness. We pledge to serve you the best we possibly can. She asked, really? Let's see, 2 of you were sent from the Empress's palace. The 3 at the back are from the second prince. The other 2 are from the third princess's palace. You 2 are new, am I correct? And the remaining 2 were sent from His Majesty's palace. She took a sip and asked again, let me ask you again. Do I have your loyalty? Oh, there's no need to be so nervous. You all were sent here with a purpose, but you're working for me now. From now on, it's entirely up to you. They said, yes, Your Highness. She said, you'll have to do your utmost to win my trust. If you make me distrust you, then I'll have no other choice but consider you my enemy. It seems we have an understanding. Now, I want the 2 of you to stay. The rest can leave. Let's see. I wonder who sent you to my palace. I can tell that you both are new. A servant said, I applied for a job at the royal palace after hearing that it was short-staffed. I didn't ask to be sent here. Carnephelia said, you can't talk. Am I right? A servant thought, a mute. She would be the perfect scapegoat, she said. I guess you won't be able to plead innocence if something happened. However, you can speak with your actions, am I right? A servant chuckled and said, speak with actions. You don't know what she's capable of, Your Highness. She's the type of person you should be looking out for. A lady servant near to him attacked him with a knife. He fell down on the floor. She hugged her and said, I've been waiting for you, LL. Carnephelia was always alone. That's because everyone who showed her kindness suffered an untimely death. And once she realized her brother Ianride was behind it, Carnephelia did her best to push everyone away. She mocked them, repelled them. She shouted, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. Get out of my sight." But LL refused to leave Carnephelia's side. She thought, "Don't stay. It will put your life in danger." LL stood by Carnephelia until the very end. A prince said, "You finally made it, my lovely sister. I found a filthy bug in your palace, so I took care of it for you. Mark my words, Carnephelia. You're going to be alone, forever. As long as I'm alive and breathing," she said, LL. "I swear to destroy your enemies until the day I die," she thought. Hasn't changed a bit. Mommy must have been a scary person to have prepared you on my behalf. Just what did Mommy teach you, for you to be so unconditionally loyal? She said, "You're my people now. So I don't want you to harm yourself anymore. The only person I fully trust. And now my trustworthy servant. Thank you for coming, LL. Help me turn this filthy royal palace upside down." So he was hiding these daggers. Now I remember. He was an assassin sent by Ian Fried. The room reeks with the smell of blood. I'm losing my appetite. Nanny burst through the door and shouted, "Your Highness. It's time for..." She got shocked and thought, is that a body? What's going on? She hugged Nanny and said, "Nanny, I was so frightened." That servant suddenly crumbled to the floor and the carpet started to turn red. Nanny thought, suddenly, was there an assassination attempt? Then why is the princess still alive? This doesn't make any sense. Carnephelia said, "By the way, I'm hungry." Nanny was shocked. After some time at the dining hall in the second princess's quarters, they had to dust off the dining hall so she could have her meal there. Oh, the look on Nanny's face. She was sure Nanny was wondering why she survived and the servant did not. The new staff will try their best to win my trust, in order to gain control over me, just like Nanny did. So I'm sure there's no poison in the food, she said. It looks delicious. Poison or not, I think I could eat to my heart's content. The servant said, "Allow us to check the food for poison." "Why, Your Highness," she replied, "it's fine. I know you didn't poison my meal. There's no reason to be so worried. I look forward to my next meal." As she was stepping outside, the servants were thinking, "She's so young and frail." Another said, "Yes, she's still a mere child." They whispered to each other. She hardly touched her food. Was she really being poisoned? She just saw a person die. I'd lose my appetite too. Carnephelia thought, I need to find my people. I need people who pledge loyalty to me for who I am, but there must be a justifiable reason for their loyalty. She said, "LL, there's something you need to know. Do you know the blessing Ian Fried received from our gods? Those who dare to end his life will be cursed. That is his blessing. And because of that curse, I'm back in the past living my second life. In my past life, Ian Fried took everything I ever loved away from me. I got my revenge by beheading him, but the curse brought me back to the past. I'm sure you're having trouble understanding this, LL. You did your best to protect me in my previous life. But back then, I was weak and powerless, and I could do nothing to prevent your death. I'm not going to let that happen this time around. I'm going to become the emperor, and I'll bring the Hell's Dante Empire down in ruins. I shall protect the people I love. So brace yourself, LL. Serving a cursed princess won't be easy. Your wish is my command." Evelyn Vett was never faithful to Carnephelia. Her loyalty didn't lie with the princess. Her master had promised her a hefty compensation in return for staying close. She had 3 missions. First, keep an eye on the princess at all times. Second, make sure she stays ill. Lastly, make routine reports on her condition. Evelyn was confident. She believed the second prince would eventually ascend the throne. That meant her reward was guaranteed. To her, Carnephelia, just a mere child, was hardly worthy of her master's efforts. And in a twisted way, Evelyn was having the time of her life. She chuckled as she called out, "Your Highness." Despite being a half-blood, the second princess was still royal. And Evelyn had her right under her thumb. That alone gave her an intoxicating sense of power. But suddenly, Evelyn noticed something unsettling. The princess, she wasn't behaving like herself. When did the second princess start paying attention to other servants? Why did she go see His Majesty? Has she already entered puberty? Panic crept in. I have to get her back under my control. Grabbing her shoulder tightly, Evelyn demanded, Your Highness, you must tell me what happened to you yesterday. I heard that you asked everyone to leave except for the 2 servants. Why didn't you call for me? You could have been in grave danger. But Carnephelia only thought one thing, Balthing. She really tries hard. But now's not the time. Instead, she smiled and asked, Were you concerned? Evelyn's voice rose in frustration. Of course I was worried. So tell me, why did you ask those 2 to stay? But Carnephelia interrupted her with a soft, unsettling calm. What would I do without you? Evelyn froze. What? Carnephelia continued, You always look out for me. You left me in the dining hall on my own, so you could gather information about the dead servant, right? Evelyn shouted, Well, Carnephelia's gaze sharpened. Who is he? Who sent him to my palace? Was it my father? Or Her Royal Highness? Or was it, Your Highness? Evelyn cried, clearly shaken. You must watch what you say. But Carnephelia pressed on, voice unshaken. Do you wish to know what that servant did in my room? He ended his own life while cursing me. He told me not to leave my quarters again. He said it was a warning, then he slit his own throat. I need to find out who sent him so I can keep myself from harm. Do you know who sent the servant? Evelyn could only think, I'm sure it will feel like your master was sending you a warning. But aloud, she snapped, How would I know, Your Highness? Anyways, there's a reason why I tried to keep you from visiting His Royal Highness. You'll be fine if you stay inside your bedroom. I'll do my best to keep you safe. But Carnephelia only chuckled. But father already promised to throw me a lavish birthday party. His Royal Highness wants to formally introduce me to the world. It would go against his wishes if I were to stay in my room. I like having my head on my shoulders. She smiled softly. The warning was scary, but I'm fine. You know why? You always told me. You said you'd always keep me safe. Now then, what should I do? Oh, I should take a bath first. Could you fill the tub? She turned. LL. Follow Nanny, and when you can, fetch the items I asked for. Haha, she just ran off. No, Carnephelia thought, now's not the time. The political tide was shifting. With the death of the first prince, the nobles had dared not question the second prince's rise. But His Royal Highness was known for his fickle temperament. That is, until Carnephelia was given the right to succeed the throne. Her sudden emergence shook the very foundation of power. Nobles whispered. Doubts spread. How can the second princess be in line to the throne? We've never even met her. She is a half-blood princess. She doesn't have what it takes. In a crowded hall, a young noble scoffed. TSK, TSK. Why are they constantly gossiping about the royal succession? His friend flinched. Ugh, young master. Be mindful of what you say. Someone might hear you. What did I do? The young master replied innocently. I have no intention of joining in on their foolish gossip. But the friend didn't agree. It's not foolish gossip. Your father told you to play nice with the members of high society. I don't get what my father sees in them. Your father has a knack for recognizing people of importance. The young master smirked. Is that so? Do you also support the second prince, who, by the way, is the spitting image of His Royal Highness? Everyone in that room was hot for the second prince. Oh, please stop, young master. Someone will hear you. The mood shifted. Anyways, where do you think you're going? You must introduce yourself to the second prince today, young master. But something was off. Wait a minute, young master. What are you trying to do? Why are you climbing up the banister? Excuse me? Are you listening? Don't tell me you're trying to play hooky again. From the windowsill, the prince called out, I'm going to see the Duke of Svenbach. You can tell father whatever you want. See ya. No, his companion cried. He leapt from the window and vanished outside. Young master, the flustered friend sighed. I should have known when he agreed to come willingly to the banquet. Ugh, what should I tell the Marquis? Nasquin d'Argent, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Nasquin had his own thoughts. Ianride Hellsdante, the second prince of Hellsdante, a cold-blooded bastard. If he ascends the throne, all hell will break loose. So now's the perfect time for the second princess to make her grand debut. Her mere presence has caused a ripple in Ianfried's otherwise smooth road to succession. The only catch is that no one really knows much about Carnephelia. What if she's just as evil as Ianfried? That would change everything. I know father isn't happy about my friendship with the Duke of Svenbach. I wonder what his grace has to say about this. He's the one with a real knack for catching things. I know nothing about the dark-haired princess. Carnephelia, I hope you will be the light of the royal family. If you do, I'll gladly play the role of your supporter. But just then, the glass window shattered. A knife glinted, held just inches from Carnephelia's neck. She didn't flinch. Who the hell are you? The man was stunned. A knife at her throat, and yet, she smiled. Are you smiling? He asked in disbelief. Without blinking, Carnephelia looked to her loyal servant. LL. Break his neck. And make it quick. LL obeyed without hesitation, grabbing the assassin by the face and slamming him to the ground with a sickening thud. Carnephelia chuckled. Now then, what shall we do with him? She watched the lifeless body and thought to herself, this never happened in my previous life. They sent an assassin as soon as the news spread that I was now in line to the throne. How very transparent of them. Suddenly, her face lit up with an idea. I know. Let's leave his body in the royal fountain. I want everyone to know that someone paid me a visit in the middle of the night. LL knelt down, uncovered the assassin's face, and handed a small pellet to Carnephelia. Then, without a word, she hoisted the body over her shoulder and walked out. Carnephelia studied the poison. They gave a poison pellet to an assassin who came to murder an 8-year-old princess. They seemed to be more on edge than I expected. Well, she smiled to herself. There's nothing wrong with that. The next day, the door burst open. A booming voice echoed through the princess's chambers. Search every nook and cranny. Yes, sir, 2 knights answered in unison. A maid shrieked in outrage. How insolent of you! How dare you barge into the second princess's quarters without notice? The commander replied without remorse. We're only following orders of the High One. Getting in the way would be a direct act of disobedience. But then Carnephelia spoke, calm and calculating. So, did the High One order you to search the quarters of a young, bedridden princess? The commander hesitated, then admitted, we found an unknown body inside the royal fountain, and we were given orders to search the entire palace. Carnephelia chuckled. And what does that have to do with me? The man smirked. Well, we'll find out, won't we? What is she going to do about it? He thought, she's just a powerless princess. You can feign arrogance, but you won't fool me, half-blood. She's pretending to be calm, as if she were a real royal. So, what were the knights doing while the body was being dumped in the royal fountain? Carnephelia answered coldly, I only have servants in my quarters. Searching my rooms will only end up embarrassing the High One, don't you think? He raised his voice. Watch what you say, Your Highness. Be what it may, we were given orders to search the entire palace. We apologize for the inconvenience, Your Highness. But inwardly, even he admitted, she's more clever than I thought. Carnephelia gave a small smile. I see. I do hope you'll give me some privacy so I can get dressed. I can hardly go out in my nightgown. Thank you, Savant. He froze. How does she know my name? I must have heard wrong. How could she know the name of a mere knight? He straightened. Understood, Your Highness. Do make haste. She turned to her maid. Don't speak up unless I tell you to. You don't want to die here. The maid quickly bowed. My apologies, Your Highness. I'll be more careful from now on. Carnephelia's voice softened, deadly calm. Don't look out for me, let alone try to protect me. It's not worth losing your life over. Focus on what your master told you to do. I'm telling you this for your own good. The maid stammered. That wasn't my intention. Don't interfere. Stick to the spying. So you can survive. The maid, now trembling, asked, But what about you, Your Highness? Those knights could have hurt you just now. But Carnephelia simply replied, Oh, but I'm different. I'm a royal. Just like your real master. She glanced at the door. Are we finished? I need to get going. I don't remember the last time I came out on a walk. I'm sure everyone is busy preparing my meal in the garden. Nanny is probably looking for me right now. And as she left, she whispered to herself, Thank goodness I came to as a child. I don't get noticed because of my size, and everyone lets their guard down because they think I'm too young. LL walked beside her, clearly concerned. Concerned about Carnephelia's safety? She asked. Carnephelia nodded. There's a reason why we came out for a stroll. LL, have you heard of the ghost of the royal villa? She looked toward the misty hills ahead. She's a poor soul. Alive, but hardly living. Still in search of the daughter and son she lost in the battle for succession. The former empress. rumored to have gone mad. They say the former empress waits forlornly in the villa for the return of her deceased children. No one wants to set foot there. She smiled gently at her servant. Oh, I can manage on my own from here on, LL. You can head back to my quarters. I'll be back shortly. LL nodded silently and departed. Carnephelia looked around as she walked alone. I see yellow flowers here. And there. Her palace is full of yellow flowers. The color yellow stands for longing. The scent of the flowers is overwhelming. And then, she stopped. Standing before her was a woman. There she is. As Carnephelia stepped deeper into the villa, she glanced around, frowning slightly. I don't see a single servant here. Is it because she lost favor with the emperor? From the shadows, a woman slowly approached her. Is it you, Marie? The woman asked gently. Marie, my poor baby. She stepped closer, her voice cracking. Mommy knew you were alive. You grew up to be such a beautiful child. Carnephelia stood still in her arms, letting the woman hold her. Her embrace is warm, she thought, yet empty. And then she spoke firmly. Snap out of it, Empress Sarah Latina. You don't have time for this. If you truly cared about real Princess Marie, you would get your act together. The Empress's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Carnephelia stepped back and introduced herself clearly. Carnephelia Hellsdante at your service, Your Majesty. The Empress blinked. Carnephelia, that's the name of the second princess. Why did she come to see me? Suddenly, Carnephelia's eyes darted to the side. Is someone coming? What should I do? It won't do me any good if they find out that I'm here. A sudden jolt of fear. Hide behind those bushes, the Empress whispered quickly. Without hesitation, Carnephelia ran and crouched behind the thick leaves. A commander arrived. Excuse us, Your Majesty. Did you see anyone here? I thought I heard you talking with someone. Another knight added. If you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. But before he could finish, Latina gently took his hand. Is it you, my son? The soldier stiffened. Pardon me. She giggled softly, completely lost in the moment. Oh, it's you. You came for me. Do you know how long I've waited for you? How could you not visit your mother for an entire week? You seem to have grown even taller. One commander whispered. She took you for the deceased prince. The other sighed. I told you she was talking to herself again. She's lost it. 5 years has passed since the first prince passed away. He turned back to her. Please get some rest, Your Majesty. Carnephelia, still hidden, watched silently. How insolent. The former empress may have lost her mind, but she was once the empress of Hellsdante, and she's taking the insults in stride, as if she has no choice, just because she's deemed weak. That's why people crave power. They don't want to be looked down upon. After they left, Latina turned and called softly. Why don't we head inside? Inside, the empress gestured to a seat. Have a seat. Carnephelia sat down. Latina took a sip of tea and asked, So, what made you come here to see me? Carnephelia replied without hesitation. I thought hard. I knew there must be someone with the same enemy as mine. Someone who wishes a violent death upon the current empress, the second prince, and their supporters. Someone who hopes to strip them of their power. Who else would want that, I wondered. And that's why I came to see you, Your Majesty. I seek your support, Your Majesty Latina. The empress looked her over. She's a mere child, but she seems to have a will of steel and a strong desire for revenge. Second princess, you're rather strange. I'm having trouble figuring you out. Carnephelia continued. I sat there and let them take everything away from me, but I won't let that happen again. I'm going to take the Hellsdante Empire away from them. Latina asked. You'd do that, knowing you could lose everything? Carnephelia looked her in the eyes. I have nothing to lose. The only thing I have left is my heart and soul. The Empire has taken everything else, and I'll do whatever it takes to ensure its fall. Latina stared at her. But those eyes. I can see the truth simmering within. Everything she said just now rings true. She sat upright and said with new clarity, You seek my support. Well then, can you tell me more about this plan of yours? Carnephelia smiled. Of course, Your Majesty. The Empress stared deeply into Carnephelia's eyes. You have such wondrous eyes. When I look into them, my fears seem to melt away. How extraordinary. She pressed her hand to her chest. All I have is this body of mine. Yes, I'd like to help you and protect what is mine, whatever that may be. But then, her voice shifted quiet, serious. However, I have one condition. Carnephelia nodded. What would that be? Anything within my power. The Empress didn't hesitate. Will you give me the honor of beheading Dicella Rachel myself? I didn't think she'd want to get so involved, Carnephelia thought. Dicella Rachel. Mother of the second prince and the current empress of Hell's Dante. She answered, I'll make sure that happens, Your Majesty. The empress chuckled. Thank you. Now that I've heard what you have planned, what exactly do you want me to do? Carnephelia explained calmly. Not long from now, His Royal Highness will pay you a visit. When he does, can you treat him like you did when you were the Empress of Hell's Dante? Erlatina raised an eyebrow. You want me to treat him as I did when I was the Empress? Carnephelia affirmed. That's right. She gave a quiet nod. Fine. I'll play along. Carnephelia leaned in slightly. Will you be all right? The Empress answered softly. You've given me a reason to live again. I look more than forward to it. She stood up quickly. Oh, I almost forgot. Will you wait here for a moment? She returned with a box. Please accept this. Carnephelia opened it slowly. Could this be? Did this belong to Princess Marina Belle? Erlatina smiled sadly. I made it myself so Marie could wear it on her 6th birthday, but I never got the chance to give it to her. It's time the dress met a new owner. I hope you enjoy it. Carnephelia hesitated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cradling the box in her arms, she stepped out of the villa and made her way back to the castle. Looking up at the palace gates, she whispered, Now then, back to the birdcage I go. Suddenly, a maid screamed. I found this child collapsed on the floor. Another rushed over. Wait, isn't she? The second princess. What is she doing here? There's dirt all over her dress, as if she had taken a tumble somewhere. One maid whispered. Could it be? Right? It must be. They must be referring to their real owner, Carnephelia thought. An hour later, the royal chamberlain stormed in. That was reckless of you. Carnephelia blinked. What was? He shouted. You pretended to faint in front of the Empress's palace, Your Highness. The entire palace knows what happened. Everyone believes the Empress tried to hurt you because you're now in line to the throne. Calmly, she responded. Why are you so upset? There are facts within those rumors. You of all people should know, Royal Chamberlain. Just like you know who sent the assassin to my bedroom last night. She stared at him. You look like you have a lot to say. But why don't we let bygones be bygones? I should be the last thing on your mind. For the flower that the entire palace forgot about is ready to bloom once again. The Chamberlain froze. What do you mean? She'll no longer show benevolence to the staff. In fact, she'll bloom even more beautifully than before. She told him. Keep your eyes wide open. Understood, Your Highness. But he thought to himself, does she mean for me to relay her message to His Royal Highness? He bowed. Please get some rest, Your Highness. She turned around. LL, you're back. Welcome back. Did you manage to find it? She nodded. You did good, LL. LL handed her a small bottle. Carnephelia took it and smiled. Now find another bottle just like this one and slip it into one of Nanny's pockets when you have the chance. LL paused and raised her hand, noticing Carnephelia's hands. She asked quietly. Carnephelia answered, Oh, this happened while I was digging a hole in the ground. It doesn't hurt. She injured her hands while burying the box. Carnephelia reassured her. There's nothing for you to worry about. LL gently squeezed her hands. Carnephelia chuckled. Thank you for looking after me, LL. That night, the Emperor sat in quiet thought. She may no longer be the Empress, he mused, but she's still my wife and a part of the royal family. He clenched his fist, so how can her quarters be in shambles? He opened the creaking doors and stepped in. Erlatina, she turned to him gracefully. Greetings to the son of our empire. Did she have a hunch I'd visit? The Emperor wondered. She's groomed and dressed properly for a change. He walked over and brushed his hand along her cheek. Are you still upset with me? She clenched her fist. You promised to make me the most noble woman in this empire. Is this your version of noble? She suddenly embraced him. Are you going to make me wait for you all alone? Spending time alone has done her good, he thought. They said she lost her mind, but she seems to have gotten more obedient. Tears welled in her eyes. You're all I have left, Your Majesty. Please don't leave me. I don't have to be the Empress again. As long as I have you by my side, I have just one wish, Your Majesty. He asked, and what is that? She looked at him. Please come visit me time to time, like you did today. He chuckled. This is the Erlatina I know and love. My docile, beautiful flower, he thought. You're my flower, destined to sit pretty in my crystal vase, to be enjoyed by me and myself only. Just then, the Chamberlain rushed in. Your Majesty, please forgive my tardiness. Don't fret. I know you purposely came late so I could get some rest. His tone darkened. Anyways, behead the guard here and send the head to the Empress's palace. Also, send more ladies in waiting to serve Erlatina. That should do for now. I have a feeling the little twat was involved in Erlatina's change of attitude. He tightened his cloak. I can put on the coat myself. The twat said she wanted an opportunity, he thought. An opportunity, indeed. Then he turned to the Chamberlain. Royal Chamberlain, let's hold the second princess's birthday banquet at the West Banquet Hall. The Chamberlain flinched. But that's where the third princess. Don't forget to send out invitations to all members of high society. Your Majesty, it's the second princess's first birthday banquet. It should be an elaborate feast. Back in Carnephelia's room, the maids knelt nervously. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We failed to protect you. There's no sincerity in their words, Carnephelia thought. They won't last long in the royal palace. She replied calmly, it's fine. I know you didn't mean for me to get injured. I did hear your reputations have taken a harsh blow. Let's strive to get your reputations back on track. That's the only way to ensure our survival, wouldn't you agree? One maid bowed deeply, thinking to herself, yikes. Our eyes met. Her Highness doesn't seem to have the best impression of me. You can leave now, Carnephelia said. As the maids exited, one whispered, it's difficult to get into Her Highness's graces. How did that girl LL manage to win her over? Another replied, LL is powerless. Maybe that's how she gained the princess's trust. That's strange. You would normally be more suspicious toward a nobody. Her Highness seemed to be in a bad mood today, one maid thought. It was frightening. Even so, she didn't scream or hit anybody, and how can she be so small and cute? She must be the same age as Jamie. I miss my younger siblings. Oh, I'm on my way, Your Highness. Did you call for me, Your Highness? After comparing her to my little brother, I feel less nervous around her. I want to read a storybook, Carnephelia said. Shall I go fetch you one? Oh, the thing is, she replied. I've read all the storybooks in the royal palace. Nanny always stops by a certain bookstore whenever she leaves the palace. I'd like you to go there on my behalf. Do you think you can do it? Of course, Your Highness, the maid beamed. I'll bring you back something interesting for you to read. She's more innocent than I thought, the maid thought. I didn't think she'd ask me to fetch her a storybook. She's cuter than Jamie. She turned a corner and bumped into a woman. Where is Her Highness? The lady asked. This voice, is it the nanny? She's in her room. Why is she in such a rush? And what's with the look on her face? Suddenly, a slap rang out. I told you this room is the safest place, the nanny yelled. Don't try to leave this place. You don't know what will happen to you. After you kicked me out, you ventured outside and came back with injuries. And now it will be on me for not taking care of you, Your Highness. Didn't I say it again and again? The world is a dangerous place, and everyone hates you, Your Highness. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to harm you. See? You didn't listen to me and ended up catching a cold. I'm the only one you can trust. There's no other person in the palace who looks out for you like I do. Carnephelia looked up. Then will you stop feeding me poison? Her voice cracked. I'm sorry, Nanny. I'll do whatever you say from now on. I won't step outside ever again, and I promise not to complain about being hungry. I won't ask for another servant, either. I promise not to get in your way. Her voice trembled. So could you please stop putting poison in my food and drink? My body hurts when I eat poisoned food. I cough up blood. I feel so sleepy, but I'm scared that I'll never open my eyes again. It hurts. It really hurts. That's enough, the nanny screamed. Stop talking. What if someone hears you from just beyond the door? A maid stood frozen. She had heard everything. The maid stood frozen behind the door. Did I hear correctly? Poison. Her hands trembled. Was the nanny poisoning the second princess all this time? Why would she do that? I thought she genuinely cared for the princess. From inside the room, the nanny yelled, How dare you spew such lies? But Carnephelia stood firm. But think about it, Nanny. Where else could I have been poisoned? You're the one who's been taking care of me all this time. The nanny snapped back. You've been acting strangely ever since that new servant girl came to your palace. You need to get treated. We don't want you talking nonsense in front of His Royal Highness. I'll do everything in my power to stop your lies. It's my duty as your nanny. How can a nanny be so cruel? The maid thought, still listening. What should I do? I need to call for help. But who? Her hand froze midair. I don't know who to call. Who would help the second princess? The royal guards? No. Judging from their behavior, they won't help. And the nanny beat the princess, like she'd done it before. It reminded her of someone. Princess Renabella Hellsdante. And just like that, Trua realized something. The nanny and her true master had something in common. At that moment, she collected herself and became calm once more. Her highness was right. She thought, a mere servant like me won't do her highness any good. Since I can't help, I have no choice but to turn a blind eye. She remembered Carnephelia's quiet warning, don't interfere. Stick to the spying. So you can survive. So this was what she meant. How could I ever compare her to my brother Jamie? She stood straight. I need to go find a storybook for her highness. That's my job. A storybook. Later, the nanny stood smiling. Did you enjoy your meal, your highness? I hope you were able to reflect upon your actions last night. Carnephelia spoke softly. I did, nanny. Good. The nanny nodded. I have faith in you, your highness. I trust you won't be accusing me of such falsities again. A pause. Why aren't you answering? Yes, nanny. I was wrong. I won't lie to you again. She smiled proudly. That's a good girl. I have to go out for a bit. Stay out of trouble. Yes, nanny. The door closed. Carnephelia turned to the shadows. Now that the troublesome tyrant is out of the way. She smiled. Come in. I've been waiting for you. Trua. She looked hopeful. Did you bring me a new storybook? What's wrong? Were you unable to find a new book? Trua bowed her head. I'm sorry, your highness. I'm really sorry. There was nothing I could do, your highness. Carnephelia gently placed her hands on Trua's cheeks. Are you sorry that you don't regret your actions? Or are you sorry that if something similar happens again, you'll still make the same choice? Did you know? Turning a blind eye to violence is also a form of abuse. Especially if it happens more than once. But I am a princess, you know. What makes you think I won't be getting my revenge? Trua fell to her knees. Please spare me, your highness. I was merely trying, to. Carnephelia spoke softly now. Yes, I know you have a big family to support, including your younger siblings. Then how about this? If you could turn back time and go to the beginning, who would you serve? The third princess or myself? Carnephelia narrated in thought. Trua Helton. From the information LL gathered, she is the eldest of a low-class family. Sold to the palace to pay her father's debts. Commoners like her are disposable here. Easy to eliminate if things go awry. Yet, she still sends money and letters home. She's soft-hearted. Naive. That's why she looked out for the cursed princess, with hair as dark as night. And that's why she fell so easily into my trap. Poor thing. Trua asked, would you take a commoner like me under your wing, your highness? I know I'm not as clever as the other servants, and I was too scared to go ask for help when you were suffering. Are you still willing to take me in, your highness? Carnephelia thought. It's not death she's afraid of. She truly feels guilty for not standing up for me. And that's more than enough. She smiled. Let's do this. Why don't we save each other? If you look out for me, I'll do the same. Let's find a way to survive in the royal palace. As you said, I'm weak and young. Maybe that's why I consider you a kindred spirit. I may be a royal, but everyone looks down upon me. And you're nothing but a servant from a lowly background. We can't get any lower than this. The only way for us is up. Trua's eyes widened. I didn't think you could look so determined. She knelt and declared, I, Trua Helton, pledge to serve Her Highness Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante, for eternity. Carnephelia smiled. That look, she reminds me a bit of LL. She said gently, be prepared, Trua. Serving the cursed princess of Hellsdante won't be easy. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed. What did you say? How dare you show such arrogance? The emperor stormed in, eyes blazing. Carnephelia. The West Banquet Hall. Carnephelia tilted her head. The West Banquet Hall? The royal chamberlain bowed. Yes, your highness. We're getting the West Banquet Hall ready for your birthday. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Oh, that's more than I expected. His Majesty hopes you won't feel too burdened by the decision. I see. You can take your leave now. Yes, your highness. Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. The West Banquet Hall. I can almost see the wheels turning in father's head. Everyone knows that this particular hall is reserved for the third princess, Renabella Hellsdante. My father made his intentions crystal clear when he chose the West Banquet Hall to hold my party. Is this his way of testing me? Well then, let's put myself through the test. Aloud, she commanded. LL, take whatever money left in my budget and donate it to the orphanage. And please tell the servant outside to come on in. LL nodded and left. A young servant entered hesitantly. Did you call for me, Your Highness? Carnephelia asked calmly. Do you know whether Nanny has returned or not? She did not, Your Highness. Please let me know if you need anything. I'll make the necessary preparations. Carnephelia's gaze sharpened. Well, it's regarding the preparations for my birthday banquet. I'm a bit concerned that it will be taking place in the West Banquet Hall. I feel it's too grandiose for someone like myself. She smirked. So I'm planning on bringing it up to His Majesty. What are your thoughts? The Emperor's dining hall. Carnephelia sat before her father. Thank you for allowing me to join you on such short notice, Your Majesty. The Emperor laughed coldly. Are you scared to eat for fear of being poisoned? I thought you had more in you. Yes, she answered bluntly. It's only natural, since you have yet to receive your blessing. She smiled. You must really believe that I didn't receive the blessing. That must be why you decided to hold my party in the West Banquet Hall. The Emperor's expression turned. What? Doesn't the West Banquet Hall meet your expectations? Carnephelia leaned forward. The West Banquet Hall belongs to the third princess, who has no right to ascend the throne. It's no place to have my birthday banquet. What would the nobles think if the banquet was held at the West Hall? Surely they would turn up their noses and downgrade the significance of being in line to the throne. Or, will the third princess also be given the right of succession? The Emperor slammed his fist. What did you say? How dare you show such arrogance? Carnephelia. She kept her voice even. You have it all wrong, Your Majesty. I only say this because I know exactly where I stand. He roared. I want everyone to leave this room immediately. A servant worriedly thought. This won't do. She has to convince His Majesty to change the venue. The Chamberlain bowed. We must take our leave. The door shut behind them. Inside, the Emperor thought darkly. The twit is greedy and cunning. And I have no idea what's going through that little head of hers. She stared directly at him. You can stop testing me, Your Majesty. He narrowed his gaze. How can she be so self-assured? It's as if she already sees my every move. The more I look at her, the more interested I become. Carnephelia said, I may be more useful than you think, Your Majesty. You're rubbing your palms with glee at the thought of pitting myself against my brother Ianride. So you want to test me to see if I'm up to par with him. Am I correct? The Emperor smirked. Well then, tell me in your own words. Just how far are you willing to go? She replied boldly. Your Majesty, the venue where I'd like to hold my birthday banquet is the Empress's palace. What did you just say? Elsewhere in the palace, a servant whispered. Well, the thing is, the second princess's birthday banquet won't be held at the West Banquet Hall. Rather, it will take place at the South Banquet Hall. Dicella Rachel, Empress of Hellsdante. She threw her crown to the floor in fury. How? How can that twat have her banquet at the South Banquet Hall? I didn't dethrone Erlatina so that the little wench could have a banquet there before me. She raged. I should have killed her when I had the chance. I need to go out. Make the preparations. The doors opened. Your Majesty, the servant gasped. Erlatina's chamber. Erlatina looked up calmly. Your Majesty. What brings you to my humble abode? Smack. Dicella slapped her across the face. Erlatina merely smiled. Greetings to the moon of our empire. Dicella spat. How dare you look me in the face and smile? You could hardly raise your face in my presence before. Erlatina grabbed her hand. Let go of my hand right this minute. Have you already forgotten? There's no guarantee that you'll be the Empress forever. I'm a prime example. Dicella trembled. Are you finished talking? You must not value your life. Do you know who you're addressing? I was gracious enough to let you stay in the palace. You have no clue how easy it would be to get rid of you. The way I got rid of that son of yours that you loved so much. A voice cut through. How interesting. It was the Emperor. Did you say you'd get rid of Erlatina like you did away with the first prince? Dicella. Erlatina is still recovering from her illness. Treat her with more care. Dicella turned pale. Your Majesty, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The Emperor frowned. What happened to your face? It's bruised. Call for the royal physician. Dicella's thoughts spiraled. This won't do. This won't do at all. No, no, no. At this rate, she'll become Empress again, and I'll be dethroned. I can't let that happen. Manfred. I'll call him in. He must come back to the palace and protect me. Back in her room, Carnephelia chuckled. Haha. The rumors are spreading more quickly than I anticipated. In fact, I think I can hear the Empress's screams all the way here in my room. Oh, I wonder when Nanny will return. I'd hate for her to miss out on all the fun. And outside, Nanny stormed down the corridor, fuming. The palace air was tense when the Nanny burst through the doors. Your Highness, I heard you went against my word and left your rooms. But as she stormed in, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who is that? She thought. Sitting calmly was Carnephelia, smiling softly. Welcome back, Nanny. What took you so long? The Nanny raised her hand in frustration. Why you? But then she froze. Her eyes widened. Isn't that a royal physician? It seems His Majesty sent the oldest and most useless one to attend to the second princess. She turned sharply, her voice cold. There was no need to call for the royal physician over something so trifle. She continued, condescending and dismissive. Her Highness has been frail since she was a child. She bleeds often from the nose. There's no need for you to be here, as the bleeding usually stops on its own. The royal physician, unfazed, asked gently, Do you suffer nosebleeds often, Your Highness? May I take a look at your hand? The Nanny's thoughts grew dark. Did she just ignore me? Carnephelia extended her hand silently to the physician. But the Nanny was far from done. I asked you to leave. Her Highness needs her rest. Carnephelia turned and glared at her. Why is she looking at me like that? The Nanny thought, confused. And then crack. The physician struck the floor with her cane, shouting, Shame on you. What do you mean she was frail as a child? Her Highness is still of tender age. Her voice rose with fury. Nosebleeds are still a form of bleeding. How dare a mere Nanny treat it as if it were nothing? She seethed. You're supposed to be her caretaker. TSK. Her Highness is weak and frail because of your incompetence. Calming slightly, the physician said. I'll send over the medicine shortly. Make sure Her Highness takes them on time. Carnephelia then said calmly, Trua, LL. Please escort the royal physician back to her quarters. Of course. Trua replied with a bow. The royal physician, near retirement, had long served the royal family. In the Nanny's eyes, she probably seemed old and powerless. But being scolded so publicly, Nanny was fuming. Your Highness, ever since you started acting out, people have started to look down upon me. I don't deserve to be treated this way. But Carnephelia remained quiet. Yes. Get angrier. Keep going, she thought. Show the world how insolent you are. Why are you suddenly acting this way? You were such an angel. Why did you change? The Nanny demanded. You should know your place. Think of your background, Your Highness. She hissed. You should consider yourself blessed to have a nanny that looks out for you like I do. I'm the only one who genuinely cares for you. So why aren't you listening to me? Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper. You see, the higher you climb, the more satisfying it will be to watch you fall. Then she said coldly, You should be content with what you have, instead of craving things you can't possibly reach. She sneered. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking of something silly again? Do you still believe you have a chance at ascending the throne? Carnephelia finally spoke, voice steady. Your memory must be failing you, Nanny. She smiled sweetly. I'm in line to the throne. Or have you already forgotten? She clapped lightly. I also realize that I have the power to make my own decisions. What do you mean? The Nanny asked, alarmed. Carnephelia giggled. For example, I have the right to hire and fire the staff from my palace. That's nonsense, the Nanny shouted. But servants suddenly appeared and grabbed her arms, escorting her out. The Nanny trembled. Are you removing me from my post? Carnephelia waved serenely. That's right, Nanny. Take care. You can't do this to me, Your Highness, she screamed. Let me go. Get your hands off me. You're making a big mistake, Your Highness. You won't survive in the royal palace without me. You won't last a day without me. Carnephelia sighed. She's so loud. Will you shut the door? Yes, Your Highness. The maid answered, quickly closing it. Trua stepped forward. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Her Highness needs her rest. Please stop causing a ruckus and take your leave now. The door slammed. Outside, the Nanny collapsed to the floor. How dare you? She whispered. Then she shouted. How dare you? Trua stood inside, thoughts racing. Her Highness got rid of the Nanny, but I'm not sure whether this was a good idea. Rumors will spread throughout the palace. So many questions rushed through Trua's mind, but she stayed silent. For the second princess looked utterly unbothered, as if she were above it all. Carnephelia took a sip of tea. This is medicinal tea, isn't it? How very kind of you. After Nanny's removal, the palace was abuzz. Everyone talked about the second princess for betraying the only person who had looked out for her. Of course, they all knew who the source of the gossip was. Carnephelia sat reading, unfazed. Nanny can spew lies about me for all I care. But your banquet is right around the corner, Your Highness, Trua said, worried. Everyone will be gossiping about you. They've been gossiping about me even before this incident took place, Carnephelia replied. It makes no difference to me. Trua blinked. Well, Her Highness is right, Trua thought. Even the staff working at her palace were constantly talking about her behind her back. How can she be so calm about it? Sometimes, it's hard to believe that Her Highness is still a mere child. Carnephelia glanced up. If you're still worried, why don't you go spy on Nanny on my behalf? You wish for me to spy on the nanny? Trua asked. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for the task, but I'll do the best I can. You don't have to. It was just a passing thought, Carnephelia said gently. Well then, let's find a task more suited for you. Pardon? Trua blinked. It doesn't have to be a special task. I'm sure we'll find something that you're good at. And when you do, will you let me know? You're my people, Trua. I'd like to get to know you better. Your Highness. Trua said, moved. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. What is it, LL? Carnephelia asked. LL entered quietly and handed over a letter. A letter? Carnephelia asked, surprised. Trua gasped. This is. Carnephelia smiled knowingly. Yes. It's an invitation from the third princess. She opened it and read aloud. I heard there was a change of venue for your birthday banquet. To thank you for not using the West Banquet Hall and to congratulate you on your upcoming birthday, I'd like to invite you to play dolls with me tonight. I hope you'll accept my invitation. Renabella Vin Hels Dante. Carnephelia looked up, amused. When will my new doll be arriving? Welcome to Rennie's dollhouse. Renabella's dollhouse is her favorite place inside the palace. But it's not your average, cutesy little dollhouse. A maid hesitated before whispering, it's as grotesque as I remember. Renabella Vin Hels Dante, born to Tyrant Charade and Empress Dacella, was the apple of her parents' eyes. But the third princess had a rather unique hobby. She liked to play house by using her servants as dolls. No one knew when this macabre habit began. One had to wonder, does perversity run in the Hels Dante blood? Renabella, waving a doll's hand, chirped, looky here. Hi, friend. Nice to meet you. Carnephelia, watching silently, thought, all that suffering, simply because they served the wrong master. Now then, Rennie said cheerfully, say your hellos. She's new to our dollhouse. She pointed. This doll was here first, so she's going to be your big sister. Carnephelia noticed. The girl must be new. Her clothes and face were still clean. Grotesque, nonetheless. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do for them right now. Renabella giggled. What do you think? Do you want to be Rennie's friend? I'll buy you a new outfit and brush your hair. You're a royal, so you have a choice. Do you want to be my doll, or will you give me your eyes instead? They're so twinkly. Carnephelia didn't respond. Renabella asked again, do you want to be my doll, or give me your eyes? Her eyes twitched. Did you just laugh in Rennie's face? She asked. Carnephelia thought, she catches on fast, just like her older brother. Then she spoke calmly, you can't turn me into one of your dolls, let alone take my eyes, Renabella. Renabella pouted, why? They said you were a bastard. That means I'm higher than you. Carnephelia grabbed her shoulder firmly. What are you talking about? Unlike you, I'm in line to the throne. And I'm your older sister. Not the other way around. Mind your manners. Renabella blinked. Older sister? Carnephelia smiled. That's right. I'm the second princess, and you're the third. Renabella frowned. That's strange. Nanny said I could do whatever I want, since you're a bastard child. Carnephelia raised an eyebrow. Really? Did your nanny tell you that? She must not be very competent. That's not true, Renabella shouted. My nanny said I'm the most precious thing in the entire world. And I have mommy and daddy and Ian Fried, so I can do whatever I want, Carnephelia asked. That's strange. Why would she tell you such lies? It's irresponsible to say you can do anything just because you're a royal. Father can't protect you forever. Do you really think you can hurt me when I'm a contender for the throne? She paused, then added, not only that, those who dare to go against me will meet a gruesome death. I wonder why your nanny didn't tell you this. I'm telling you nicely, because I'm your older sister. She thought to herself, was that enough? Even an idiot would understand the veiled threat behind my words. Pretty, Renabella muttered. What? Carnephelia asked. She pointed at her eyes. Your eyes are pretty. Carnephelia grabbed her hand. Do you understand what I just said? Mind your manners, little sister. I will, older sister, Renabella replied. Carnephelia gave a cold smile. That's right. I'm your older sister, Renabella. Wait, does that mean I can't have your eyes? She asked. They're so sparkly, Carnephelia said. Don't feel too bad. I brought you a gift to make up for it. What? Where? She asked in surprise. Carnephelia smiled. Do you see the two servants behind me? Your Highness, the servants called out. Huh, Renabella scowled. I don't need ugly dolls in my dollhouse, Carnephelia replied. Oh, I thought you'd recognize who they were right away. They belong to our brother, Tamfride. Really? They belong to Ianfride. Seriously? She squealed. That's not true, the servants cried. We serve Her Highness the second Princess of Hellsdante, Renabella smiled. She's right. I think I can make an exception, since they belong to my brother. I love your presence, sissy. Welcome to my dollhouse. You're going to have so much fun here. It's a misunderstanding, Your Highness, the servants cried. We're sorry. Please save us, Carnephelia thought. I know you two will stab me in the back the minute your rail owner gives you orders. There's no reason for me to keep you by my side. Meanwhile, at the Svenbach Manor, Nasquin asked urgently, Are you really going to the second princess's birthday banquet? It's too dangerous. Answer me, Lady Prita. It would be dangerous even for the Duke, Lady Prita responded. Sorry, Nasquin, but it's already been decided. How can you be so nonchalant about it? He snapped. You didn't say a word to me. Mother is busy injecting her divine power into Helly's, and Father is searching high and low for a cure, although we have no idea why Helly's has fallen ill. So the only person who can attend the banquet is me. I have no other choice. The Svenbach Dukedom, the only sacred land within Hellsdante Empire, untouched by the royal family. A peaceful dukedom ruled by its benevolent leader, the Duke of Svenbach. Yet, the dukedom maintains a strained relationship with the cruel and violent Hellsdante Empire. Lady Prita chuckled. I convinced my parents to allow me to attend the banquet. I plan on searching for the cure while I'm there. I just need to find my way into the royal library. The only question is, how? Nasquin shouted. There's no way His Grace could have agreed to your ridiculous plan. Not even the royals get free access to the royal library. Only those in line to the throne can enter. Then he thought, is that what it is? Does she want to use the second princess to access the royal library? Where does she get her brashness from? Lady Prita smiled. I learned from the very best, dear mentor. Stop reading my mind, he muttered. Unlike you, I always look out for myself. I know your goal isn't just to meet the second princess, but the second prince as well. I've told you many times that he's dangerous, that's right. Lady Prita whipped around, shouting. I can't wait to meet that bastard. He's such a jerk. How can he capture all the birds in our dukedom, dissect them, and send them as a gift? He must be a lunatic. We can't let that psychopath become the next emperor. I know the relationship between our dukedom and the Hellsdante Empire is frail. That's why I want to go take a closer look. I need to find out who will ascend the throne, so I know who I'll be going against. I'd love to see if the second princess has what it takes to go against Ianfride. We don't know if she even wants to compete with her brother for the throne, Nasquin said. There is hardly any information on the second princess. Her personality, thoughts, and ambitions all remain a mystery. All we know is that she was recently added to be in line to the throne. Lady Prita said, she has the right to ascend the throne. There's no way the second prince will leave her alone. I just hope the second princess is different from the rest of her family, Nasquin sighed. We think of the same things, dear disciple. All right. I'll do my best to support you. Time flew by, Lady Prita whispered. And soon, it became the day of Carnephelia's birthday banquet. The carriage arrived at the estate just in time. Lady Prita stepped out, exhaling in relief. Phew. We made it on time. Nasquin, as sarcastic as ever, followed behind. With all your nagging, it would make no sense if we hadn't. You're too stubborn for your own good. I definitely have my work cut out for me, Lady Prita reminded him sweetly, but you're the one who told me to fight for what I believe in, Nasquin. He smirked. I guess you did learn from the best. Then, scanning the grounds, Lady Prita asked, Where's the second princess? Nasquin replied, I have no idea. I've never met her. I'm assuming she'll make a grand entrance at the end of the banquet. A grand entrance at the end, Prita thought. She needs all the support she can get. Now, if I were in her position, I'd make my rounds during the party, forge connections with the nobles in attendance. The second princess is in line to the throne, but whether she's worthy or not remains to be seen. Nasquin noticed her deep in thought. What is it? She replied. I was wondering if the second princess would meet my expectations. Look, Nasquin, the enormity of the venue, the sheer size of the crowd, what's the underlying meaning behind this banquet? It's not just a birthday celebration anymore. That means the second princess has to be prepared for whatever may be thrown her way. But from what I've seen so far, I don't see any strategy in her actions. What in the world is the second princess thinking? Nasquin muttered. She's still a mere child. Lady Prita countered. That's the thing. It could end as mere child's play, or it could be something more. We have no idea how it will play out. Meanwhile, Carnephelia stood at the front of the banquet, smiling gracefully. To all of you in attendance, thank you for coming to my birthday banquet, she announced. But inside, her thoughts were bitter. Their response is as frigid as I expected. I may be a powerless royal, but they should still show me a modicum of respect. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed. A wine glass had fallen and shattered. My apologies, declared Marquis Reeve. I've soiled the floor of the banquet hall. Now, we should all step back before the filth gets on our clothes. Marquis Michael Reeve, a loan shark who built his fortune on the suffering of the poor. Everyone knew he was a close ally of the second prince. Ever since he gained the emperor's trust, the gap between rich and poor only widened. Trua whispered, still, how could he act this way at your birthday banquet? It's rude and insolent, but Carnephelia calmly replied, Don't worry, Trua. But Trua insisted. Carnephelia cut her off. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. Remember the looks on their faces. There will come a day when they grovel at my feet. As Marquis Reeve stepped forward and leaned toward the princess, a man beside him said, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize you, Your Highness, he laughed. But you were easy to spot, being the only one here with raven hair and purple eyes. Carnephelia replied coolly, You must be Earl Renaud. He looked surprised. You know my name? What an honor, she nodded, and you're Earl Ingram. And you must be Marquis Reeve, but in her mind, she scoffed, a pimp, a drug lord, and a loan shark. I'm surrounded by trash. Still, she smiled and said, Thank you all for coming tonight. Her thoughts continued to twist. Ironfried's filthy parasites, all gathered today at my banquet. It makes me want to puke. Nasquin, watching from the side, thought bitterly, they're so blatantly rude. Did the emperor host this birthday banquet just to make the second princess a laughingstock of high society? Lady Prita added, Everyone knows that Marquis Reeve supplies dirty money to the second prince. Come to think of it, she thought, Carnephelia is surrounded by Ironfried's henchmen. Nasquin nodded solemnly. That's the royal palace in a nutshell. I'm sure the second princess is used to this kind of treatment. She's not worthy to ascend the throne if she can't hold her own here. But Lady Prita frowned. The second princess has no supporters to back her. If she crumbles here, she'll become a plaything for the emperor. And Ironfried will destroy her once and for all. However, I shouldn't get involved right now. There's nothing I can do and no reason to do so. Aloud, she muttered, How cruel. Let's go, Nasquin. As they turned to leave, she thought, If I stay another minute, I'm going to say something I'll regret. Nasquin smiled faintly, thinking to himself, I can almost read your mind. I hope the second princess survives this ordeal. If she proves herself to be worthy, the dukedom of Svenbach will offer our full support. Carnephelia then chuckled softly. Oh, I almost forgot. My special guest is about to arrive. Please get ready to pay your respects. What? Marquis Reeve asked. Did you say someone's coming? Murmurs broke out across the room. How can this be? Am I seeing things? Whoa, what is she doing here? Erlatina Finch and Aston walked in gracefully. I hope I'm not too late, she said. Carnephelia smiled. You're right on time. You look beautiful today, Erlatina said warmly. Carnephelia chuckled. You're ever so kind. Erlatina glanced at her gown. The dress I made for Marina Belle is finally put to good use. I'm sorry to come empty-handed to your birthday banquet, she added. It's fine, Carnephelia replied. I'm glad you were able to make it today. Nonetheless, Erlatina said, I'd like to express my gratitude for inviting me. Carnephelia answered kindly, Say what you wish of me, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Well then, Erlatina began, I do have a wish I'd like to ask of you. Will you become my never-setting moon, your highness? Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the royal palace, a guard glanced around. Why is there so much commotion? Who could it be at this hour? Then his eyes widened. That's All hail the second prince of Hellsdante, the voice rang out. Lonfried Hellsdante, the second prince of Hellsdante, had returned. At the entrance of the southern banquet hall, the guards stood firmly in place. You cannot enter without an invitation, one said sternly. You have no choice but to head back, my lady, but the old woman was unfazed. Nanny stepped forward and shouted, Don't you know who I am? I'm the nanny of Her Highness, the second princess of Hellsdante. Even then, the guards hesitated. Even if you are, one replied, we still have to obey orders. Nanny lowered her voice, trying to appeal to them. Please, can't you make an exception? I brought the cake Her Highness enjoys every year on her birthday. I'm sure she'd love to have it today. The guards exchanged glances, thinking she was obnoxious. They had heard rumors that the second princess had let go of her nanny not too long ago. Was it a false rumor? Eventually, one of them gave in. Well then, please head on inside, Nanny smirked. Now that's more like it, the guards whispered among themselves. All royal nannies came from noble families. She wouldn't dare show her face unannounced unless... Inside the banquet hall, Carnephelia turned to Erlatina and asked softly, Will you become my never-setting moon, your highness? It was more than a poetic phrase. In the empire, the emperor was the sun. The moon? That was the empress. So when the second princess uttered those words aloud in front of everyone, she was publicly asking Erlatina to become her godmother and subtly proclaiming that she could become the next son of the empire. Erlatina was stunned. She called me her never-setting moon, in the dress I made for the daughter I lost. That's hardly a favor, she replied. We're merely trying to look out for one another. It would be my honor to be your moon, Carnephelia. Murmurs rippled across the crowd. Are they joining forces? Someone whispered. This isn't good. I'm sure she knows the second prince has a higher chance of ascending the throne. Is that why she called in the former empress? But Carnephelia stood tall. The moon of the empire shines bright in my sky, she said. As a member of the royal family in line to the throne, I pronounce to all gathered today, those who threaten me, those who threaten my people, and those who threaten to take my place, a curse, stronger than any blessing, shall be placed on their necks, hearts, and lungs, and it will eventually take away the meaning of their existence. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. It seems I came right on time for the festivities. The second prince had arrived. Son, a lady behind him called out, but he ignored her, smiling instead. I came on your behalf to celebrate the birthday of my half-sister. But now that you're here, why don't we enjoy the party together, your majesty? Oh, you're here too, Renabella. Yes, dear brother, Renabella giggled. Now then, the prince said. Let's say hello to our half-sister. His mother tried again. Son, you have yet to greet me properly, but he interrupted her coldly. Hold up, mother. I'll pay you an official visit after the banquet is over. His thoughts wandered as he entered the grand hall. This is the banquet hall father denied my mother. I see it now. The color scheme, the atmosphere, it reminds me of ex-Empress Erlatina. No wonder mother was dying of jealousy. Raven hair and violet eyes, named after a poisonous flower. I let her live because she wasn't worth my time or effort. But I didn't think she'd try to get in my way like this. Why isn't she on her guard? I could behead her with a mere flick of my wrist. That's strange, he said aloud, looking directly at Carnephelia. Aren't you frightened of me? He chuckled. How refreshing. Everyone trembles in my presence, but you seem so calm. And I can't read your thoughts at all. So interesting indeed. I hope you last longer than the former crown prince did. But Carnephelia answered gently, today is a day of celebration. Why don't we enjoy the banquet in peace? She remained composed, even as her inner thoughts stormed. All eyes are on us. I hope Her Highness doesn't lose her cool. I dreamed of this moment ever since I came back into the past. I thought it would be nerve-wracking, but I feel strangely detached. The former me would have trembled in fear. I might have cried. But now? Now I just feel a little sick in the stomach. What'd I do to swing my fist into that arrogant face of his right now? Well, the prince continued. I should have brought you some flowers for your birthday. Carnephelia smiled politely. It's the thought that counts. Renabella jumped up, cheeks red. Oh, Rennie has a present for you. I, the cute and lovely Renabella, am your birthday present, older sister. You love your present, right? The prince paused, confused. Sister? Did she just say older sister? Didn't expect that from Rennie. Carnephelia turned her eyes back to him. It's a bit of a shame, really. You were a bit late for the main event. Her Highness had just promised to be my never-setting moon. The prince blinked. Is that so? It's a shame that I missed the important moment. Then, glancing toward Erelatina, he greeted her smoothly. Greetings, Your Highness. I hope you've been well. His thoughts were anything but kind. So they decided to join forces, now did they? Erelatina nodded. I've been well. Thank you for asking. What about you, Ianfried? But inside, her fury boiled. How dare he greet me with a mere nod? Ianfried leaned in, murmuring near her ear. My life has been mundane ever since that incident. She stiffened. That incident, how dare he? Before she could react, Carnephelia gently grabbed her hand. She's right, it's not time yet. Ianfried pulled away and added casually, I was merely jesting. I've been strengthening the borders of our empire these past several years. You know I'm not the type to sit around doing nothing. Thanks to the blessing of our son, our borders and people are safe. I'm sure it will continue to be peaceful. Carnephelia tilted her head and asked, Do you have the blessing of foresight, Your Highness? He blinked. What do you mean by that? Carnephelia chuckled. My apologies. It's just that your statement was so full of conviction. I thought you could see the future, since our vision of the future is so completely different. Unfortunately, I don't have the blessing of foresight, the prince admitted. But if I did, I'm sure my life would have been even more mundane. I would have known that His Majesty would put you in line to the throne. Same for this birthday banquet. Because of you, I was able to set foot in the Southern Banquet Hall. It's more interesting because you can't foresee the future. Or are you too young to understand this? Carnephelia smiled gracefully. Is that so? I'd rather take a peek into the future so I could make the choice to change it. Do you still find foresight boring, Your Highness? Someone mumbled. What does that mean? It sounds like the second princess was also blessed. The nanny, clearly irritated, thought, What's all this nonsense? The second princess has no blessing to speak of. I need to shut her up before she spews more lies, she quickly addressed. Your Highness, Carnephelia, surprised, said, Nanny. The nanny bowed and greeted them both. Greetings to His Highness and Her Highness. I'm so happy that you still remember me, Your Highness. But Carnephelia was thinking to herself. She still came crawling back after I gave her the boot. Aloud, she asked, What brings you here? The nanny cut in. Do you remember, Your Highness? I brought the same cake we shared together on your last birthday. We celebrated just the two of us in your quarters. There was no lavish birthday banquet filled with the members of high society back then. When we lit the candle on the cake, you cried tears of happiness. I never forgot that moment. So I had to bring it today. The second prince, observing from afar, thought, bringing up the memories of a lonely birthday party during a grand banquet hall prepared by His Majesty. She's just like Mother. The nanny continued, You put a big forkful into your mouth and gave me the biggest smile. I couldn't get it out of my mind, so I went and got the exact same cake for your birthday this year. Won't you accept my present, Your Highness? Oh, before I forget. We should make a wish together, too, Carnephelia thought. In the past, I would have shed tears of happiness and jumped into her arms. Unfortunately, that won't be happening this time around. Instead, she simply said, "Thank you for the gift, Nanny." Just then, someone declared, "All hail the son of the empire." Nanny turned, startled. "His Majesty is here," and the mood shifted. "Now then," the emperor declared, "shall we get things rolling?" The prince's mother thought, "I didn't expect His Majesty to attend the birthday banquet. What's gotten into him? That's not important. His Majesty is in the same room with the current and former Empress of Hellsdante. I'm a bit frightened. We can't leave now, I suppose." She greeted him formally, "Your Majesty." He chuckled, "Haha. Are you here to celebrate Carnephelia's birthday?" "How nice of you." She replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." All the princes and princesses chimed in, "Greetings to the forever son of the empire." Carnephelia smiled warmly, "I'm honored to have you at my birthday banquet, Your Majesty." But the nanny, watching her closely, thought, "This can't be. Why isn't she shaking in fear? She should be scared and trembling, bawling her eyes out. But she looks nonchalant, breezy even, and where did she get that dress?" There wasn't much time to prepare for the banquet, so where did she find that beautiful dress? She really looks like the star of the banquet. Her birthday should have passed by quietly like before. How did it end up as a lavish banquet with His Majesty in attendance? The emperor sneered, "Children's banquets are tedious and mundane. Yet you asked me to come here. I didn't think you had the balls to do something like this. I can let you off the hook once, but you'd better have a good reason for calling me out once again." "I did as you asked. I hope you'll keep me entertained." The second prince thought, how did she bring Aralatina into this? "Now, what will you do next, little sister? You'd better have a good reason for inviting the key members of high society. So, what choice will you make for your future?" Carnephelia smiled and addressed the room confidently, "Your Majesty. I solemnly swear here and now to pursue what I promised you the last time we met. It's an honor to have all of you present today to celebrate my 8th birthday. A lavish banquet, gifts, and welcoming words. And last but not least, the presence of the son of our empire. I'll wield the power you gave me the best I can, and then some. So please wait and see how it all maps out." The emperor replied, "You must be referring to what we discussed the last time we met." "Understood. I look forward to what happens next." The second prince's mother watched with rage and thought, "What is it about the little twat? He's never shown any kind of affection for my son and daughter. So why is he all smiles with the little by *ch? She began to speak, But Aralatina interrupted, "Your Majesty. We're gathered here to celebrate Carnephelia's birthday. You gave her a wonderful birthday banquet. How about a congratulatory speech, Your Majesty?" The emperor looked at her and said, "You look especially beautiful today." Then he pulled her close and embraced her. Startled, she gasped, "Oh, Your Majesty. We're still in the middle of a banquet." The second prince's mother was burning with fury. How dare that? Her son warned her calmly, "Mother, you know now's not the time, right? Do try to refrain." The emperor beamed, "It's been ages since I was able to enjoy a banquet with my lovely wife. Bring me a glass." Aralatina smiled sweetly, "Everything looks delicious." "Enjoy the food, Carnephelia." She replied, "I will." Then Carnephelia turned her gaze. "Nanny?" The nanny answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Carnephelia said gently, "I'd like a slice of the birthday cake you brought me." Surprised, the nanny asked, "You do?" The second prince observed carefully. What is she trying to do now? Carnephelia chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, Nanny brought the same cake she prepared for me on my last birthday. To remember the time we shared, I'd like to have a piece of the cake she brought today." The nanny hesitated but responded, "It won't be as delicious as the one the royal chef has prepared for you. But it's your birthday, so do as you see fit." Carnephelia thanked her, "Thank you." Then she spoke with grace. "Last year, I didn't expect that I would be celebrating my 8th birthday so lavishly. It almost feels like a dream. Once again, I thank everyone here for attending my birthday banquet. May our God's blessing be with all of you." She took a bite of the cake. Aralatina smiled and congratulated her. "Congratulations, Carnephelia." But suddenly, Carnephelia began coughing. Aralatina's expression changed to shock. The cake slipped from her hands and fell to the floor. I want to show everyone attending my birthday that we're a force to be reckoned with, Your Highness, Carnephelia said with determination. Feel free to exaggerate your actions. We need to do whatever it takes to show Ironfried's followers that we won't be pushed aside. Latina chuckled. Is that why you asked me to treat my husband like I used to? Carnephelia replied, yes. Please show the world the real moon of the empire. Make it known that you're the rightful empress of Hellsdante. To do so, I'm going to convince father to host my birthday banquet in the Southern Banquet Hall. You can leave this part up to me. All you need to do is trust me and look your best at the party. Latina, quietly analyzing her, thought, she has everything mapped out, but doesn't delve into the details. She then said softly, trust you, Carnephelia. Suddenly, blood began to drip from Carnephelia's mouth. Latina shouted, Carnephelia. Trua called out, Your Highness. Carnephelia shakily raised her hand and pointed directly at the nanny. Why? Why did you do this, nanny? And just like that, the banquet erupted into chaos. The emperor commanded, seal the banquet hall. The mothers of the princes and princesses were shaken. What is the meaning of this? His Majesty must suspect that the culprit is in the room. What if they decide to poison us too? I'm scared. One woman accused, is this your doing? How dare you do such a thing without permission? Nanny, visibly trembling, insisted, no, it isn't me. I didn't do it. Latina wept, holding Carnephelia. No. Wake up, little one. You must open your eyes. A servant approached. Your Highness, it'd be best to return to your quarters. Enraged, Latina grit her teeth and shouted, are you going to sit and watch again? Are you going to let my child die before my eyes again, Your Majesty? Will you turn a blind eye like you did before? The emperor growled. Go fetch the royal physician. Yes, Your Majesty, the servant replied. When the physician arrived, he examined Carnephelia and declared, she's been poisoned by the Carnephelia flower, Your Majesty. The emperor was taken aback. Nobles began to murmur, poisoned on her birthday by the flower she was named after. She's so unlucky. Thus is the life of a cursed princess. Ahem. How can someone be so unlucky? It's the curse. Just take a look at the color of her hair. She should have known her place. She's paying the price for her greed. When will we be able to leave the banquet hall? Lady Preta, disgusted, whispered. Do you hear them? Those nobles are treating this as if it were a piece of juicy gossip. The life of an 8-year-old child is in danger, and that's all they have to say? How vile. Nasquin reassured her. Don't worry. The emperor will get to the bottom of this. But she asked, what makes you think he will? Nasquin replied, if he doesn't, everyone is going to think he's the one behind it. Upon the request of Her Highness Latina, the second princess was moved, not to her own quarters, but to the royal palace for treatment. In the meantime, the emperor ordered everyone to remain inside the banquet hall. Although he had a strong suspicion about who the culprit was, Emperor Kirade hesitated in taking action. I hope you know what you were getting yourself into, he said aloud. If you didn't, you'll have to face the consequences. Empress. The Empress panicked. Your Majesty, it wasn't me. This wasn't my doing, he snapped. Why can't you be more meticulous in your actions? You should try to be more like your son. The emperor knew that there would be an uproar if the second princess met her death, like the first prince and princess. However, if he announced that the empress was behind the poisoning, the reputation of the royal family would take a devastating blow. He thought grimly, it's not good either way. Who should I choose to be the scapegoat? Then, Renabella said cheerfully, Rennie is having trouble understanding, Your Majesty. Confused, he asked, what do you mean? She replied innocently, I don't understand why everyone is being so fussy. I know my sister will get better soon. She told me her nanny gives her medicine every single day. That means my sister will be able to recover quickly, doesn't it? The nanny shouted in confusion, Your Highness. Your Majesty, I had nothing to do with this. The second prince stepped forward. Come to think of it, you brought that cake to the banquet, Lady Vet. Well, Nanny stammered, I didn't bake it myself. All I did was order it from the AIM pastry shop. My sister collapsed after taking a bite of that cake, he stated coldly. Grab her. Yes, Your Highness, the guards responded. Nanny screamed, it wasn't me. I'm being framed, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a small bottle fell from the nanny's pocket. The second prince asked coldly, "How can you deny it when the evidence is right in front of us, Lady Vet?" "This is obviously a bottle of poison," the emperor said without hesitation. "Right this minute. Send the knights to the second princess's quarters and bring me evidence that she was being poisoned." "Yes, your majesty," the knights obeyed. Meanwhile, at the emperor's palace, Lady Prutta entered the room and said, "May the blessing of our God be with you, your highness." "Prutta Svenbach of House Svenbach at your service," Erlatina asked. "How did you find your way to the royal palace?" She thought, "The Hellsdante Empire and the Dukedom of Svenbach aren't on best of terms. So how did she come here alone without guards?" "How reckless of her." Aloud, she asked, "So what brings you here?" Lady Prutta faltered for a moment before speaking. "I wish to offer my services. I can use my divine power to purify the poison in her body." The second princess's quarters were quiet, eerily so. LL rolled a wooden can across the floor, thinking, the room is so white, it feels like a mental institute. Carnephelia's voice echoed in her memory. "When the emperor shows up to the banquet, I want you to go to my quarters, LL. Then burn it down, until there's nothing left but ashes." That would be the best birthday present ever, she had flared with unsettling calm. Outside her palace, a commander spotted smoke. "Wait, is that a fire? Get water from the nearby well. We must put the fire out." Another responded immediately, "Yes, sir." The commander narrowed his eyes as he spotted a girl dashing from the palace grounds. "Who goes there?" "That uniform. She's from the Empress's palace." "Stop," he shouted. "You two follow me. The rest of you, focus on putting out the fire." "Yes, sir," came the reply. Meanwhile, LL hid behind a tree, breath shallow. She thought, "Your Highness, I hope you haven't fallen into danger while I've been gone." At that moment, in the Emperor's palace, Erlatina asked, "Divine power?" Lady Prutta calmly replied, "The Hellsdance received blessings from God, whereas the Svenbachs were given the divine power." Erlatina narrowed her gaze. "Do you know the gravity of your statement just now?" "I'm sure you know that the Empire and the Dukedom aren't on the best of terms," Lady Prutta replied firmly. "The most important thing right now is saving Her Highness the Second Princess's life." "Don't you agree with me, Your Highness?" After a moment, Erlatina relented. "All right. Go ahead." Prutta smiled softly. "Thank you for placing your trust in me, Your Highness." She raised her hand and placed it over Carnephelia's head. Erlatina watched, astonished. "So that's the divine power." Lady Prutta, however, frowned. "How strange. Her body is showing signs of recovery, yet she still remains unconscious." She looked to Erlatina. "Your Highness, please keep talking to the princess." Nodding, Erlatina held Carnephelia's hand. "Wake up, Carnephelia. It's far from over. There's so much more left for us to do." Within Carnephelia's mind, something stirred. "What is this?" she thought. "This is my former self." Then a man with yellow hair spoke. "Good thinking, Svenbach. I hereby give permission for Carnephelia Hellsdante to wed Heli Svenbach." Carnephelia's heart sank. "No, this isn't what I wanted," the man continued. "I'll withdraw the army, like I promised." "Thank you," Heli's began, but the man interrupted. "Now that you're a Hellsdante, I must give you some sort of gift." "Oh, I have the most perfect news. At dawn today, I received news that Lady Svenbach, acting head of House Svenbach, passed away." "Congratulations, Helis. You're officially the Duke of Svenbach." Carnephelia's eyes widened. "Your Highness," the man smirked, "I expected you to be happier about the news, Carnephelia. It means you'll become the next Duchess of Svenbach. Due to the unfortunate events that took place in the dukedom, we should skip the formalities like a dowry or wedding ceremony." "Very kind of me, wouldn't you agree? But I do wish you'll take good care of my sister. She may be a half-blood, but she's still under my care." Carnephelia gently touched Helis' shoulder. "Helis," he quietly replied, "I'm fine, Your Highness." A butler then stepped forward. His Majesty kindly buried the bones of the former Duke and Duchess of Svenbach within the royal cemetery. "We've prepared 100 white flowers for the funeral. Please feel free to place some upon their graves." Carnephelia walked toward the flowers, reaching to pick them up, but Helis blocked her. "I can take care of this." Why don't you give me the flower and go wait in the carriage? Carnephelia thought. I'm sad. I'm so sad, but I know my apology isn't enough. These tragic events happened because of me, she whispered. I'll do that, my lord. Then came the announcement. Duke Svenbach, you will be under confinement at the family estate for a year. You are prohibited from going out to overlook the dukedom. Her Highness the Second Princess of Hellsdante will be in charge of the dukedom during this time. To show your loyalty to the Empire of Hellsdante, the Dukedom of Svenbach will report its financial earnings to the Empire for the next decade. If Her Highness the Second Princess of Hellsdante is threatened or mistreated in any way during this time, the Empire will hold the Duke accountable. Congratulations on your coronation, Your Majesty. The second prince appeared with a smug smile. If it isn't my lovely sister and her husband. I hope you've been well. From the reports I've received, it seems the two of you hardly spend any time together. I hope things are well between the two of you, Carnephelia stammered, Your Majesty. It's not like that, the nobles began to whisper among themselves. His Majesty has a sharp sense of humor. But it got me wondering myself. It's not easy for them to be affectionate in public. That is true, haha. Look at the expression on His Grace's face. Could it be just nerves? A short kiss would be more than enough. They're a married couple, after all. Someone snapped, Shush. Just shut up, another shouted. Why can't you all just shut up? Carnephelia's thoughts screamed. I took away all the things my husband ever loved. And all I was left with was a shell of the man he used to be. This is all my fault. This happened because I was weak. Then came her declarations, one after another. This is a royal order. The Duke of Svenbach will lead the army and destroy those who dare to covet the Hellsdante Empire. This is a royal order. The Dukedom of Svenbach shall provide funds to save the citizens of Hellsdante who suffer from famine. This is a royal order. Duke Svenbach will lead the overseas delegation and forge trade treaties with neighboring countries. Royal order. Royal order, order, order. She broke. Just kill me instead. You can end my life, but please, set my husband free. The second prince only chuckled. You amuse me to no end, dear sister. Carnephelia trembled. I'll do anything. I'll do everything you want. So please, please leave him alone. I beg you, Your Majesty, he replied. It breaks my heart to see you in tears, dear sister. The Duke must be punished for causing such heartache. Carnephelia's thoughts twisted in agony. No, this isn't what I wanted. If I could only turn back time, I would never bring Helly's up to Yanride. No. If I could make sure that our paths never cross, then I would make sure to never meet him again. I would just watch him from afar. I would never dream of being by his side. The blessings and the curse of Hellsdante? I don't give a damn anymore. My sins aren't worth forgiving, I know. I'll kill Ianfried with my own 2 hands. Then, I'll end the life of the person who caused Helly such pain, myself. Lady Prita smiled softly, noticing the faint blush on Carnephelia's face. There's color in her cheeks. She'll be waking up any minute now. Erolatina, standing nearby, bowed her head slightly. We're indebted to you, Lady Svenbach. Will you be heading back to the dukedom now? But Lady Prita shook her head gently. No, I'd like to stay until Her Highness is fully recovered. Erolatina nodded in understanding. I see. Deep in thought, Lady Prita considered. She wishes to talk to Carnephelia when she gains consciousness. She then said aloud, Well then, please give Her Highness my regards when she wakes up. I hope to visit you again soon. She turned, opened the door, and stepped outside. Nasquin greeted her immediately. Your divine powers were so bright, it lit up the entire room. I was on my toes, she chuckled. You're too funny. I hope you kept watch. Was there anyone suspicious? Nasquin replied. A servant just passed by. I'm not sure whether they recognized me or not, but I don't want to take any chances. All right, let's make haste. Elsewhere, the prince was taken aback. Are you saying Lady Svenbach was at the banquet? A servant bowed and confirmed, Yes, there are witnesses. The prince thought to himself, both Lady Svenbach and I were present at the banquet, yet all eyes were on the second princess? Interesting. The second princess is just a child, yet she managed to capture the attention of the nobles at the banquet. He asked, "So where is Lady Svenbach?" The servant hesitated. "Well, no one has seen her since the banquet." The prince laughed mockingly. "Haha, do you think she became lost?" But then he pondered, what is Lady Svenbach up to? Where could she be? She would be walking in circles without the help of an insider. She probably has Dargent helping her out. His expression shifted. "Did you say Lady Vet is confined in the dungeon?" Again he thought. "Lady Vet will cause a ruckus if I went to see her." With a sly smile, he said, "I'll pay a visit to Mother first." The servant responded, "We'll make the preparations, Your Highness." Just then, the door burst open and a maid shouted, "Your Highness." The prince frowned. "How dare you barge into my room in this fashion?" The maid gasped, "My apologies, Your Highness. But word is that the second princess has gained consciousness." The royal physician proclaimed that she couldn't have recovered without a blessing, and she's heading over to visit the Empress with Her Highness Aralatina. "What?" The prince muttered, then thought angrily, "Well, look at that. How dare she bring up the blessing? You have no right to a blessing, half-blood brat." Meanwhile, in the Empress's chamber, she snapped, "What did you say? Didn't you say that she just regained consciousness? Why is she coming to see me? She should be in bed recovering. How annoying." The maids bowed and said, "They're nearly here, Your Majesty. What will you have us do?" The Empress shouted, "What do you mean?" "You should send them," but then she paused. "Wait. All I need to do is convince the brat to take my side. If I take her under my wing, she will testify for me, not against me. I can frame Lady Vet. Then I'll be free of all charges. She's still a young thing. I'm sure she'll do as I say if I show her a bit of mercy." She said calmly, "It's fine. When the second princess arrives, show her to my dining room." "Yes, Your Majesty," the maids replied. In the Empress's dining room, she chuckled, "You were asleep for quite some time, so I prepared something for you to eat. Being unconscious takes up more energy than you'd think, don't you agree? I made sure to use the healthiest ingredients. Please enjoy yourself." But internally, she thought bitterly, what is she staring at the food like that? I deigned to prepare food for her. Carnephelia asked quietly, "You prepared a feast for me, Your Majesty." Aralatina quickly interjected, "You don't have to eat, Carnephelia." The Empress erupted, "How dare you tell her not to eat the food that I personally prepared? I prepared the food especially for the second princess." "How dare you?" Her thoughts raced, that beat ch. She's on her high horse after receiving the attention of His Majesty, asterisk. Carnephelia bowed her head. "My apologies, Your Majesty. Her Highness didn't mean to be rude, she said it because she's worried for me." "Please don't be angry, Your Majesty." The Empress blinked, surprised. "Worried," Carnephelia explained, "I always fell ill after my meals. So eating is difficult for me." The Empress softened. "Oh, you poor thing," but in her mind, she scoffed. For someone who received a blessing, she seems to be rather frail. She won't stand a chance against my Ianvride. Carnephelia then said, "I heard you were in a plight because of me, Your Majesty. That's why I came here as soon as I woke up." The Empress nodded. "How clever of you." "Yes, I was put in a spot because of what happened." Carnephelia's eyes sharpened. "I have just one question for you, Your Majesty." "Do you wish me dead, Your Majesty?" The Empress gasped. "What do you mean by that?" Carnephelia asked again. "Does that mean you want me alive?" The Empress quickly said, "You are His Majesty's child, like my son and daughter. Of course I wish for you to be healthy. I'm innocent. I've never ordered anyone to feed you poison." But inside, she was fuming. "Why do I feel like I'm being interrogated? How annoying." Carnephelia smiled. "That's all I needed to hear, Your Majesty. Now then, will you give me permission to find the culprit? Who dared to poison me and frame the Empress of Hellsdante, so I can punish them as I see fit?" The Empress blinked. You wish to clear my name?" Carnephelia smiled sweetly. "Sinners must be punished for their evil deeds." The Empress pretended to be touched. "I'm touched that you wish to personally clear my name. You can do as you see fit." A moment later, in the Empress's hallway, Aralatina looked at Carnephelia with concern. "Wasn't that stressful for you? Maybe we should have gone to His Majesty instead." But Carnephelia shook her head with a faint smile. "No, it was the right time to visit Her Majesty. Anyways, Did the person who saved me go back safely? Latina asked carefully. Would you like to meet them once this is over? Carnephelia exhaled. No, I don't want to meet them. Her thoughts drifted. There's only one type of divine power that could have pushed the poison out of my body. I don't deserve to receive help from the Svenbach family. I don't want them to get involved. Suddenly, the prince appeared. So the rumors were true. Your cheeks have color, and you seem to be able to walk and talk. And you got enough energy to stare at me with your violet eyes. You're really alive. So, did you manage to meet my mother? The second prince asked casually. Carnephelia gave a faint smile and replied, I needed her permission for something. And I was just on my way to interrogate the culprit. Were you waiting for me? You're too kind. The prince chuckled darkly. Haha, you have some nerve. Who do you think you are? You have no blessing to speak of, so why are you purposely trying to get on my nerves? But Carnephelia remained calm. I don't see why you're so curious. Now that I have the right to ascend the throne, you'll find out soon enough whether I received a blessing or not. Now then, I'll be on my way, big brother. I'm quite busy. See ya. Watching her walk away, the prince's heart began to race. Unlike the first prince, she's quite feisty. I like it. Don't disappoint me, half-sister. Latina, concerned, asked, Are you sure you can manage on your own? Carnephelia reassured her, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. She made her way to the prison and stood before a cell. Facing the woman inside, she greeted, Hello, Nanny. Oh, I nearly forgot. Lady Evelyn Vett, the older woman looked up in shock. Your Highness, Carnephelia smiled, a calm menace behind her words. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you shocked that I'm alive? The cell is nice and clean. Consider yourself lucky that you're confined here. Panic set into the nanny's voice. Your Highness, please relay my message to His Majesty. I was framed. It's all a misunderstanding, Carnephelia asked. What do you mean? Nanny cried out. I fed you and bathed you for 8 years. There's no way I'd try to poison you. You know I would never do such a thing. Wait, was it all an act? Did you pretend to collapse and vomit blood? How can you be alive after imbibing poison? Did you pretend to be poisoned? Did you do this to frame me? Who is it? Who told you to put the blame on me? Carnephelia stared at her coldly. You still don't get it, do you? Or are you in denial? Nanny stammered. What? Carnephelia's smile grew sharper. The Carnephelia you know is long gone. Nanny trembled, thinking to herself, she's gone mad. She started to lose it on the day she went to see His Majesty. I need to talk to Her Majesty. I have nothing to say to a liar like you. Carnephelia's voice cut through her thoughts. Asking for Her Majesty is futile. You'll die anyways. You see, she just gave me permission to do with you as I see fit. Ho dash, Nanny gasped in horror. There's no way Her Majesty would give you permission to kill me. In desperation, she shouted. Her Majesty was the one who ordered me to feed you poison. I'm sure you had no idea. So stop lying to my face. Carnephelia clapped mockingly. Oh, that? Did you think I was clueless? I knew all along that Her Majesty sent an assassin and used you to poison me. And I've known for some time that everyone in the palace had been turning a blind eye. I'm no idiot. Her Majesty gave me permission to kill you because she realized that I knew the truth. She leaned in slightly. Having said that, the question remains. How should I dispose of you? Nanny, nearly defeated, whispered, I only did as I was told. How could I defy the orders of Her Majesty? Carnephelia nodded slowly. I know. I'm sure you had no choice, with your life being on the line. I do understand. That's why I gave you a chance, Nanny. What? Nanny asked, confused. Carnephelia's expression turned grave. You should have run when I relieved you of your duty. That was your chance to make your escape. So why did you return to the palace? You should have made most of your opportunity. I hope you learned your lesson. This is only the beginning. For all the drama you caused, the result is rather disappointing. A voice broke the silence. That's not true. It was worth putting my life on the line. It was the Emperor. Worth it, my ass. It was rather tedious. Anyways, what brings you here? Carnephelia turned to him. I have a favor to ask of you, Your Majesty. The Emperor raised a brow. Your brazenness never fails to amaze me. Speak. What is it that you want from me? She answered, I want you to halt the investigation on the poisoning attempt. He mused. We don't want high society gossiping about Her Majesty, as it would hurt the reputation of the royal family, Carnephelia continued. I gained consciousness and am doing better now. If I keep silent, the gossip will eventually die down. The Emperor warned, that means that some will view you as weak. Carnephelia smiled knowingly. That's exactly what I was hoping for, Your Majesty. Lastly, she added, I'd like you to hand over the evidence you've collected to Her Highness Latina. Wait, I thought of another favor to ask of you, haha. Regarding the punishment of Evelyn Vett, I believe cutting off her tongue will be sufficient. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Don't you want her head on a platter? Carnephelia responded coolly, Oh, but I'm also a Hellsdante, father. Death is too easy. It's better to make them suffer for the rest of their lives. I want her to fear me as long as we're both alive. The Emperor let out a laugh. That does seem like something a Hellsdante would conjure up. Now then, I know this isn't what you came here for. What is it that you really want from me? I'm all ears. So tell me, what else do you wish of me? The Emperor raised an eyebrow. A deal? You dare to propose a deal to the Emperor of Hellsdante? Carnephelia smiled calmly. It's only possible because I know my place. I know you could strip my right to ascend the throne at any given moment. The Emperor scoffed. You're quite the smooth talker, but internally, he was intrigued. Yes, I believe you're capable of going against Ian Ride. As impudent as you may be. He finally said, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear you out. Carnephelia began, well then. I'll start by making sure the Empress isn't blamed for my poisoning. Her reputation will remain intact. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Is that what you think I want? The Empress's reputation. His voice hardened. The Emperor didn't make Dicella Empress because he loves her. He did it to placate the followers of Ian Ride. And here lies the fundamental problem of the royal family of Hellsdante. The nobility of Hellsdante have no respect for the royal family. To them, we are pawns they use to ensure they maintain their power. The nobles who pledged allegiance to Curate switched to Ian Ride after the death of the first prince. To them, the real leader of Hellsdante was Tanride. And that meant the Emperor is the head of state in name only. Having said that, what Curate Hellsdante wants most? Carnephelia continued, Secondly, I plan on getting the Chinaston family back on the political map. Also, I'll bring you a letter of attorney from Marquis Zentiad. The Emperor frowned. I don't know where you heard his name, but I hope you realize how ridiculous you sounded just now. In case you don't know, Zentiad, she interrupted, yes, he's ill and bedridden. I know. I also know he was one of your loyal subjects. The Emperor was silent for a moment. Continue on, Carnephelia said, I'll also collect the stolen money from Marquis Gordonshall and hand it over to you, Your Majesty. The Emperor sighed. That's enough. I've heard enough of your wishes, Carnephelia. And lastly, Royal Chamberlain, see the second princess out. But Carnephelia added, I hope to reduce the number of nobles by half until the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. Right now, the thing Curate Hellsdante wants most is to strengthen the power of the royal family. He's too old to regain his power, so he started pitting the royal family against each other. The weaker nobles are eliminated along the way. But he didn't expect Ian Ride to kill the first prince and princess. And ever since, Ian Ride made sure no one challenged him until, I know I'm your only hope. She looked directly at him. You have nothing to lose, Your Majesty. I am just a girl, Your Majesty, but I don't make empty promises. The Emperor stared, stunned. How can a mere child plan something so grandiose and be so confident about it? And everything she proposed is exactly what I was wishing for. The increase in nobility has weakened the royal family. Reducing their numbers may seem ideal, but it makes sense. At that moment, someone elsewhere exclaimed, Only a blessing could have saved Her Highness, and the Emperor's thoughts continued. Did she happen to map out her miraculous survival too? She's right, I have nothing to lose. Even Ian Ride wouldn't have the guts to come up with such a proposal. Oh, I so look forward to this. He smirked. Fine. So tell me, what's in it for you? Carnephelia smiled. Well, I'll tell you every time I meet one of the goals I propose to you. Meanwhile, Somewhere in the capital city, a girl in a yellow dress rushed through the streets, breathless with excitement. This is an exclusive, she thought. Poisoned at her own birthday banquet after gaining the right to ascend the throne, they must have captured the culprit, since they let us leave the banquet hall. From what I heard, it seemed her former nanny had given her poisoned cake. On what should have been the most glorious birthday party ever, the princess fell to the floor, poisoned. Not only that, Prince Ianfried and Princess Renabella were in attendance. There will be another bloodbath in the royal palace. She grinned. Now, which newspaper shall I sell this precious piece of information to? Then she paused. Wait. They wanted me to spread gossip first. I received a dress and an invitation a few days ago. The letter was anonymous. But it was a proposal I couldn't refuse. The sender had one simple request. I was to remember the details of the night and spread the news throughout the empire. Thankfully, it was fairly easy to enter the venue, as the second princess hardly has any followers. I know nothing about formal etiquette. The moon of the empire shines bright in my sky. Thanks to the second princess, who was the center of attention, it was easy for me to move around undercover. The only thing that worries me is that I have no idea why they chose me to spread the news. But if they want someone to spread the news, they chose the right person. That night, at a local pub, a boy shouted, "What do you mean by that? The second princess? Isn't that Princess Renabella?" A woman corrected him. "You have it all wrong. Princess Renabella is the third princess." The boy blinked. "So, are you saying this second princess had a birthday banquet today at the palace?" "Hey, Natalie. How did you know all this?" Natalie chuckled. "Oh, I have my ways. Everyone who attended the party has been talking non-stop about it. Isn't that weird? Why did His Majesty suddenly give the second princess the right to ascend the throne? Was it mere coincidence that the second prince happened to attend the birthday banquet? And who was it that tried to poison the second princess at her own birthday party? Who tried to kill the second princess of Hellsdante? And why did the palace send the participants home without conducting a thorough investigation?" The boy hesitated. And Natalie leaned in, eyes gleaming. "Doesn't it make you wonder? The first thing Ianfried did when he came of age was media control. All media focused on churning out positive propaganda for Ianfried, and the public, who had limited access to information, believed the lies and revered Ianfried as if he were a god. The crown prince saw a continuous surge in popularity, and everyone believed that he would be the most powerful emperor Hellsdante had ever seen. The public, not knowing the ugly truth, dreamed of living a prosperous life under his reign. But there was one person who sought to tell the truth to the public. Reports about the second prince's violent behavior began to surface, signs of a tyrant, they said. Disturbing behavior not fit for the future empire, with over 627 palace staff murdered that year. That person who dared to speak up was Natalie. Headlines screamed, "Second princess collapses during banquet. Is the royal family to blame?" And Lanfried's behavior is starting to get out of hand. Is he going overboard to protect his right to the throne amidst all the chaos? Natalie was the only person who wrote about Carnephelia in a positive light. Yet more headlines came. His Majesty Ianfried joins forces with Marquis Gordonchal. Possibilities of embezzlement, trying to strengthen his power in an illegal fashion. Ianfried was furious. "Find the person who wrote this and bring them to me," he ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," his servants obeyed. When he finally stood face to face with her, he smirked. "Haha, so it's you. I'm happy to finally meet you. I don't know what made you believe you could get away with writing lies about me," but Natalie smirked right back. "The honor is all mine, Your Majesty. I've been busy thanks to Your Majesty." He cut to the chase, throwing a bag of gold coins at her. "I'll make it worth your while if you write what I ask of you," but Natalie stood firm. "Your deal with Marquis Gordonchal must be worth it. But the public has the right to know the truth. How can you be a just emperor when your reign is based on lies?" Ianfried burst into laughter. "Ha, a just emperor, did you say? Do I look like I'm interested in being just?" In her previous life, Natalie was deemed a traitor and beheaded for defamation and spreading falsities about the royal family. News quickly reached Era Latina. "The Empress must be in a panic right now. I'm sure the second prince is busy himself. His Majesty must be feeling a bit troubled." He wanted to keep the details under wraps, yet it's spreading like wildfire. Carnephelia smiled to herself. Her Majesty Erelatina looked rather pleased with the situation. She had been depressed and miserable for years. This little victory seemed to have energized her. News about Evelyn Vet will reach the Empress's ears soon, and that will keep her quiet, Carnephelia said. Oh, that's right, Erelatina replied. Anyhow, what do you think of your hair? You're not fully recovered. Don't wear yourself out. Carnephelia promised, I promise. Carnephelia walked toward the Emperor's room with LL. I'm here to see His Royal Majesty, she told the Chamberlain. He's waiting for you, he replied. The doors opened. She stepped in and greeted, greetings to the forever son of our empire, but the Emperor interrupted her, furious. So that was what you wanted to show me? Your little act. Carnephelia smiled sweetly. I have no idea what you're referring to, Your Majesty. No idea? Huh? Are you saying this is all a mere coincidence? Headlines echoed in his mind. Second princess vomits blood at own birthday banquet. Will she be able to beat death and compete with the second prince for the throne? Will there be more bloodshed in the royal palace, and the second princess on brink of death after making her grand debut? Will she recover? Betrayed by one of her own. Is the second princess's nanny behind the poisoning attempt? The Emperor thought bitterly. She made sure the newspapers ran off with the story. There was a reason why Ianfried wanted to kill her in his previous life. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He shouted. Carnephelia remained calm. Your Majesty. I have never set foot outside the palace since my poisoning. Actually, I've never stepped foot outside the palace since I was born. So how would I plan such a thing, as if it were a mere coincidence? Take a good look. Look how malnutrition weakened my body. See the remnants of poisoning on my skin. You'll realize that I am in no condition to sneak away from the palace. What would I gain by releasing those articles, Your Majesty? It portrays me as the subject of people's gossip. Are they going to recognize me? The Emperor looked at her, stunned. You're quite convincing. Get those papers out of my sight. Carnephelia stepped forward. Is death the only way? Death? Are you asking if I'll kill you? The Emperor asked. No, I'm referring to my staff, who are being held in prison, she replied. What, you want to strike a deal for their lives, too? They would make the perfect scapegoats. Please allow me to do with them as I see fit, the Emperor sighed. Fine. Do as you wish. I'm forever grateful, Your Majesty. Now then, if I may take my leave, Your Majesty, he muttered, you only stay long enough to say what you wish. How very annoying. Wouldn't dare. I'll be taking my leave now. As she turned to go, Carnephelia flinched. One last thing, the Emperor said. I have heard the most interesting news. When you were fighting for your life in bed, I hear there was a burst of gold light from your bedroom. What do you know about it? Carnephelia thought fast. I can't get Lady Svenbach or the dukedom involved. I have to make sure he doesn't connect the dots, so she replied, it's the Golden Palace for a reason. It is made entirely of gold. It only makes sense that it would give off a golden glow, the Emperor smirked. Is that so? Understood. You may take your leave. Carnephelia stepped outside. LL, I need you to find someone for me. It has to be secret, so make sure you aren't caught. You have to move with the utmost discretion. The Emperor seems to have caught on, so I need to come up with plan B. In the dark, damp dungeon of the royal palace, Carnephelia stood calmly, her lips curled into a gentle, mocking smile. Your Highness, she said softly. You look like you just saw a ghost. But I'm very much alive. Her gaze drifted over the broken expressions before her. It also looks like you haven't eaten or slept properly for days. Tears welled up in Trua's eyes as she called out, Your Highness. Carnephelia chuckled at the sight. Trua, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Trua's voice trembled with relief. I'm so glad you're fully recovered, Your Highness. I was so worried. Carnephelia looked at her, a question heavy in her heart. Why? I threatened you and used you. So why are you so genuinely worried for me? Your Highness, Trua's voice broke. We were also worried about you, Your Highness. Carnephelia's lips curled into a smirk. You must have been shocked to hear that I made a speedy recovery. I'm sure you all hoped that I'd suffer longer. Trua flinched and shouted, That's not true. We never dreamed of such a thing. But Carnephelia's voice turned cold. You all turned a blind eye whenever Evelyn Vet mixed poison into my food and drink. Did you think I would be oblivious about it forever? Whispers filled the room. Someone murmured, did she know all along? What should we do? Are we all going to die here? Are you going to punish us, Your Highness? A voice echoed in the shadows, Ian fried. He stepped forward with a smirk. Their punishment will be death, am I right? Carnephelia's eyes widened. Ian fried. A maid cried out, Your Highness. He's here to spare us. His Highness came to our rescue. Ian fried looked around with indifference. Why is everyone still alive? I would have killed them all off by now. Are you really going to let them off the hook? That's no fun. Carnephelia answered firmly, it should be punishment, rather than death. She narrowed her eyes. I should give them a chance to redeem themselves. Ian fried tilted his head, amused. You really think that will work? I know you don't. I know you want to kill them here and now. You want to rip them apart into tiny little pieces so they feel the pain you went through tenfold. Am I wrong? His words sliced through the air like daggers. They got a kick out of watching you vomit blood. And you still want to give them another chance? They have no remorse for their actions. So why are you hesitating? Why in the world do you want to let them live? Is it pity? Or is there something that I don't know about? Carnephelia's voice was calm, but resolute. If that's what you believe, I have even more reason to spare their lives. I have no intention of doing what you wish of me, dear brother. Ian Fried's expression hardened. What did you say? She looked him in the eye. I'll take care of this as I see fit. He laughed, a cold, bitter laugh. Well, I felt this way with my deceased half-brother, but so many of my siblings are too weak to be a true Hell's Dante. You're all too nice. Yet they all treated me as if they could get the best of me. Why are you so overly confident? He wondered. Do you have the support of Father? Erlatina? Or someone I don't know about? It doesn't matter. I'd do anything to wipe that arrogant look off her face and fill it instead with dread and despair. He spoke with a twisted grin. You're an interesting one, half-sister. I hope you continue to be my source of entertainment. I'm tired of washing the blood of my siblings off my hands. So please, carry on with what you've been doing. Carnephelia clenched her fists. Did he come to irritate me? If so, it worked. She recalled the sight of Evelyn Vet, her tongue sliced off. In her final words, Evelyn had insisted that she wasn't the one behind the poisoning. Quite strange, right? Since I hardly have any visitors in my palace. If it isn't Evelyn, then who could have fed me poison? Trua suddenly cried out in fear. It wasn't us. Another added, that's right. We were just keeping an eye on you. We did as we were told by Lady Vet. Please spare us, Your Highness. The fault is ours. Someone else said desperately, we'll take any punishment you dole out. So please. Carnephelia looked at them, puzzled. I thought they would deny their actions. So why are they fessing up? What are they so afraid of? I'm sure it's not me. And then it hit her. I see. This is why he came to see me in the dungeon. That bastard. How dare he look down upon me like that? But then again, I guess he has every reason to. She straightened and spoke clearly. Let them go. A guard immediately responded, Yes, Your Highness, a maid gasped. Your Highness, you're letting us free? Carnephelia nodded. I don't want everyone here to die. But His Majesty, Her Majesty Erlatina, and myself would like to know the real culprit. The sinner must be punished, should they not? The maid jolted. What would you have us do? Carnephelia's voice was steady. I hear you know who the real culprit is. I want you to go to the Empress and inform her that you know the real culprit. That way, you'll be able to prove Her Majesty's innocence. Then she turned to Trua. Trua. Yes, Your Highness, Trua replied softly. Do you think they'll genuinely appreciate what I've done for them? Trua hesitated, then answered, Of course. The second prince turned his back on them. And you rescued them from death. In their eyes, you are their savior. Who knows? They may go out of their way to repay their debts. Carnephelia's thoughts lingered. Being thankful and paying their debts are two different things. I don't want them to repay their debts. I just want to be able to trust them. She looked away. I hope that day comes. Trua hesitated. Your Highness, where will you be staying? Your palace was burnt to the ground. Carnephelia smiled. Oh, that's right. Trua smiled in return. Do you think His Majesty will give you a new palace? A new palace? Which palace are you referring to? Carnephelia asked, amused. Trua chuckled. Something more decorative would be nice. And it would be great if it were more spacious. I hope they provide new bedding, which will provide warmth during the night. And also this and that. That evening, Carnephelia moved into her temporary quarters in the royal palace. As she looked across the room, her eyes landed on Aralatina and she wondered silently, why is she in such a bad mood? Aralatina looked at Carnephelia with concern etched across her face. You're not yet fully recovered, she said, her voice more stern than usual. I would like you to get some more rest. All eyes are on you right now, so I'd rather you stay put in the royal palace. Carnephelia blinked, taken aback. Oh, but I'm fine, she said softly, but her thoughts betrayed her confusion. So that's why she looked unhappy. I've never heard Her Highness talk so sternly before. Aralatina continued, her expression resolute. I'll have a talk with His Majesty to decide where you'll be staying from now on. Your palace should be a place where you can fully rest. Carnephelia hesitated before asking, shouldn't we focus on renovating your palace first? But Aralatina simply replied, I'm fine. I want to stay by His Majesty's side for now. That's right, Carnephelia thought. Ever since my birthday banquet, Her Highness has been receiving letters from various nobles. That means we successfully showed the world that Her Highness Aralatina still has a hold on His Majesty, and that she is still a force to be reckoned with. Aralatina suddenly smiled and said, Carnephelia. The rack of lamb is especially delicious today. Carnephelia blinked in confusion. Pardon? Aralatina chuckled. The mashed potatoes are also soft and fluffy. Do you like cabbage? Are there vegetables that you dislike? I know who you're gearing to go up against. That means you need to eat better and sleep well. And you need a safe resting place. I hope you will take better care of yourself, Carnephelia. A safe place. Carnephelia looked at her and quietly responded, Yes, Your Highness. Aralatina smiled gently. Eat up. Would you like to try this too? I'm glad the food is to your liking. Carnephelia felt her chest tighten with unexpected warmth. This almost makes me feel like I'm a child again. It feels so comforting. And I don't mind it at all. Aralatina stood up and said, I'll get going now. Please get some rest. She shut the door behind her. A knock came moments later. Carnephelia opened the door and smiled. Welcome, LL. Thank you for your hard work. I haven't seen you since my birthday banquet. LL stepped inside, plopping down and raising her hands to Carnephelia. Carnephelia reached out instinctively. I worried about you. Her expression says it all. I don't remember LL's hands being so warm. Is it because this was the first meal I enjoyed since I came back to the past? Or is it the lingering warmth from Her Highness Aralatina? If that's not it, maybe I mistook the trembling in LL's hands as warmth. She lowered her head slightly and murmured, I'm sorry, but I need to tell you that I have no intention of revealing my full plans to anyone. Carnephelia found herself apologizing to LL. So many people died on my behalf in my previous life. She said with quiet determination, so this time, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm fine, LL. I really am fine. Later, in the imperial chambers, the emperor sat sipping his tea. That's right, he said casually. The empress has offered to have the second princess stay there. Aralatina's voice rose in alarm. Of all places, why there, Your Majesty? Carnephelia's thoughts froze. The Ruby Palace. The Ruby Palace. Decorated with blood-red rubies, the Red Palace was bestowed upon Dicella by His Majesty when she became Empress. Dicella wishes to prove to the world that she wasn't behind the poisoning attempt against me by offering Carnephelia the Red Palace. She can pretend that she cares for me while keeping an eye out on me. How transparent of her. The Emperor glanced at Aralatina. Is this not to your liking, Aralatina? She bowed slightly and replied, My apologies, Your Majesty. My feelings for the second princess must be stronger than I thought. I don't think I could bear it if she left my side. The Emperor smiled. The Empress's proposal isn't a bad one. But you're the moon of the second princess. Feel free to tell me what you think will be most fitting. Aralatina chuckled, Your Majesty. If I may, I'd like to make a different proposal. Why don't we let the second princess stay in the Platinum Palace? The Emperor stiffened slightly. Did you say the Platinum Palace? Aralatina looked at the Emperor with calm conviction. Yes, Your Majesty. I believe the second princess was threatened because her palace was too far from the royal palace. It made her an easy target. The Platinum Palace is the closest to yours and likely the safest. The Emperor then turned to Carnephelia. What are your thoughts, Carnephelia? Do you wish to stay in the Platinum Palace? She bowed slightly, her voice steady. I wouldn't refuse if it were offered, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Even Ianfried was unable to gain access to the Platinum Palace. Do you know the significance of this move? Carnephelia smirked. It would be my very first victory against the second prince. The Emperor burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You know all the right things to say. In my eyes, neither you nor Ianfried deserve to live in the Platinum Palace. I expected him to refuse, Carnephelia thought. Father may find me interesting, but the Platinum Palace isn't for just anyone. Well, in that case, she let out a light chuckle. Your Majesty, I have another favor to ask of you. I'd like to step outside the palace. 3 days later, Carnephelia smiled warmly. Your Highness, the royal guard will accompany us for protection. Well then, shall we? The Chamberlain bowed. Have a safe outing, Your Highness. You must return before sunset. Carnephelia climbed into the carriage and chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Ianfried arrived just a moment too late. Oh, I just missed her. I wanted to see Carnephelia off. The Chamberlain greeted him politely. Greetings, Your Highness. Ianfried narrowed his eyes. Where is she off to? The Chamberlain replied. Her Highness wanted to pray at Mount Cribble. Did you say Mount Cribble? Ianfried repeated, frowning. Mount Cribble is notorious for its rocky roads and fickle weather. So why would she choose to go there for her first outing? Pray my ass. She probably has something up her sleeve. I can't wait to find out. Mount Cribble. Legend says it is a spiritual mountain, and many brave the treacherous roads to pray for the deceased. Each rock is painstakingly piled upon another to form stone towers. Those towers create a small mountain of stone. They give Mount Cribble an eerie feel, as if one were entering a grave of stones. Inside the bumping carriage, a maid clutched Carnephelia's arm and shouted, Don't worry, why Your Highness, I'm here to protect you. Hold on tight. Carnephelia's thoughts stirred. The road is quite bumpy. It's worse than I anticipated. The maid asked nervously, Wouldn't it be better to stop and pray here, Your Highness? Must we go so deep into the woods? The weather has suddenly become cloudy, and it's so eerie here. Another maid thought to herself, Did she just ignore us? Trua frowned. They wouldn't dare talk like that to another member of the royal family. She spoke firmly. It's my duty to take care of Her Highness. If you don't want to go up the mountain, why don't you get off here and wait for our return? That's not what we meant. One of the maids protested, but her thoughts betrayed her. I wish I could, but I have strict orders to spy on the second princess. Trua narrowed her eyes. I'm not afraid of you. Her Highness has been glued to the window since we got on the carriage. It's too dark to enjoy the view. I wonder what she's staring at? When the carriage finally stopped, Carnephelia stepped out gracefully. I know it was a rough ride. Thanks for coming along. Trua picked up a stone and asked, Are you here to build a stone tower, Your Highness? Carnephelia nodded. That's right. I'll go fetch some pretty rocks, Trua said eagerly. But Carnephelia shook her head. There's no need. This is more than enough. She kneeled quietly and began to pray. Trua leaned over to a nearby guard and whispered, Shall we pray, too? The guard shrugged. I don't pray. Is that so? She asked softly. Carnephelia's voice broke the silence. I hear these stone towers on Mount Cribble were built to remember the loved ones that were lost. The guard scoffed. What's the point when they're dead and gone? Trua turned to him sharply. Lower your voice. She lifted her hands suddenly. Huh? Is it raining? She asked, surprised. From the carriage, a maid shouted, Your Highness. We must head down immediately. We don't want to get caught in a landslide. Carnephelia looked up at the sky and smiled gently. Is that so? Let's make haste. Your Highness, Trua asked as the clouds began to thunder above them. Panic set in among the guards and servants. How could this be? Someone cried. There's a roadblock, another voice shouted. How are we supposed to find our way back? What will happen to us? What shall we do? Huh? What is that? The guard pointed toward a faint glow in the distance. Is that a light? Are those people? Soon, a man emerged from the darkness holding a lantern. How did you end up here? Are you stranded? We came down from the orphanage in the mountain. We were checking to see if anyone needed help. The rain fell quite unexpectedly. Trua let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. What a relief. God is on our side. She quickly got off the carriage and bowed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Carnephelia arrived at the orphanage with those mysterious rescuers. But something about the place made the guard uneasy. Something doesn't seem right. One of the locals offered warmly, "Would you like to join us for dinner?" "We don't have much, but we have enough to share." Carnephelia nodded. This place is safe. The guard's thoughts tensed. What did she just say? Another voice called out, "Come here, Tan." The guard approached, and the man asked quietly, "What is it?" The guard murmured, "I want you to keep an eye on, protect Her Highness." Surprised, the man blinked. What? But the other just smiled and said, "We'll go eat first." The guard scoffed internally. Who cares? I don't give a damn whether she dies due to lack of protection. In fact, I would dance with joy if she did. I heard it's her first time stepping foot outside the palace. And that she nearly died at her own birthday banquet. Why am I worried about the second princess? Something is definitely weird. His gaze wandered the orphanage. This orphanage is in the middle of nowhere, yet the food is plentiful. You're overreacting. They offered us corn and potatoes. But they have wine. Wine is expensive, and this is an orphanage for children. The realization made him pause. You have a point. Later, a maid approached Carnephelia. Would you like to go to bed, Your Highness? The weather has gotten worse. It may be best to go to bed early. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Of course. You must all be tired. Get some rest. After the maid left, Carnephelia walked over to the wall and blew out the candle. Is it here? She wondered. I can't see it, but I can definitely feel it. There's a hidden passageway behind this wall. She pressed forward. It's more narrow than I expected. An adult would have to crouch to get through. There's the light. As she opened the secret door, a familiar voice greeted her gently. You made it safely, Your Highness. Nasquin Dargent at your service. We don't have much time, Your Highness. Please follow me. Carnephelia's eyes widened as she caught sight of the woman waiting ahead, Lady Preta. They could pass off as twins. No, I'd say Helly's takes after his sister. She lost her entire family, the Svenbach dukedom, and eventually took her own life. Preta Svenbach. Helly's older sister. Carnephelia steeled herself. I can't let the past get to me. There's no turning back. I can't let history repeat itself. I came back in time to correct my mistakes. I have to keep Helly's and the Svenbach dukedom safe. She bowed. Your Highness? Greetings to the heir to the Svenbach dukedom. I am Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante. Lady Preta gasped. Oh, you shouldn't curtsy to me, Your Highness. Please rise. She studied Carnephelia thoughtfully. Is she laying low because she's young and lacks power? Or does she have ulterior motives? Please take a seat, Your Highness, she said kindly. Your clothes are so thin. Aren't you cold, Your Highness? Have you eaten and gotten some rest? Carnephelia's heart softened. She's just as kind and warm-hearted as I remember. This will make it more difficult. Lady Preta continued, We didn't expect you to find such a secretive location when we reached out to you, Your Highness. How very clever. Carnephelia cut her off. Why did you wish to see me? Preta paused, startled by her bluntness. She must be more short-tempered than I thought. She smiled and replied, Oh, that's because you're the only person who can stand up to the second prince of Hellsdante. Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. Is she referring to the battle for the throne? Other than that, Preta hesitated. My younger brother is on the brink of death, and I would like your help. Carnephelia's heart dropped. Did I hear correctly? Helles is severely ill? Why? This is news to me. This didn't happen in my previous life. My brother Helles fell ill recently, Preta said gravely. And the problem is, we don't know why he fell ill, which makes it difficult for us to find the cure. So we'd like to access the royal library or the royal physician to see if we can get a proper diagnosis. And you were the only royal we could reach out to. She lowered her head. Our physician warned us that Helles may not survive. I know this is a difficult request, but we beg you, Your Highness. Carnephelia felt her chest tighten. I don't recall Helles falling ill. So how can he be on the cusp of death? No, I can't bear to watch him suffer. Fine, Carnephelia said at last. I'll help you find the reason for his illness, and possibly the cure. Lady Preta gasped. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But in return, Carnephelia interrupted firmly, you must swear to never pledge allegiance to me in any way. Preta looked confused. Excuse me? Carnephelia looked her straight in the eyes. I plan to fight tooth and nail for the throne. I'm not doing it to become emperor or for my own personal gain. My plan is to bring down the Hellsdante Empire for good. Lady Preta hesitated for a moment, then asked, do you need the cooperation of our dukedom? Her thoughts swirled. This is treason. But Carnephelia calmly replied, no, in fact, I'd like for you to lay low and stay out of my father and brother's sight. You must protect the dukedom. Surprised, Lady Preta questioned, in that case, shouldn't you be requesting our help, Your Highness? Carnephelia's tone grew firm. I'm sure you don't want the blood of the innocent. Supporting me would equate to directly challenging the second prince. You don't want to give him a reason to attack the Svenbach dukedom. So I urge you to stay neutral. Instead of joining forces with me, you should focus on protecting your people. Lady Preta stared at her. Her Highness has seen right through us. I didn't think she would be so knowledgeable about my current situation. She finally said, fine. I'll be honest with you, Your Highness. I'll stop beating around the bush. You're spot on. I believe I should focus on making the Svenbach dukedom as strong as possible. But as you may well know, Your Highness, His Majesty is reluctant to grant more power to our dukedom. We've been victorious in battles and pledged our allegiance to the Empire, but our efforts have been futile. It seems the Hellsdante Empire is keeping us at arm's length. Carnephelia didn't flinch. Any noble family could do the things you just stated. Her words hit hard. It's infuriating, Lady Preta thought, but the second princess is right. Any other noble family could have done what we accomplished. But what else can we do to get into His Majesty's good graces? Accomplish something that has never been done before. Something that only the Svenbach dukedom can handle. Nasquin looked confused. I don't understand. Carnephelia answered, I'll give you a hint. But in return, I want you to make me a promise. I want your signature on this contract. It states that the Svenbach dukedom will not get involved with me in any way. My condition is that you stay absolutely neutral in the future. I made not only Lady Preta, but Sir Dargent sign the contract, Carnephelia thought. This should be enough. I played my hand more earlier than I expected, but all in all, it was a pretty good move on my part. My ultimate goal is to make sure that the dukedom of Svenbach doesn't get involved in my quest for revenge. But anyways, I wonder why Helles is sick. This didn't happen in my previous life. Is it due to my curse, because I came back in time? My avoiding him wasn't enough? I don't want you to lose everything you ever loved because of me. I'll find a cure for your illness, so please hang on, Helles. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. The servants have all gone to bed, Carnephelia thought. It can't be LL or Trua. I wonder who it is? It seems to be 2 people. Wait, make that 3. She smiled coldly. You'd better think twice if you wish to live. A man sneered, how cute. There's no one here but the 3 of us, princess. What a pity. You must have had help in the palace, but there's no one here to rescue you now. Murdered by bandits on your very first outing. What a tragic story that would make. And your body will be found tossed in the woods. I promise to pray for you when we descend the mountain. Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. Enough with the small talk. Are those your final words? He froze. What did you say? She chuckled. Why do they always send the stupid ones? The clever ones would never die by bandits in the mountain. Furious, he drew his sword and shouted, Why, that be *TCH. But before he could strike, LL appeared from the shadows, slashing her knife across his arm and pinning the second attacker with her blade. He cried out, Who dares? Panic filled his face. I made sure no one was in this room. How in the world did they get inside? Carnephelia stepped forward. Your friend won't be coming to help you. You know, the one who went to kill the staff of the orphanage. I tried to feign innocence, but your actions were so transparent. It's a shame, actually. The assassin trembled. Spare me, Your Highness. I don't want to die. If you let me live, I'll tell you everything I know. The information will be worth your while, Your Highness. And there will be less blood on your hands. She met his eyes. You're right. I don't like getting blood on my hands. Then, however, I'd rather have your blood on my hands than the blood of the innocent. She turned to her maid. Good job, LL. Could you make sure to leave no trace of the bodies? LL nodded silently. Just then, Trua burst through the door. I found him, Your Highness. Carnephelia's expression softened. I knew you could do it. Lead the way, Trua. Yes, Your Highness. Trua whispered into her ear. You were right. The children were sleeping in the innermost room in the orphanage. And the boy you were looking for is here. The boy with the golden hair. There was a reason Carnephelia had chosen this isolated orphanage to meet Preda and Nasquin. Not only was it in the middle of nowhere, it was, in fact, directly connected to the contract she signed with the Svenbach dukedom. In the Hellsdante family, aside from Carnephelia, Irongreed, and Renabella, there were many bastard children sired by His Majesty. The Emperor was a man of carnal instinct, and he bedded any woman he wished. Of course, most of the concubines were kicked out by Dacella, but the Emperor still found ways to bed various women. However, the moment one of those women became pregnant, the Empress and Eanvride made sure they didn't live to see another day. But there was one survivor. Unbeknownst to the Empress and the second prince, a bastard child managed to survive. Carnephelia stepped into the quiet room. Her eyes scanned the dark, and she saw a small figure trembling beneath a blanket. Gently, she reached out and pulled it aside. A boy with golden hair cowered before her, frightened and small. Carnephelia knelt, meeting his eyes. Hello, she said softly. You must be my brother, Zerzhan. In her memories, the third prince was just a small child. And now, standing before her, the boy greeted her with a hesitant, greetings. Carnephelia smiled gently. I'm Carnephelia Hellsdante. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boy, still trembling, tried to muster courage. I'm Zerzhan Hellsdante. It's a pleasure to meet you. He was clearly nervous and spoke haltingly, but still, he gathered his courage to introduce himself. Carnephelia crouched a little, softening her tone. Would you care for some sweets? His eyes lit up. I would love some, however. Her heart grew heavy, because she knew that in her past life, his lifeless body was found just a few years later. Then he asked, Do you know me? She replied softly, Of course I do. I'm here to save your life. His eyes welled up with tears. My mommy, she died trying to save me. I am going to die too. I have to hide. I have to run away. Carnephelia exhaled slowly. No matter where you hide, no matter how hard you try, on your own, you'll eventually get caught. That's why I came to rescue you, Zerzhan. He hesitated, his small voice trembling. How will you do that? She placed a hand on his head. I'm your older sister. You can trust me. Don't worry. You can trust these people. Try to get some sleep, but Zerzhan resisted. I don't want to. What if I wake up, and it was all a dream? Carnephelia pinched his cheek gently and teased. What if I wake up, and it was all a dream, correct? He yelped, ouch. Then softly asked, When can I see you again? Carnephelia whispered, You'll have to come into the royal palace at some point. But now's not the time. When we meet again, I promise to play with you. So try to focus on becoming stronger, so you can protect yourself. Nasquin carefully held the boy from behind, supporting his back. Zerzhan nodded, yes, sister. And, just like that, they were gone. The meeting with Preta ended with the Spenbacks taking Zerzhan under their wing, but Carnephelia still had work to do. Although the building was quite old, there were no visible leaks, and it was warm inside. Little children, full of curiosity, looked up at her. Are you a princess? What a pretty dress, a man shouted. Don't be rude, children. Maintain your distance from Her Highness. My apologies, Your Highness. They are still quite young, Carnephelia chuckled. It is fine, as long as they're healthy. A kind woman approached her with a smile. You must be famished. May I guide you to the dining hall? Carnephelia nodded, you may. What about the children? The woman replied, oh, they can have their meal once you're finished, Your Highness. But Carnephelia said, they can join me. Shocked, the woman protested, we wouldn't dare sit at the same table with you, Your Highness. Carnephelia smiled again. It's fine by me. Let's all eat together. She looked at the food. Thank you for the food, a boy shouted excitedly. Try this, Your Highness. The headmistress made it herself. It's yummy. And this. Here you go. Carnephelia laughed gently. It's too much. One at a time, please. The children giggled. Wow, Her Highness isn't picky about her food. She's so mature. I'm going to eat everything, just like Her Highness. Carnephelia's gaze softened. The children look happy and energetic. The woman beside her gently explained. The children here ran away from home to avoid starvation and domestic violence. The same goes for our staff. We're not an authorized orphanage even, but we never turn away those who come to us in need. That's why we've had trouble providing food for everyone. As you can see, we're located on a rocky mountain in the middle of nowhere. In the worst-case scenario, we may have to sneak down to the village below to look for food. Now that you know our story, are you still willing to support us? Carnephelia thought back. Out of the money I received to prepare for my banquet, I sent a portion of it to this orphanage. It wasn't much, she asked. Is that why you accepted my proposal, knowing it could have dire consequences? The woman smiled sadly. The world has already turned its back on us. But you gave us another opportunity at life. We were able to feed the children, and that was worth any consequence that may come our way. I'm sure you noticed it during your trek up this mountain. Mount Cribble is notorious for its dangerous trails and unpredictable weather. Even the most seasoned hikers avoid coming here. And these children risked their lives to get here. They inched up the treacherous mountain in order to live. And we couldn't let them die of starvation. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep them alive. Carnephelia was taken aback. Those are dangerous words. What if I had asked for something that you couldn't give? Then her expression softened. Having said that, I'm glad you took a leap of faith. Your bravery saved everyone in the orphanage. The woman's voice trembled, Your Highness. I don't deserve your praise, but Carnephelia replied, it doesn't matter whether you deserve it or not. Your decision saved not only the children here, but one of mine too. You turned risk into opportunity, and now they have a chance at a better future. Of course, I'm thankful to you for that. The woman placed her hand over her heart. Your Highness. Carnephelia stood. Now then, here's my condition. I want you all to leave Mount Cribble, and I want you to head east toward Carnet. The woman's eyes widened. You want us to go to Carnet? There will be many checkpoints along the way, Your Highness. It won't be easy to take all these children there by foot. Carnet, an undeveloped land in the east, full of wilderness. It would take a fortnight by carriage to get there from Mount Cribble. Carnephelia handed her a heavy pouch. Here, use this money to borrow a large carriage and bribe the guards at the checkpoints. It may be difficult at first, but you'll soon be able to settle down. And you won't have to run or hide anymore. The woman knelt. Thank you for the blessing you've bestowed upon us. We'll remember it until the day we die, Your Highness. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's office, the Chamberlain stood nervously. You lost contact with Carnephelia? She asked to go out, then goes missing. The Emperor didn't seem concerned. I am a bit appalled, but this is the second princess we're discussing here. She wouldn't die so easily. In fact, I'm sure she'll come back with something that piques my interest. And I can't wait to hear all about it. To make the deaths of the soldiers seem natural, Carnephelia had no choice but to collapse yet again. The carriage rolled up to the castle gates and Trua's urgent voice rang through the courtyard. Call for the royal physician. We need the royal physician. There was a bandit attack, and Her Highness has lost consciousness. The chamberlain rushed out, his voice filled with fury. What is the meaning of this? Why are you alive and unharmed when the other soldiers have met their death? All eyes turned toward the lone young soldier who had returned without a scratch. And when he refused to speak, he was immediately imprisoned in the dungeons. He sat in the dark cell, bitter and quiet. So, is it my turn to die now? Carnephelia entered with a calm smile. Have no fear. I don't kill the innocent. I only retaliate when attacked. Consider it self-defense. The soldier blinked in disbelief. I thought you had fainted, Your Highness, yet here you are, up and about. Carnephelia smiled wider. You don't seem worried about me. Are you sorry that I'm fine? Did you hope that I was seriously injured? Her voice was teasing, but her eyes were sharp. Having said that, if you're plotting revenge, you'd be better off hiding your emotions. He grit his teeth, rage spilling from his mouth. You're trash, like every other Hell's Dante. Carnephelia didn't flinch. Whether it be a half-blood princess, noble, commoner, or slave, we are all equal in the face of death. His breath hitched. Where did that come from? Does she know that I was once a slave? Carnephelia looked directly at him. Tan Karpf. Tan for short. I don't intend on becoming your enemy. And if I could give you a piece of advice, build up the rage inside you. One day, I'll help you get your revenge. And when I do, don't you ever give up. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's chambers, the atmosphere was tense. Chamberlain, he asked, how is the atmosphere within the palace right now? Do you believe that this was all a coincidence? Can't anyone see ahead? Am I dealing with a bunch of bumbling fools? The Chamberlain bowed. Apologies, Your Majesty. The Emperor gave a sly smile. It's fine. It's not you I'm worried about, but that silly Empress of mine. She didn't think to send more than 3 soldiers. Pardon? The Chamberlain asked, confused. The Emperor leaned back, deep in thought. It's blatantly obvious. It's 1 soldier too many to merely frighten Carnephelia. But it wasn't enough to successfully murder her. The second princess is the only one who seems to think ahead. This has significant meaning. By the way, Your Majesty, the Chamberlain handed him a sealed letter. We received a letter from the Svenbach dukedom. The Emperor opened it, scanning the contents. Then suddenly he laughed. Ha! Ha ha! Prepare to greet Lady Svenbach. Pardon? The Chamberlain blinked. The little Svenbach twat has dared to request a meeting with me. A few days later, in the Emperor's audience chamber, Lady Preda stood tall. Greetings to the eternal son of the Hell's Dante Empire. Preda Svenbach at your service. The Emperor's voice was unexpectedly gentle. You were but a mere child the last time we met. So, what brings you here to my palace? She looked at him and thought to herself, he's the spitting image of the second prince. Wait, it's probably the other way around. I, Preda Svenbach, would like to formally inform His Majesty that we happened upon a child of Hell's Dante lineage. The Emperor's expression twisted. What? His thoughts spiraled. A child that carries my bloodline that I don't know about? I thought I had disposed of them all, both old and young. The Empress was adamant that I take action. But the Svenbach twat wouldn't dare come here and lie to my face. Where is the child? He asked. He is at a safe place, Your Majesty, she answered. The Emperor's tone sharpened. When you say safe place, are you implying that the royal palace is unsafe for this child that you just mentioned? His gaze grew darker. As you well know, I took care of any unwanted Hell's Dante blood myself. But here you are, saying this child is under your protection. Shall I consider this treason on your part? Those who commit treason are beheaded, successor to the Svenbach dukedom or not. Lady Preda chuckled calmly. I can prove that the Svenbach dukedom remains loyal to the Hell's Dante Empire. We would gladly end the child's life upon your command. However, we'd first need proof that this child is a royal. She held up a vial. I heard you can decipher the royal bloodline through a blood test. This blood comes from a young boy with golden hair and hazel eyes. And his mother is said to be Lanya Hall. The Emperor stood. Lena Hall. It's not a name I remember. But if he has hair like spun gold, he turned to his men. Bring me the Holy Grail. Yes, Your Majesty, Lady Preta answered. The Emperor reached for the dagger. I'll take the dagger. I assume this is holy water. But of course, Your Majesty, Lady Preta confirmed. He sliced his finger, and drops of royal blood fell into the bowl. The water reacted. He really is one of mine. His voice was low and deadly. So where is this child, and what has he been up to? Was he born with a blessing? As I said earlier, Lady Preta replied smoothly, he is at a safe place, Your Majesty. He went through quite a bit at a young age and needs time to recover. The Emperor muttered, yes, the royal palace wouldn't be the safest place for him. But I'm not sure he will be safe elsewhere either. Lady Preta's voice held an edge. From what I've seen with the second princess of Hellsdante, it may be safer for His Highness to stay where he is. The Chamberlain's heart skipped a beat. She's treading on dangerous waters. But the Emperor simply smiled. Well. I never knew the Svenbach dukedom had such interest in the second princess. This isn't the right place to have this conversation. Why don't we carry on elsewhere? As Lady Preta turned her head, a soldier approached and covered her eyes with a cloth. The Emperor commanded, lock her up. But make sure to handle her gently. Yes, Your Majesty. Lady Preta chuckled silently. Wow, the second princess was right. Everything is going as she said it would. Carnephelia chuckled softly. You'll achieve what you wished for. Now, it's all up to Lady Svenbach. So many things had already changed from her previous life. Back then, it had been Preta's mother who met with her father. But during Renabella's birthday banquet, she was caught in an unfortunate event and unjustly imprisoned in the dungeons. This time, however, things were different. Preta had Zerzhan in her grasp. Kirade wouldn't be able to harm her. But still, Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. Just how ill is Helly's for Preta to risk coming to the royal palace? If it were that serious, rumors would have spread. So why didn't I hear about it? But then again, Helly's had never been the type to share personal matters. Even if it was a matter of life and death, the nobility would have gossiped, especially if it could shake high society. Damnation. If only I weren't a Hellsdante. If I had been the daughter of a mere baron, I would have rushed over to the dukedom of Svenbach without hesitation. She closed her eyes. I want the Svenbach family to survive this time around. I had no choice, Lady Preta had said earlier. My younger brother's life is at stake. Carnephelia's thoughts spiraled again. Are they keeping it hidden on purpose? If I could just look into his eyes, take his hands into mine, I'd profess my love to him and do my best to nurse him back to health. But then she shook her head. There's no point imagining our reunion. There should be no member of the Hellsdante family near Helly's. It's for his own good. And I don't deserve to be by his side ever. She sighed. Yes, I'm glad that we're apart right now. Why are we going to the Royal Library, Your Highness? Trua asked with a laugh. Carnephelia beamed. Oh, there's something I want to research. Her alliance with Erelatina had opened new doors, like the medal she received, granting her access to the library. Without Erelatina's support, she never would have made it this far. A stern lady at the entrance gave her a cold glance. You have the right to enter the library. However, your servants cannot accompany you. Trua stiffened. Pardon? Are you implying that Her Highness has to enter the library on her own? I need to help her find books. Carnephelia smiled gently. It's fine, Trua. I'll be back before you know it. Run errands if you have to. Same goes for you, LL. Trua protested. That's not it. I have no errands to run, Your Highness. I'll wait for you here. A man stepped forward. I will be your guide from here, Your Highness. Carnephelia nodded. You do that, he asked. Is there a particular book you wish to read? Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. He's writing everything down. Who came to visit, what book they searched for. I would like to read up on diseases and antidotes, she said calmly. It's this way, Your Highness, he responded. The first floor has books on herbs, poisonous plants, and diseases. The second floor is focused on rare diseases. Finally, the third floor consists of books on incurable diseases. As you can see, there's a massive amount of books here. If you tell me the ones you want, I can look for them on your behalf. Carnephelia smirked. I was always ill as a child, especially after meals. I'd like to find out why. Would you like for me to find books related to poison? He asked. I would, she replied. I guess the whole world knows that I was poisoned as a child, she thought bitterly. Didn't think he'd bring it up. I'll be right back, Your Highness, he said with a polite smile. Carnephelia looked around. The library is heavily guarded. It won't be easy finding the books that I'm looking for. She picked one up and began flipping through. She exhaled. I have no idea what's written within these books. From what Prita had told her, Helly's was suffering from a fever, something common enough, but there were thousands of books here. Will I be able to find a cure in time? Helly's. Something felt wrong. Come to think of it, Helly's might be second-born, but he was still a Svenbok. And like his sister, he was born with divine powers. That alone should have made it hard for him to fall ill. Divine powers purify poison. So why? Your Highness, the guide returned, holding a stack. I found books catered to your reading level. How very meticulous of you, Carnephelia said. It was my pleasure. May I guide you to a place where you can sit comfortably while you read? She asked softly, I hear the Royal Library has books on every topic imaginable. Is it true? That's right, Your Highness, he replied. Since the beginning, the Hellsdante Empire has accumulated a vast amount of information. I can say with confidence that this library contains nearly everything you need to know about the continent. Does that include military, politics, and administration? She asked. But of course, he said with a smile. Does it include divine powers too? Carnephelia inquired. Yes, it does. Oh, but you need permission from His Majesty to read books on divine powers. The same goes for the blessings bestowed upon the royal family. It is a complicated process. I see, Carnephelia smiled faintly. As you may well know, I'm tired of falling ill by poison. I'm sure you heard already. If I could read up on herbal antidotes for various poisons, that would be helpful. That wouldn't be too difficult, he said. I'll fetch you the books you need after I show you to your seat. I'll be right back. Go ahead, she nodded. But once he left, Carnephelia's thoughts turned cold. What to do? He's going to be suspicious that I asked about divine powers, rather than the fact that I need permission from the Emperor. People equate divine power to the Svenbok family. People may think that I've joined forces with the Svenboks. Is there really no other way for me to find the cure without my father finding out? The royal physician suddenly appeared. Your hand, Carnephelia flinched. What's taking you so long? I said, give me your hand. She seized her wrist, inspecting it. I told you to take the medicine I prescribed. Why in the world are you looking at these books? Her tone was sharp. You can purify poison with divine powers, but only to a certain extent. In order to heal completely, you must take your medicine instead of poring over these books. How did you know? Carnephelia asked in disbelief. No one must find out that I was healed by Prita. The royal physician smiled knowingly. I accumulated the knowledge during my tenure as a royal physician. Then I need to find a way to learn about divine powers, something that my father and the Svenbok family know nothing about. Well then, Carnephelia began. Can people with divine powers fall ill? Of course, the physician answered. I've been studying diseases for over 5 decades. I'm on the cusp of retirement, but I was the physician to the late emperor. The current emperor doesn't like me much though. He tilted his head. It seems you wish to learn more about divine power, Carnephelia chuckled. Do you have a moment to chat? She may be able to find a cure for Helly's. Carnephelia thought, her heart swelling with new hope. The royal physician raised a brow. How very strange. The royals I've met were all self-centered and arrogant. And here you are, seemingly searching for a cure for someone else. Her voice trailed off, filled with ambiguity. Carnephelia frowned. Was that a compliment or a scolding? Then, the physician gently raised Carnephelia's hand and spoke firmly. You should take care of yourself first, instead of putting all your efforts into saving someone else. Carnephelia clenched her dress tightly. Don't talk as if you know everything. Her voice was low, but sharp. Why are you so interested in divine power, Your Highness? The physician asked. Carnephelia didn't hesitate. There's someone who desperately needs the information. The physician tilted her head. Even if it means breaking the rules, she continued. Don't you know that rules exist for a reason? If you're desperate enough to break them, it no longer becomes an issue of good or evil, but rather what you could gain or lose from it. Some rules seem unnecessary and are difficult to understand, but they were established over a duration of time. And if you dared to break them, there would be much to lose and little to gain. She observed Carnephelia thoughtfully. She must be kinder than I thought. However, Carnephelia looked up with determination. What of it? It doesn't matter whether I stand to lose because of my decision. How could I protect my loved ones by following all the rules? I was moved by their desperation, rather than what I could benefit from the situation. And that is why I decided to take the risk. So unfortunately, I have no intention of turning back. The royal physician smirked. So you're a child after all. I thought you were a little adult, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Then she turned to an assistant. Send someone to the innermost room within the royal apothecary. I will give you what you need. Carnephelia pressed again. Listen. What I need is permission from His Majesty. The physician chuckled. When I was young and career-driven, I enjoyed some fun times at the Royal Library. Did you know that some books are available to only a select few? She leaned in, whispering like a child sharing a secret. I got a kick out of secretly copying those books. Yes, I broke the rules. Of course, I have access to those books now. But the ones I copied in secret? Still imprinted on my mind, she smiled mischievously. I'll write down what you need to know. Carnephelia looked confused. I thought you wanted me to abide by the rules. The physician burst out, irritated. Didn't you just hear what I said? I want you to take advantage of the knowledge I accumulated by breaking the rules. Now get ready to send someone over. I have to refresh my memory. That'll keep me busy for a while. Is she trying to help me out? I didn't expect her to be so kind. I'm grateful, nonetheless, Carnephelia thought, heart softening. Just then, the man returned, pushing a trolley. Your Highness, I brought the books you asked for. Thank you, Carnephelia said sincerely. I'll start on them right this minute. She rubbed at her shoulder, groaning. My shoulders are stiff. Outside, a carriage pulled up. Trua's eyes widened. What is a carriage doing here at this hour? Oh, could it be that? Carnephelia chuckled. It seems to be the case. They came earlier than expected. The nobles are taking swift action. They must have been shocked to hear the news. It seems they are headed toward the main palace, but those men, her eyes narrowed, seem to be headed toward the second prince's palace. They are his cronies, after all. I can't wait to read tomorrow's papers. Trua, Carnephelia called. Yes, Your Highness? I'm going to pay Her Highness Erlatina a visit. Could you check how our former staff are doing? What? Why? Trua looked shocked. They had to leave our palace, Carnephelia explained, but they once worked for me. I want to see how they are doing. Trua's heart swelled. Your Highness, I'll go check on them right this minute. Could you take these, LL? Carnephelia turned to LL. I have a different task for you. Do you remember the old physician who took care of me? LL nodded silently. I want you to go see her tonight. Make sure you're unnoticed. She will have something for me. I want you to go retrieve it. Meanwhile, at the palace, the emperor sat stiffly on his throne. So, you all came at this belated hour because of a rumor you heard on the streets? He asked. A man stepped forward anxiously. Your Majesty, how could this be deemed as a silly rumor? We implore you to tell us the truth. Did Lady Svebok really find a child sired by you, Your Majesty? The emperor's brow twitched. It isn't difficult to see where the question came from. They're blaming me for failing to rid the world of my bastard children. He could still hear the whispers from earlier. Does Lady Svebok really have the child under her protection? What? She has the child. How could this be? Is the Svebok family behind this? At this rate. You have the right to come here and berate me like this. The emperor suddenly snapped. Even if the rumors were true, you all are in no position to rebuke my actions. And yet you dare. A maid stepped forward, trembling. But we have to come up with a plan, Your Majesty. We believe we have the right to know the truth before the public finds out in tomorrow's papers. Is this child really yours, Your Majesty? The emperor stared at her, then finally said, The rumors are true. Gasps echoed in the hall. The second princess was recently given the right to ascend the throne. And now there is another child who could be a contender for the throne? And they were found by none other than the Svenbok dukedom. If the child gains their support, they may wield more power than the second prince and princess. He narrowed his eyes. We need to find this bastard child as soon as possible. Then one man hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, do you know the whereabouts of the child? The emperor chuckled darkly. Marquis, wasn't the first prince enough? Marquis, the nobleman cried out. Why is His Majesty so nonchalant about the bastard child? The room buzzed with murmurs. We didn't even get a chance to reprimand Lady Svenbok, nor did we discuss how to punish her for her actions. That's right, someone muttered. But we can't do a thing right now. A voice cut through the noise. Silence. The emperor stood firm. It seems my child is alive and well. Why should I not welcome them with open arms? His gaze swept over the gathered nobles. I can see through your excuses. I'd advise you to keep mum, unless you can come up with something that piques my interest. You fools. You couldn't muster up the courage to talk back to His Majesty. Someone whispered, the second princess threw everyone for a loop. But fortunately, the emperor and second prince do not seem to care what happens to her. The marquis turned toward two earls. Earl Renaud, Earl Ingram. What did His Highness tell you? Ingram chuckled. He said to take care of the child. The marquis paused. What His Highness wishes for shall be done. His eyes narrowed as he thought aloud. If I were Lady Svenbok, where would I stash away the bastard child? The Dargent family is the only noble family that has ties with the dukedom of Svenbok. And the firstborn son is said to be Lady Svenbok's mentor. The Dargents have remained neutral until now, so they would be the first place the Svenboks would hide their ace in the hole. We must make haste. Let us go pay a visit to the Dargent estate right away. Marquis Dargent opened the door, shouting, What brings you here at this ungodly hour, Marquis Gordonchal? The Marquis replied calmly, We're here to search for His Majesty's bastard child. Marquis Dargent frowned. What does that have to do with me? But Gordonchal's voice grew colder. Marquis Dargent. We respected your decision to remain neutral, but you seem to have crossed the line. I have no idea what you're referring to, Dargent said icily. But we're more than happy to give you the benefit of the doubt, Gordonchal continued. All you need to do is allow us to search for the bastard child that Lady Svenbok has squirreled away. Mark my words, Marquis Gordonchal, Dargent roared. How dare you frame the Dargent family like this? I'll be making an official complaint to His Majesty. A complaint, Gordonchal said smoothly. We are here on official business, Marquis. Not only that, you agreed to pledge your allegiance to His Highness the Second Prince, did you not? Now is the time to prove yourself. It will keep your family alive. The door burst open. Soldiers stormed in, shouting, We are looking for the bastard child of His Majesty. We must find him. They scattered throughout the estate. We searched the main estate, guest house, the inner and outer gardens, the kitchen, the pantry, the servants' quarters, the greenhouse, and the stables, but we found nothing. That can't be, Marquis Gordonchal snapped. Check again. Make sure to look at every nook and cranny. Yes, my lord, the soldier shouted. Marquis Dargent chuckled. I told you that we don't have him. The premises were searched through and through, but they were unable to find even a single golden hair. As Marquis Gordonchal left, fuming, he vowed to search all land owned by the Dargent family. That rude, insolent imbecile, Marquis Dargent muttered. Official order, my ass. Why, I should go straight to His Majesty and file a complaint right this minute. Beside him, Nasquin said calmly, They believe the second prince is the successor to the throne. To them, his orders are deemed as an official order. They were treating me with disrespect, Dargent yelled. Those fools, Nasquin chuckled. I told you this before, father. The followers of the second prince are all vile and not worth. He didn't finish. Marquis Dargent picked up a shoe and smacked him. Ouch, Nasquin shouted. Shut that mouth, his father bellowed. We were subject to this disgrace because of your connection to the Svenbok dukedom. Nasquin rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Don't fret, father. It's only a matter of time before those vile men meet their downfall. At this rate, I'll be falling before they do, the Marquis shouted. If you hadn't informed us in advance, we would have been in deep trouble. How dare you commit such a deed without consulting with me first? Nasquin had informed his parents minutes before the raid, nearly giving Marquis d'Argent a heart attack. Please open the secret passageway, Father, Nasquin said. Why do you need to use the passageway? Marquis d'Argent's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. What have you gotten yourself into? Nasquin smirked. Father, do you really take your only son for a troublemaker? What makes you think that you aren't? His father retorted. Ahem, Nasquin muttered, brushing it off. Then Marquis d'Argent paused. Hold on. Are you saying that Lady Svenbach has really found His Majesty's bastard child? Nasquin grinned. Wow, news travels fast. Does everyone know about it? Why you? How could you keep this from me? His father fumed. Haha, you can scold me later. But for now, I need you to open the secret passageway, Marquis d'Argent groaned. How I raised such a troublemaker is beyond me. Haha, Nasquin laughed freely. Only the head of the d'Argent family could open the secret passageway. And that was how Nasquin was able to send Zerzhan away. Because of you, we were able to move him to a safe place, Nasquin said gratefully. Thank you, Father, but his father remained grim. They are working under the orders of the second prince. At this rate, the child will be caught. We have to take him to the royal castle to prove that he really is a Hellsdante. If not, Lady Svenbach and our family will be in grave danger. I'll keep that in mind, Father, Nasquin said with a smile. So where is the young highness? His father asked. He is at the safest place he can possibly be, Nasquin replied. At least, I hope, Husmac. Marquis d'Argent slapped his son across the face. You're really out of your mind. You're making me worried. You should be meticulous. Suddenly, the door burst open. My lord, a servant called. Marquis Clavel looked up. What brings you here at this belated hour? You should lower your voice. Well, we received a package from Marquis d'Argent, but I have no idea how to handle it. I believe you should come see for yourself, my lord. From the d'Argents, Marquis Clavel muttered, confused. All I see is food. Why would they send this? I don't want to get involved in any more drama. Send this back at once. Yes, my lord. But just as they turned away, hold up, sir, someone shouted. A woman stepped forward, cloaked and hidden. Ack, the servant yelped. What is the meaning of this? And who the hell are you? Natalie pulled back her hood with a soft chuckle. I didn't think you'd be so cold-hearted. Greetings, Marquis Clavel Zentiard. My name is Natalie. I work as a journalist covering the lowly commoners. Clavel narrowed his eyes. Are you here to reveal the skeletons in my closet? No, my lord, Natalie replied. I wanted you to be the first to know about my latest exclusive. I'd love to hear what you think. She lifted the lid from the box of fruit, revealing its hidden contents. Please tell me, will you help me keep this child alive, or not? The old physician's book was chock full of detailed accounts on the former emperors of Hellsdante. For the royal family, those supposedly blessed by the gods, the existence of people with divine powers had always been a thorn in their side. It was written that all humans had the ability to absorb divine power, and while it varied from person to person, the more intricate the divine power, the more one could accumulate. Intricacy could be attained through relentless practice, and with that practice, their strength could grow. But divine power wasn't eternal. It could fade over time or vanish all at once. If it disappeared gradually, the person would begin to age with the loss of that power. If it disappeared overnight, the sudden loss could wreak havoc on the body. Carnephelia read intently, her thoughts racing. This isn't what happened to Hellies. Still, the book explained, those who lost divine powers overnight suffered greatly. Fever, nausea, muscle pain, coughing up blood, the pain so unbearable, it felt as though every nerve was being torn apart. They began to hear and see things that weren't there. Does this mean Hellies' divine powers disappeared overnight? Carnephelia thought, stunned. How could such a thing happen? There was no clear reason for the loss. Divine power was a gift from the gods, and just as easily, the gods could take it away. Everything depended on their will. Was this because of my curse? She clenched her fists. Still, if I can find a way to get Hellies' powers back, he'll be able to recover in no time. I have to find a way. Her heart ached. What happened, Hellies? I thought that by turning back time and ensuring we had nothing to do with each other, I could save you from an unhappy life. But it seems I'm not destined to do so, even in this lifetime. She whispered to herself, the will of the gods, and then, gritting her teeth, she thought bitterly, damnation. At this rate, Hellies' condition will get worse. I must make haste. Turning to her loyal attendant, Carnephelia said, LL. I need to pay Marquise Entiad a visit. But before she could leave, there was a knock at the door. Carnephelia, came Aerolitina's voice. Carnephelia turned quickly. Your Majesty, she asked. Aerolitina tied the sleeves of her coat, calm and composed. I thought you would take action right about now. Be careful. I shall, Carnephelia nodded. Aerolitina stepped closer, her voice soft but firm. Mark my words. Marquise Entiad is a formidable opponent. If he tries to harm you in any way, you may bring up my name. Carnephelia bowed her head slightly. Thank you. She knew of Marquise Entiad. Once a staunch supporter of the first prince, he had lost his son at the hands of Eanvride, the second prince. After the first prince's death, Eanvride began gaining power. The other noble families turned against the Entiad family, isolating them. Citing health issues, Marquise Entiad became a recluse, refusing to step foot outside his estate. At this rate, Carnephelia thought, he'll die from sorrow. But even still, I'm not sure whether he will help me with my cause. Aerolitina watched her silently. She's lost in her thoughts again. I just wanted her to rely on me. Be safe, she whispered. Carnephelia nodded, I will. Don't worry about me. As the carriage made its way through the dark night, Carnephelia stepped out at the estate gate. Will you wait for me here, LL? I need to go on my own, she said softly. LL bowed her head in silent understanding. Carnephelia opened the large door and stepped forward, speaking gently, greetings. I'm Carnephelia Hellsdante, the second princess of Hellsdante. It's nice to meet you, Marquise Entiad. As her eyes met his, she could feel the weight of his hatred. I can see that he loathes the Hellsdante family. He's doing his best to not lose his temper. It must not have been easy for him to agree to meet me. Even now, he's doing his best to treat me with respect. She continued, thank you for hiding Natalie and my brother on my behalf. Also, I'd like to offer my condolences for the death of your son, but the moment the words left her mouth, the Marquis erupted. How dare a Hellsdante bring up my son? He roared. You may be of tender age, but I'm sure you know of your half-brother's evil deeds. Father, we must avenge the death of His Highness the First Prince. I'm sure it was His Highness the Second Prince who was behind it. Marquise Entiad's voice cracked with fury. I don't know what they did with my son's body. All I know is that he was killed by the Second Prince. I was loyal to the Hellsdante family all my life. Do you know what Curate said to me? He remembered the Emperor's cold words. According to the reports, your son's death was deemed an unfortunate accident. Are you so unhappy with Eanvride that you would try to frame him? Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? The Marquis had screamed. But Emperor Curade's reply was even colder. Whether I like it or not, Eanvride will likely ascend the throne when I step down. Like I was able to choose a new successor, you should try to do the same. Although still young, I hear your second son is a bright child. Don't hold on to the dead. Forget and let them go. Carnephelia exhaled quietly. Beside her, the Marquis coughed, his voice breaking. You think I'm a fool, too? Of course not, Marquis, Carnephelia said softly. I was just glad to see that you held on to your rage. I was worried that you had given up, or even forgiven, those who did you wrong. I also hold rage in my heart. No one will hear my story if I give up on getting revenge. Her eyes gleamed with resolve. And I intend to reveal the truths they hid behind their evil acts. I will make sure that they all meet their deaths. I have yet to show you my true intentions. As you know, your enemies have yet to pay for their sins. She stepped closer. What do you say, Marquis? Don't you wish to hear more about my plans? My plan is simple, Carnephelia said, her voice calm yet firm. I want the Hellsdante family to fall into ruins and make their lives a living hell. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, his tone wary. Aren't you afraid of their blessings? By acting against them, you'll suffer a curse so severe, you'll wish you were dead. Carnephelia offered a small, unshaken smile. I'm not afraid of the curse, death, or what may come in the afterlife. It would be nothing compared to the living hell the Hellsdante family has created. The Marquis stared at her for a moment, then exhaled. I have one condition. His voice trembled slightly as he continued, my son drowned before he could come of age and become my successor. I still have nightmares every day where I search helplessly for his body. So you must promise me that the bastard never succeeds the throne. Promise me his death will be remembered by no one. Carnephelia let out a quiet laugh. I'll do my best to make that happen. I swear. The Marquis leaned forward, his tone now intrigued. Well then, tell me of your plans. What is it you wish of me? What I wish from you, Marquis, is Carnephelia began, but the Marquis interrupted her thoughts. Please live a long, healthy life, he mused inwardly. She is also an arrogant Hellsdante. But despite his bitterness, something in her fire had stirred him. I wanted personal revenge, but I'm now invested in your plans. I want to see everything engulfed by the fire you ignited. I'll be keeping an eye on you, second princess. Carnephelia's thoughts shifted. I'm glad that Natalie and Zerzhin are safely tucked away. If the meeting between Prita and father went well, he will ask her to bring Zerzhin to him at once. And when she is called in, I'll hand her the information I gathered on divine powers. That means I should meet His Majesty. Aralatina's voice snapped her out of it. Carnephelia? Is the food not to your liking? You're not eating much. Carnephelia stiffened, then quickly smiled. Oh, everything is delicious. And I've started to eat more than I did before. Aralatina patted her gently on the head. Good for you. You need to eat to gain energy. During tea time today, I plan on asking His Majesty to hire a private tutor for you. Carnephelia blinked. Pardon. You are wise and clever. I'm sure you'll be able to maximize your potential through a tutor, Aralatina explained. You were given permission to enter the royal library, so it may be the perfect opportunity to ask. What do you say? A chance at higher education. Carnephelia's heart skipped. I couldn't dare ask for a tutor in my previous life. Aralatina chuckled. Feel free to speak your mind. I am your moon. This is the least I can do for you. My moon and my guardian. Carnephelia's eyes softened. Thank you. Aralatina smiled. Are you finished? Shall we go have tea now? Carnephelia nodded. That sounds wonderful. Later, seated in the presence of the emperor, Carnephelia spoke clearly. A tutor. I wish to learn the disciplines of kingship. That is something I cannot learn on my own. The emperor laughed, loud and mocking. Ha! Ha ha! Be honest with me. Do you really believe you can ascend the throne? What makes you think you'll be able to oust Ianfried and succeed me as the next emperor? You don't even have a blessing. Carnephelia, undeterred, answered gently, the Hellsdante blood runs through my veins. It's not entirely impossible. I can see the near future, Your Majesty. She continued, when my nanny fed me poison cake, I was on the cusp of death. But here I am, alive and well. That's because I envisioned what would happen in my dreams. The emperor paused. That's interesting. But you have nothing to prove it. Of course I can prove it, Carnephelia replied, her smile growing. I had another dream last night. I dreamed of a silver-haired lass being rewarded by Your Majesty. And when the girl left the castle, a young boy was holding her hand. He was younger than I, with golden hair. She closed her eyes briefly. That's all I remember. But I'm sure he had golden hair, a symbol of the royal family. Maybe I saw wrong. She knows what will happen, the emperor thought, unease creeping into his mind. Even if she had spies in my palace, she wouldn't be able to know all the details. Maybe her blessing is the ability to foresee the future. Carnephelia tilted her head. Your Majesty, will you reward me too, if my dreams prove to be of help to you? Such insolence. The emperor gritted his teeth. If you can convince me that your abilities are real, then yes, I might give you a reward. In that case, Carnephelia said with a glint in her eye, could you give me the Platinum Palace? The emperor slammed his fist on the table. Your arrogance has no bounds. I'm done here. As he stood and stormed off, he muttered, "Sincerely hope what you foresee is worthy of the Platinum Palace." But before he left entirely, he added coldly, "I'll put together a group of scholars to tutor the second princess." Aralatina bowed slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I've done the base work," Carnephelia thought as she watched him leave. "Now all that is left is for my final pawn to make their move." The next morning, a carriage arrived at the castle gates. As it came to a halt, Marquis Entiad stepped out, grimacing at the familiar surroundings. "I can't believe I'm back here of my own volition," he muttered. "Back into this hellhole. I can't believe I'm back here of my own volition," the Marquis muttered, stepping down from the carriage. The sky had darkened with his arrival. "The sky has darkened upon my arrival. It is proof that the palace is an ominous place." A servant greeted him with a bow. "Welcome, Marquis Entiad. His Majesty has been waiting for you." The Marquis followed silently, each step echoing against the polished stone. The Emperor sat comfortably with a wine glass in hand, a thin smile on his face. "Welcome." Marquis Entiad offered a formal greeting. "Greetings to the eternal son of our empire." "You may have a seat," the Emperor said, gesturing with royal ease. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor took a sip from his glass. "It must be coming back to you." He paused, swirling the wine before drinking. Ahem. It just doesn't taste the same. The bouquet has changed, too." The Marquis tilted his head. "Are you referring to the scent of the wine? Or are you referring to blood of the deceased?" The Emperor chuckled. "It seems you still harbor hard feelings toward me. You were once my most trustworthy advisor. I suppose you've changed too, like this wine." He thought bitterly, turned his back on me after the death of his son. It was the same with Aralatina. How could they choose their dead children over me? But I need him right now, so I must treat him with respect. The Emperor smiled. "Regardless, my feelings for you haven't changed, dear friend. You came to me first. Does this mean you finally changed your mind?" Marquis Entiad held his glass tightly. "The reason why I requested to see you, Your Majesty, is to give you one final piece of advice." "Final?" "Release Lady Svenbach. And send her back to the dukedom, Your Majesty." The Emperor raised an eyebrow. "I heard you were a recluse, hiding away in your estate. Yet you're up to date on the latest gossip. Where did you hear about the Svenbach girl?" "Lady Svenbach is only 15 years old," the Marquis said evenly. "She will likely request a tax cut for the dukedom. Take the high road by rewarding her for finding the third prince. And send her home. The public will view you in a positive light." The Marquis narrowed his eyes. "Why do you say that? Are you close with the Svenbachs? And what's in it for me, Your Majesty? I say this as your former confidant and advisor." "I heard some knights ransacked the home of a marquis." The Emperor nodded. "Yes, you must be referring to. Then you must have heard that they said they were under official orders." "Official orders?" "Yes. They said they were acting upon the orders of the son of Hellsdante," the Marquis said, his voice cold. "No one can refuse the knights working under your orders. But we both know they weren't dispatched by you, Your Majesty. As you may already know, the nobles supporting the second prince no longer follow you. They say they serve you, but we both know the truth." His eyes darkened. "They wish to kill off a potential threat to the second prince. They serve the second prince and only he." "Are you here to mock me under the pretense of advising me?" the Emperor asked bitterly. "Your so-called advice," the Emperor leaned back. "I must hear the rest. Do carry on." "Firstly," the Marquis began slowly, "you must break up the supporters of the second prince, Your Majesty. The dukedom of Svenbach is the only noble with enough clout to go against the second prince. And that is why you must reward Lady Svenbach to show the world that you have a good relationship with the dukedom. If you do, the second prince and his followers will keep a close eye on your ties with the dukedom, and the less powerful nobles in their faction will start to get second thoughts. Afterward, you should introduce the second princess to the dukedom. When you do, you will not only be able to weaken the power of the nobles, but shake up the supporters of the second prince." Why is he bringing up the second princess? The emperor thought. The Marquis being here, giving me advice. Did she map this out too? It's highly possible if she was really blessed with the power to see the future. Even still, that is a difficult proposal to accept, the emperor said aloud. I need a good reason to bring the second princess into this. Who would follow a cursed princess with no blessing to speak of? He frowned. Most would place their bet on the bastard child the Svenbaks have found, but he is still of tender age. It's not a bad idea, but impossible to carry out. I see, the Marquis said with a hint of challenge. She really must be cursed if she is unable to make use of the current situation. But then, she has no supporters to speak of. Then how about this, Your Majesty? What if the second princess were to get engaged to my son? 2 days had passed since Marquis Entiad paid a visit to His Majesty. And as a reward for finding the third prince of Hellsdante, the Svenbok dukedom was officially rewarded. The dukedom of Svenbok saw a 20% cut in taxes paid to the empire, and the emperor's popularity grew within the Svenbok dukedom. And not only that, the third prince was a bastard, but still of royal blood. Thus, Zerzhan was officially acknowledged as the third prince of Hellsdante. Quite a few nobles were unhappy with the news, but most kept quiet, knowing the second prince was seething in silence. Ianfried clenched his jaw as he thought, the bastard will recuperate in the Svenbok dukedom for the next 5 years? I have no idea who thought it up, he chuckled darkly. I must have underestimated you, my lady. Lady Prita smiled confidently. I am my father's daughter after all, Your Highness. Ianfried raised an eyebrow. Didn't he tell you not to bite off more than you can chew? There seems to be a misunderstanding, Your Highness, Lady Prita said, calm and composed. It's not the dukedom you should keep an eye on, but the royal palace. You must still have a lot to learn from His Majesty. She gave a light bow and smiled. Haha, I'll be taking my leave now. Shall we, Your Highness? Ianfried scowled inwardly. What an idiot, Carnephelia, my half-sister. Ever since you started acting up, things started to get out of control. Do you really wish to go against me? A lowly bastard like you? Across the capital, people shouted in the streets, All hail His Majesty. He has punished the Svenbok traitors. All hail His Majesty. All hail the second prince. But Carnephelia was unmoved. Things have changed drastically from my previous life. There will be no civil war between Hellsdante and the Svenbok dukedom. And the blood of the innocent will no longer be shed. And there will be a future where you no longer exist, Ianfried. Outside the castle gates, Lady Prita and Zerzhan stood in front of the royal carriage. Zerzhan turned, his eyes wide as he looked at the emperor. He jolted, eek. I, Zerzhan, Hellsdante. I, Zerzhan Hellsdante, the third prince of Hellsdante, swear to return safely, Your Majesty. At that moment, despite his lowly background, the third prince was able to leave an impact on the nobles. Not only that, Carnephelia was notified about her upcoming engagement. Holding the notice in her trembling hands, she asked pardon. I'm sure it came as a surprise to Her Majesty the Second Princess, Marquis Entiad said with a knowing smirk. The emperor chuckled. Yes, but surely she knows the importance of the Zentiad family in Hellsdante. The future Marquis of Zentiad will make a great husband, Carnephelia. Of course, you're both young, so the formal engagement will take place when you become 15. Carnephelia stood still, her thoughts churning. He was always like this. Would sell off all his children for his personal benefit. No, I shouldn't think too deep into this. This is a great proposal. It's just that, no, I shouldn't dream about Hellies anymore. In return for the engagement, the Zentiad family would give up their gold mine to the royal family. The gold mine was rewarded to the Zentiads when they led the empire to victory during wartime. He really must want to cut off all ties with the Hellsdante family. But there was a catch. Only the Zentiad family could call off the engagement. I see. Marquis Entiad hopes to break off the engagement. When we are ready to get revenge, he will call the wedding off. Everyone stands to gain something from this marriage contract. It's a small step toward achieving the endgame. The Marquis prepared this, to show that he is willing to cooperate. Marquise Entiad studied her face quietly. She is a mere child and cannot possibly be in love with anybody. So there is no reason for her to turn down this marriage proposal. So why does she look so miserable? What of it? I've come too far to get caught up in my emotions. We now have the foundation to go against the second prince. Seize the opportunity, second princess. Use what you have to achieve what you want. I'll willingly play my part. But you must keep your promise to me. Back in Carnephelia's room, Latina looked at her gently. Carnephelia? Are you all right? I'm fine. What were you saying again, Your Majesty? Latina smiled softly. Oh, the Marquis of Chinaston will be paying me a visit tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd like to join us. Of course, it's not mandatory. Carnephelia's heart raced. The Marquis of Chinaston, that is Her Highness's family. She said she would introduce me to her family. I didn't know the day would come so soon. She took a breath. Carnephelia, you have no time for regrets. You need to focus on the present. And you need to take the next step toward your goal. She looked up with determination. I'd love to meet them, Your Majesty. My first meeting with the Marquis of Chinaston was even worse than I could ever have imagined. He ignored me, a possible heir to the throne, as if I didn't exist. And he didn't hesitate to mock me at any given opportunity. Raven hair and violet eyes? There's no proof that you are of royal descent, the Marquis scoffed coldly. The Chinaston family does not wish to break the peace, so let us merely enjoy our tea today. He lost 2 grandchildren, and his daughter was stripped of her title as the Empress of Hellsdante. Does he really believe things are peaceful? Carnephelia smiled politely, yet her words were sharp. I can see why you became the head of the distinguished Chinaston family. There is so much to learn from your words. But if I may, there's something I'd like to inform you of. She looked him straight in the eyes. The peace you just mentioned won't last very long, Marquis. I'm sure I'll be seeing you soon. Latina watched in silence and thought, maybe it wasn't the best idea to introduce father to Carnephelia. Like myself, I thought father would have had a change of heart. But Carnephelia merely whispered, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your father has every reason to drag his feet. The Chinaston family escaped death by the skin of their teeth. He would be reluctant to get on the second prince's bad side. However, I have a feeling I'll meet your father again, thanks to you. Latina blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Carnephelia replied gently, I would like to ask for some land, Your Majesty. Later, standing before the emperor, he stared at her in disbelief. You came all the way here to randomly ask me for land? Carnephelia chuckled. You said you would reward me every time I achieved a goal, by making sure the Empress isn't blamed for my poisoning. Evelyn Vett was punished or sacrificed, rather, as a political scapegoat. She was imprisoned and her tongue was sliced off. The palace leaked the news to the papers. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Yes, you managed to salvage the reputation of the royal family. But I didn't expect you to ask for land. What are you up to now? I'd prefer a place on the eastern part of Hellsdante, Carnephelia answered calmly. The east, you say? The emperor's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Huh, are you trying to forge ties with the Marquis of Chinaston? Something like that, Carnephelia answered. But the Marquis isn't my main target today. Her voice softened. Charade, when will you ever learn? You have a terrible weakness. That is not the reason, she said. I want to give the land to Her Majesty Latina. The emperor slammed his fist down. Yet again. You dare try to take advantage of Latina for your personal gain. Charade, you don't know a thing about love. You say you love, but have no idea how to love someone. You crave affection, but do not know how to be loved. You will never know how Her Majesty Latina truly feels about you. But Carnephelia simply beamed. I know it will make her very happy. Her Highness has lost her personal palace. She has no friends, no jewelry, no frocks. If she were to have her own land, it would give her something to look forward to. Don't forget that you're the one who took it all away. And I know I'm not the only one who wants to put a smile on her face. You wish to make her happy too, don't you? Not only that, she thought, after Marquise Entiad's visit, Charade visibly raised his guard against Ian Vride. Marquise Entiad kicked off a chain reaction. I know you're irritated because Chinastin went scurrying over to see and ride. You don't wish to lose Aralatina due to her father's connections with the second prince. I wish to please my moon, Her Majesty Aralatina, Carnephelia continued softly. I want to see her face light up with joy. The emperor finally relented. Chamberlain, go fetch Marquis Chinastin from the second prince's quarters. Tell him it is urgent business. Marquis Chinastin entered a short while later, bowing. Your Majesty, I heard you called for me. Carnephelia stood up gracefully. Like I said earlier, Marquis, our paths have crossed again. The emperor looked at the Marquis. I wish to reward the second princess for her filial piety. And I wanted to hear your opinion as my father-in-law. The second princess genuinely cares about your daughter, Marquis. The Marquis sighed, then waved a hand. Fetch me a map. I shall allow you to choose the land yourself, Carnephelia. He unrolled the map and pointed across the open lands. A land that is open on all four sides, a land that has soil rich enough to nurture a flower garden, but also has enough steel and stone for potential growth. A land where Her Majesty could construct a villa for her personal use. Carnephelia studied the map carefully and pointed, Here. I think this will do, Your Majesty. Carnard? But it is in the middle of nowhere, someone muttered. That land, the Marquis began. This land, Carnephelia interrupted, is close to both the capital and the Chinastin estate. It will be convenient for Her Majesty to visit her family from here. The emperor let out a low laugh. Did you take that into consideration when you chose it? How clever of you, Carnephelia. Marquis, we will prepare the documents. All you need to do is sign. Bring me my seal. I will grant a reward to the second princess. The Marquis thought in disbelief that witch. How did she convince His Majesty to make such a decision? What is she up to? Suddenly, the chamberlain rushed into the hall. Your Highness. Carnephelia turned, startled. Royal Chamberlain? Why are you in such a hurry? The Marquis murmured under his breath. His Highness the Second Prince has formally invited you to dinner. Carnephelia always thought most royals vying for the throne were blatantly hostile toward one another. But the Second Prince, he not only sent gifts, but made sure Nanny was punished. Maybe he's not so bad after all. So today's invitation. Trua, excited, asked, wouldn't it be lovely if you became close with His Highness, the Second Prince? Carnephelia was startled. What? You have it all wrong, Trua. But then she thought to herself, oh, I see why she sees it that way. Ianfried does look pretty considerate from afar. Trua quickly apologized, flustered. Oh, my apologies, Your Highness. Carnephelia gently replied, there's no need to apologize. Most people don't see him for who he is. The truth is, my brother Ianfried will end your life before you realize that he's out to get you. Ianfried greeted her with a smirk. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness, Carnephelia responded politely. He chuckled. You prefer a quiet meal, yes? Your servant girl can wait in the sitting room until we are finished. Sister, you can follow me. How are you feeling? Any side effects? I'm good, she replied calmly. Ianfried smiled. You sure are lucky, little sister. Despite what you went through, you escaped unscathed. And your hands and feet are still intact. Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. Why, that bastard. Did you say I was lucky? She asked, confused. I'd say my nanny was incompetent for being unable to control a gullible child. Ianfried let out a low chuckle. Haha, you're rather clever, Carnephelia. You catch on quickly, don't overstep yourself, and we get each other. I'm sure that is why father is showing such interest in you. I've prepared a meal for you. It's this way. I told my staff to take extra care with the food, with this being our first dinner together and all. I hope it is to your liking. Carnephelia cut a piece and ate it. Father was always interested in young, feral animals, Ianfried continued. He loves to see them rush toward their prey, with no heed to the danger that surrounds them. Carnephelia asked gently, what is it you wish to tell me? I want you to retreat quietly into the Ruby Palace, he replied. You see, I don't want to punish you for lusting after the Platinum Palace. I refuse, Carnephelia said firmly. Is that so? she heard him say with amusement. He chuckled. Well, I guess I have no choice then. A servant rolled in the dessert trolley. Carnephelia noticed it immediately, the color and scent. It is a chilled dessert, Ianfried said smoothly. Do enjoy. And then, something clicked in her memory. I had this before, in my previous life. You haven't changed one bit, Ianfried. Ianfried smirked. This is my palace, and those who enter cannot leave without my permission. So why aren't you afraid? How can you look so carefree, even when you're within my castle? Strange indeed. You're not only clever, but luckier than I thought. It irritates me, but I still wish you alive. Carnephelia looked at him coldly. I don't need the platinum castle. I just don't want to stay in the ruby castle. Why would I lust for something His Majesty has not bestowed upon me? Ianfried burst into laughter. The truth is, I do so like you, Carnephelia. Anyways, was the food to your liking? You don't look very good, little sister. Carnephelia's eyes narrowed. Your Highness, I'm afraid that I'll have to take my leave now. Of course, dear sister, he replied, almost too sweetly. We should get together for dinner more often. She began thinking, where is the exit? Take care, Ianfried said casually. But Carnephelia felt it. It hurts. It feels as if someone is pouring lava down my throat. I can't pass out here. I must return to my palace, or go to the palace of Her Majesty Erelatina. I'm going to fall. Her body gave out, collapsing right into Trua's lap. Your Highness, Trua shouted in panic. Are you all right? You seem to have a fever. Carnephelia's vision blurred. Is that you, Trua? And then, with a flood of relief, she thought, thank goodness, she's my people. Your Highness? Your Highness, Trua's worried voice echoed in her ears. It was the same ruse. Yet I fell for it again. His eyes and ears were all over the place. No matter where I went. I ate what he dished out and dealt with the spies he planted in my world. I genuinely believed that he was looking out for me. But I'm not that girl anymore. I turned down what was given, won similar rights from His Majesty, and threatened you and your supporters. One small mistake, and I may fall into peril again. But I know I'll use this experience as a stepping stone. Things are different now. Ianfried didn't give me the time of day in my previous life. But now he's resorting to poison because he feels threatened. It must have been a warning, as I was able to shake off the poison within a day. But it won't end with a warning if I continue to get on his nerves. Am I scaring you, Ianfried? Your Highness, Trua gasped. You're awake. There is a letter for you from Carnard. The letter read, Your Highness, we hope this letter finds you well. Apologies for the belated letter. We wanted to make sure that it would not fall into the wrong hands. We had our moments, but traveled safely through the Shenestan estate. And by the time this letter reaches you, we would have reached Carnard. For your request, we shall start a new life in Carnard. And we will continue to pray for your safety, Your Highness. Holding the letter, Carnephelia asked Trua, Did the delivery to Natalie go well? Are you referring to the letter? Yes, LL delivered it herself, Trua replied. Good, Carnephelia nodded. Don't overwork yourself, Your Highness. You still need rest, Trua said gently. A knock at the door broke the calm. The Emperor entered. Carnephelia greeted him. Oh, greetings to the sun. That's enough, the Emperor barked. Poisoned yet again. You were acting as if you knew everything, but it's always the same. Where did this so-called blessing of yours go? Carnephelia let out a soft chuckle. I guess that was my limit, Your Majesty. You dared try to fool me, he snapped. No, she replied calmly. I'm saying I have yet to tap into my true potential. I need some time to hone my skills in private. Will you allow me to stay in the royal villa? From here on forward, I shall live in the shadows. The second princess seemed to give the second prince a run for his money, but she quickly fell ill and disappeared out of sight. The nobles kept an eye out to see which castle would be bestowed upon her, but she was given Her Highness Erelatina's old royal villa. And Ianfried's supporters soon lost interest in Carnephelia. The second princess was hardly a match for the second prince. Rumors swirled. A cursed princess with raven black hair. A royal in name only. She became a name in memory only. 7 years passed. With the second princess out of the picture, the second prince emerged as the sole contender for the throne. After a lavish coming-of-age ceremony, Ianfried made the preparations needed to ascend the throne. Marquis Gordonchel and his followers supported Ianfried with their blood money. And when a huge rainstorm fell upon Helseldant, Ianfried came up with emergency countermeasures to deal with the rain damage. His plan to provide financial support resonated with the citizens of Helseldant. But when Ianfried's popularity knew no bounds and his supporters were breathing a sigh of relief, a letter landed at his feet. He read it silently. Second Prince's rescue plan is all flash, no content. The nobles continue on with their lavish parties, while the poor suffer from the flood. Neglected slave found dead by drowning. Multiple deaths a day. 3 articles were released among the lower class. Ianfried's supporters scrambled to do damage control. However, they were unable to prevent more anonymous articles from being published. And little by little, people started to view Ianfried in a negative light, dimming his chances to ascend the throne. But the biggest blow came on the day of his 22nd birthday celebration. The ugly side of His Highness II. Ianfried folded the paper in his hands. Not this again. Is this the work of Manhwa again? Every time Ianfried believed he had secured the title of Crown Prince, an anonymous source would release information that put him in a bad light. He chuckled bitterly. Don't tell me you have yet to figure out their true identity, Marquis. The Marquis hesitated. The thing is, their identity remained unknown. A person shrouded in mystery. The only known fact about this anonymous source was that the people referred to them as Manhwa. Manhwa didn't hesitate to reveal the ugly truths of the royal family. And their popularity rose to the same height as that of Ianfried. Ianfried clenched his fists. Who the hell are you? He shouted, I want you to find this bastard right this minute. I shall deal with them myself. Did you hear? One maid whispered. About what? Another asked. Young Master Ryan is coming home. What? Are you sure? Gasped the other. We're in for a real treat. I'm sure he's become even more handsome. As the carriage rolled in, the servants eagerly gathered. Welcome back, young master, they cheered. Questions bubbled up. How is the academy? Was everything all right? How is your health, my lord? Ryan Zentiad, the third son of Marquis Zentiad, chuckled with his usual charm. My health? Excellent, as always. It's good to see you all again. A maid, eyes glistening with emotion, added, We always miss you when you're away, young master. Without hesitation, Ryan asked, Anyways, how's she doing? The servant hesitated. Are you referring to my fiancé? He clarified. Well, the thing is, the maid started. What is it? Ryan asked, his tone sharpening. It's been 7 years since Her Highness the Second Princess first came to our estate, she explained. And what of it? Ryan asked again. It seems she's still not comfortable with us. She doesn't ask for anything, but merely stays holed up in her rooms. A princess that doesn't give orders or rely on the servants, Ryan mused. Well, isn't that easier for you? It is, however, there are rumors circulating among the staff, the maid admitted. Rumors? Ryan inquired. Her Highness frequently leaves her room in the middle of the night, and on those nights, the staff have heard strange noises coming from the basement. I see, Ryan replied thoughtfully. Is she having trouble adjusting, or does she have no intention of doing so? He wondered silently. Then he said, Why don't I go pay a visit to Her Highness myself? It will be the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. Pardon? The maid blinked in surprise. Another servant stammered, You wish to pay her a visit? Ryan beamed. Why do you look so shocked? I'm merely going to see my fiancé. So, where is Her Highness right now? Inside, a young lady with soft pink hair spoke gently. Your Highness, are you sure you want the frock in this color? Carnephelia nodded. Yes, this will do. But you'll be making your grand debut into high society, the lady said hesitantly. Wouldn't you prefer something lighter and brighter? The dress would be too plain, even if we added frills and lace. Shall I sew in some gems? Carnephelia glanced at another dress. What about that one then? The pink-haired lady's thoughts whirled. That's not a ball gown, it's a daily frock. I can't dress her in this dreary frock. The reputation of our boutique is at stake. I thought you brought it out for me to wear, Carnephelia said flatly. Yes, but this isn't the sort of frock one wears to a debutante ball, the lady tried to explain. Just then, Ryan stepped in with a warm smile. You look lovely no matter what you wear, Your Highness, he bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ryan Zentiad, successor to the Marquis of Zentiad. Greetings. I am Carnephelia Helseldant, the second princess of Helseldant, she replied, her tone composed. I'll go alter the frocks you've chosen, Your Highness, the pink-haired lady said quickly, excusing herself. Carnephelia turned to Ryan. Did you come alone? There are eyes, and we have no chaperone. I wanted to introduce myself to you in person, as I've been away at the academy, he said. Yes, we've been corresponding through letters until now, Carnephelia acknowledged. She's nothing like what I imagined, Ryan thought. She's more petite and lovely. But Carnephelia's voice cut through his thoughts. Knowing how busy you are at the academy, I was surprised to hear of your recent actions. I have no idea what you're referring to, Ryan chuckled nervously. You implied that the Marquis had connections with Marianne. You shouldn't have, she said calmly. She's drawing a line between us, Ryan realized. I did it for you, Your Highness. Our family knew what we were getting into when we decided to go against the second prince. It's a risk we're willing to take. I'm ready to succeed my father as the next Marquis of Zentiad. I promise to do my best to support you, Your Highness. Is she scoping me out? He wondered. She looks as if she knows it all. I wonder what she's afraid of. I've told her explicitly that I'll be her #1 supporter. Yet, she maintains her distance and doesn't ask anything of me. Are we on the same side, Your Highness? Carnephelia chuckled softly. You're easy to read, my lord. I know what you're worried about, but I don't want you to get involved. I'm sure your father feels the same way. Well, this is enough talk for now. It's time we return to the estate. I shall leave first, as we have yet to announce our engagement. I'll follow in a bit, Your Highness, Ryan said, smiling politely. I didn't think it'd be this difficult to get to know her, he thought. If I may ask you a question, Your Highness, he said aloud. Go ahead. Is there someone you hold dear to your heart? No, there isn't. I'm glad to hear that, Your Highness. I'll meet you at the debutante ball. I've been practicing my waltz, he smiled. I look forward to it, Carnephelia replied with a small chuckle. The debutante ball is important to me. Well then, I'll see you at the estate, my lord. She shut the door and left. I can't believe I asked her if she had someone she held dear to her heart, he murmured to himself. How transparent of me. 7 days remained until Carnephelia's debutante ball. In the Marquis's study, tension filled the air. Have you yet to find them? He snapped. A man nearby hesitated. Well, we've been searching high and low, but have not been able to find them. The Marquis slammed his fist down. Is that how you're going to report your findings to His Highness? The man pleaded, we were short-handed as we had to send assistance for the flooding victims. If you give me some more time, but the Marquis wasn't having it. Initially, you used the construction of new housing complexes as an excuse. Then you said you had to focus on appeasing disgruntled knights, and now it's the flood victims. Aren't you tired of coming up with new excuses? He gritted his teeth. Damnation, he thought. Where did it all go wrong? His Highness Eanfried had no competitor. So why did it feel like he was walking toward a bottomless cliff? Yes, it had started with Her Highness Erelatina. She was using piety as a weapon to win the hearts of the commoners. As a warning, they had arranged for His Majesty to take in a new concubine. But soon after, the Svenbach dukedom brought up the issue of drugs spreading across the empire. We sell drugs to provide funds for His Highness. Erelatina had stepped forward boldly. Your Majesty, I implore you to look out for the children of Helseldante, regardless of their social status. The neighboring countries will surely revere you for your compassion. Lady Prita added firmly, Your Majesty, we must take action against drug dealers selling illegal drugs to the public, Ianfried stepped in with fake assurance. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will take care of this matter. There's no need to bring the Svenbach dukedom into this, when we can solve it ourselves. Lady Prita, though smiling on the surface, seethed inside. That bastard. How dare he cut down the dukedom in front of my face? The Emperor exploded. Huh. You're the one who's all talk and no action, Ianfried. You can't even prevent this trash from being published by the papers, his voice boomed. The Svenbach dukedom has my permission to investigate illegal drug dealers. And that is that. Understood, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Dargent said, but it wasn't the end. He didn't know how the Marquis had found out, but he began putting pressure on his money-lending business. Why he handed out his personal riches to help the poor is beyond me. At this rate, if Dargent decides to bring up my lending business to His Majesty. Yet the Marquis clung to one thing. Even still, the second prince has the highest chance of ascending the throne. It may take time, but we can tackle the obstacles one at a time. Once we get over the initial hurdle, the public will soon settle down. Things are still on our side. Neither Gordonchel, Ianfried, nor his supporters had any idea that this was merely the beginning. An unprecedented flood had struck Hellsdante. The victims were mostly slaves and lower-class citizens who lost their homes and everything they owned. The nobles, instead of showing noblesse oblige, scrambled to protect their own assets. And as unrest spread, someone unexpected emerged, Mariwan. The price of medical herbs you usually buy will increase drastically. Prepare in advance, someone whispered. Your enemies are scheming against your merchant group. Go and protect yourself. In return for such valuable warnings, Mariwan received commercial goods from merchants and distributed them among the poor. In doing so, she gained their trust and their support. Once the nobles realized what was happening, they scrambled to provide rescue packages for the poor. Headlines shouted, "Exclusive! The government will offer a rescue package for the flooding victims." But the people were skeptical. Why no? They turned their backs when we needed them. What are they up to? What if they take it away again? No matter what the nobles tried, it wasn't enough to appease the angry lower class. From what I heard, Mariwan, a man began, only to be interrupted by the Marquis's frustrated outburst. Mariwan, Mariwan, Mariwan. The man continued, yes, it almost seems as if they knew a great flood was coming. The Marquis froze. How is that possible? Something didn't add up. Mariwan and the journalist Natalie seemed to be working against the nobles. It is really quite strange. Meanwhile, Natalie smirked. The ugly side of His Highness the Second Prince. What is he trying to hide, and why was he oblivious to the great flood that swept the empire? I'm sure you're all dying of curiosity. The Marquis paced, panicking. I don't know how I'm going to report this to His Highness. A man stepped in with a suggestion. How about this? I heard this from the slaves. What is it? The Marquis asked. Rumor has it that Mariwan will be attending the next slave auction. We can capture them and present them to His Highness the Second Prince. In the palace bath, Carnephelia sat in luxury while Trua combed her hair. By the way, Your Highness, Trua asked, do you really think His Highness the Second Prince will go to the slave auction? He may just send his guards. Carnephelia chuckled. Oh, we just need to throw him some bait. Mark my words. Ianfried will show his face at the upcoming slave auction. But Trua had her doubts. His second prince has never failed to show up at recent family events, and the debutante ball happens to take place on the same night as the slave auction. Carnephelia's eyes narrowed. If my calculations are correct, Ianfried is at his tipping point right now. For him, finding Mariwan is a bigger priority than appeasing His Majesty. If you stir the water, little by little, if he doesn't find Mariwan soon, you can turn a small wave into a tsunami. The public will turn against Ianfried like a tidal wave. I'm still worried, Your Highness, Trua confessed. Even if the second prince were absent, something bad could happen during the debutante ball. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Something bad, what could possibly happen? But inside, she was calm and certain. Even if something did occur, I'll make sure everything is under my control. Don't fret, Trua, she said aloud. There's nothing we can't overcome, as long as we get Ianfried out of the way. At this time, Carnephelia could never imagine what was waiting for her at the debutante ball. Empress Dicella smirked as she called everyone in, announcing that the purpose of the gathering was to discuss the upcoming debutante ball. "We are in the middle of tumultuous times, so we must take extra care with this year's ball," she said firmly. The Lady Kotlef, the second concubine of Hell's Dante, arched an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, "Do you wish to scale back the size of the ball this year?" Dicella shook her head. "No, I want it to be even more lavish than before. We must show the world that the royal family stands tall and strong." Latina, ever practical, spoke up. "But we must think of the royal budget. I wanted to see how much we three could pay out of our own pockets." The Lady shouted. "What do you mean?" Latina calmly replied, "Shall add whatever I can." "I also believe debutante balls should be lavish." The Lady thought to herself, "Huh? Why is she agreeing with the Empress? I wanted them to argue so I could make myself stand out. I must send word to father. I need to stand out at the debutante ball." She resolved that she, Dicella, would oversee the debutante ball this season. "The debutante ball will be exquisitely lavish. I expect all nobles to come dressed accordingly." After Dicella announced her intention to attend the ball, everyone in high society scrambled to prepare for the grand event. Dicella complained about her frock, declaring, "This won't do. I need a dress that will stand out. Jewels. I need to purchase something new." This is so last season. Clothes and jewelry flew off the shelves, and some nobles, struggling with the economic recession, resorted to loan sharks to secure their appearance. Everyone wanted to be in the good graces of His Majesty and the second prince. Trua stood by the window, observing the chaos. "We've yet to distribute financial aid for the flood victims, but high society seems more focused on the debutante ball. I know this is part of your plan, but it still feels bittersweet." Carnephelia smiled. "I couldn't have done this without Her Majesty Latina. I'm sure Her Highness Belediak tried to prevent this from happening. We just need to focus on our role. Tan, I'm sure you're tired of running petty errands. Are you ready for a real job? I hear a slave auction will soon take place." Tan shouted in surprise. "What did you just say, Your Highness?" Carnephelia chuckled lightly. "I said slave auction. It will be a big one, from what I've heard. If they wrap it up successfully, it will pave the way for many more. In times of economic turmoil, chances are high that the poor will end up as slaves." "That's more like it. I let the second prince know that Mariwan will be at the auction. But I have to attend the debutante ball, so why don't you go as Mariwan in my place?" Tan hesitated, shocked. "Would you have me behead the host of the auction?" Carnephelia shook her head. "Oh, that's too easy. Mariwan always takes the right road, even if it is a difficult one. Do you know why the frog in the well knows nothing of the sea? That's because the well is the world for the frog. It meets its death in the well, oblivious of the ocean outside. I want you to show them all how frivolous their little well is. I want you to triumph over them without getting blood on your hands." Tan knelt and declared solemnly, "I, Tan Karpf, swear upon my soul master, Her Highness Carnephelia Hell's Dante. I promise to share your joy and pain. Should I ever betray you, my name will forever be tainted by the betrayal." Carnephelia chuckled warmly. "How touching. You're getting better with the flowery expressions." Tan protested, "Please don't make fun of me, Your Highness. That was the best I could possibly make toward anyone, Your Highness. So, tell me of your plans." The debutante ball took place on a stormy spring night, and it was as lavish as the Empress had proclaimed. It was an extravagant affair, no matter how one looked at it. Rumors murmured in awe, "Oh my, it's amazing. You can see that Her Majesty put a lot of effort into this ball. Welcome. Greetings to Your Highness. Your beauty knows no bounds." The Lady smiled and said, "I hope you all have a wonderful time tonight. His Majesty graciously allowed us to use this banquet hall this evening." Someone whispered, "Your Highness, we can see how much His Majesty adores you." The Lady chuckled. "Oh, could you tell?" But in her thoughts, she stewed. "This is a debutante ball, but it's the perfect opportunity for me to show the world that I have more clout than the Empress." Shouts filled the hall. "All hail the moon of the Hell's Dante Empire. All hail the third princess of Hell's Dante." Dicella chuckled softly. "I hope you all have a lovely evening." "Oh, you're rather early. I assume it didn't take long to get ready, judging from your simple frock. I should have allocated some of my budget for you. Belediak bowed, saying, My budget was more than suffice, your majesty, though in her thoughts she seethed, that beat ch. Where in the world did she get her hands on such a fancy dress? She and the third princess are wearing matching frocks. It definitely garners attention. Asterisk. Renabella stepped forward shyly. Mother, may I join the other young ladies? Dicella smiled, of course. In her mind, she assessed Belediak. Lilial, I see right through you, Belediak. You can scheme all you want, but the belle of tonight's ball is Renabella and I. No one will make a bigger impression tonight than we. All hail the second princess of Hellsdante. Dicella thought, the second princess is here tonight. I thought we had put her in her place. How dare she show herself tonight? Suddenly, the crowd erupted. All hail the son of the empire. Dicella's eyes narrowed. What is going on here? Why are they making a grand entrance, together? The emperor's voice rang through the hall. I thought it fitting to escort my daughter Carnephelia to her first debutante ball. After all, she also has the right to ascend the throne. Why does everyone look so shocked? Look at all of you, prancing around like peacocks, while the empire is still reeling from the flood. Dicella's thoughts churned. Huh? Kirade, you gave me permission to host a lavish ball tonight. So why are you mocking me in front of everybody? The emperor continued, in case you don't understand why I allowed the empress to hold the ball here. A debutante ball is where the young nobles gather to socialize. You must be an example to the lower classes. Yet here you are, robed in silks and dripping with jewels. Carnephelia observed silently, thinking, it seems everyone is here tonight, so it's time to get the ball rolling. At that very moment, outside the banquet hall, Lady Prita called out, Oh, the pavement is still wet. Be careful stepping off the carriage. We mustn't get our clothes wet. Hellies. The emperor explained that a debutante ball was where young nobles gathered to socialize, and that all nobles present should set a good example for the people. Seeing this, he declared that he would accept the second princess' advice. Murmurs spread through the hall as the nobles whispered among themselves, uneasy and suspicious, wondering what kind of advice it could be. Their discomfort deepened when the emperor announced that every noble present must donate 5 times the value of their current outfit by imperial order. Shock rippled through the crowd. 5 times? Some protested inwardly, others panicked, lamenting that they had even sold land just to prepare for this ball, wondering how such an order could be imposed so suddenly. Lady Arletina let out a light chuckle and addressed the emperor respectfully, saying that she was sure the nobles understood how much he cared for the people of the empire. However, she added gently, they must also be exhausted from this unexpected calamity, and she asked him to reconsider his order and instead enjoy the ball for today. The emperor smirked, praising the second empress' kind heart and saying that her words spoke the truth, before ordering the music to be played. Yet inwardly, he thought that from this moment on, the nobles would look up to Her Highness Arletina even more than the empress herself. Raising his voice, the emperor announced that he would dance with the second princess, declaring her the star of the night, and asked what she thought. Lady Arletina smiled sweetly and agreed, saying, Sure, your majesty. The emperor then raised his hand toward Carnephelia to invite her to dance, but at that very moment, an unexpected presence entered the party. Whispers broke out among the nobles as they wondered who it was. Could it be Ainfried? No, he was supposed to be at the slave auction. Or was it Xeniad? Lady Prita stepped forward and greeted the emperor, offering respectful salutations to the son of the empire and introducing herself as Prita Svenbach, along with Heli Svenbach, representing the Svenbach dukedom. The emperor chuckled, admitting that he had not expected the Svenbach family to attend that night. Lady Prita smiled and replied that they would be honored to take part under such a caring ruler. Amused, the emperor remarked that the duke must be proud of his children, to which Prita responded with a smile that he could not be as proud as Her Majesty. Watching them, Carnephelia clenched her thoughts in frustration, cursing inwardly and wondering why they were here. She had tried so hard to avoid them, yet here they were. Forcing herself to calm down, She reminded herself that they were strangers now. As Era Latina called out softly, "Karn," Dicella suddenly interrupted, loudly addressing the emperor. She pointed out that the third princess and the successor to the Svenbach dukedom were of the same age, suggesting it would be nice if they could get along tonight. Turning to Helles, she asked whether he would dance with the princess. Helles nodded and replied that he would, calling her Majesty charming and remarking that she certainly was a Svenbach. Lady Prita hesitated and asked if he was sure, but Helles stepped forward and formally introduced himself as Helles Svenbach, saying that he would like to ask the second princess for a dance. Dicella corrected him sharply, reminding him that she was not the second princess. Surprised, Helles asked whether this was not the debutante ball for the second princess. Dicella chuckled and explained that it was, but that the second princess was due to dance with His Majesty, then provocatively asked whether he dared to take the emperor's place. To everyone's surprise, the emperor smiled and said it was not a problem, declaring that he would dance with Lady Svenbach instead. Dicella reacted in shock, calling out to His Majesty. Watching the situation unfold, Carnephelia's thoughts raced as she realized the story was changing. She had not expected this outcome, with herself paired with Helles and Prita with the emperor. She told herself that she needed to turn it down. Leaning closer, Helles whispered to Carnephelia, addressing her as Your Highness and asking her to please get him out of dancing with the third princess. Carnephelia stiffened and snapped that he was too close, calling him Marquis. Unfazed, Helles took her hand and insisted on just one dance. After a brief pause, Carnephelia replied, "Sure." Helles answered that it was an honor, Your Highness. As they danced, Carnephelia thought to herself that she needed to draw the line. She spoke quietly, asking whether he had forgotten about the contract between his family and hers, and stated that from now on. Helles interrupted, saying that he was curious. Startled, Carnephelia asked what he meant. Helles then questioned why she had signed such a contract. Carnephelia's thoughts spun as she wondered whether this was blame or simple curiosity. The line to the throne, birthday balls, the discovery of the third prince, Eastern Carnard, and cooping up for 7 years all flashed through her mind. She realized that Helles claimed to be curious about everything concerning her, and that this could not be. In her previous life, she had never seen Helles like this. At the same time, her thoughts drifted to the slave auction. Far above, an assassin sat silently on a rooftop, muttering to himself that he had been waiting for this day. Filled with hatred, he vowed that all those sick bastards who treated people like animals would pay, swearing that he would take revenge upon them. Fire erupted across the ballroom, spreading chaos and panic. Nobles screamed in terror, shouting that it was a fire, a bomb, and urged everyone to run for their lives, calling desperately for the nearest exit and pleading for someone to save them. Ian Ride observed the scene, his eyes narrowing as he muttered that they dared to use a bomb in his presence. A subordinate dashed up to him, informing him that they had just received word from the palace. Ian Ride questioned the palace, and the man explained that His Majesty had escorted the second princess to the debutante ball. Disbelief and shock washed over Ian Ride as he thought, the emperor? Escorting the second princess? Why no? Turning with a smirk, he concluded that this meant he needed to celebrate his sister's 15th birthday as her elder brother, laughing at how they must have taken him for a fool, and resolved to head back to the palace. Far above, a masked man watched the second prince leave, noting that he knew Her Highness had attended the debutante ball and that it was time for them to act. He urged the prince to make haste, warning that surely he did not wish to die there. A hesitant voice protested, claiming there was nowhere to go and that soldiers outside would kill them if caught, treating them like livestock even if they escaped. Angered, the masked man removed his mask, shouting that he had not risked his life just to hear whining, insisting that they have faith in him and in his master, who had sent him to rescue them, and that they could all make it out alive. Inside the ballroom, Carnephelia danced with Helles, freezing as she asked if he had truly said he was curious about her, reminding him that they had only just met. Helly's blinked in surprise at being addressed as Your Highness. Carnephelia's lips curved into a subtle smile as she challenged him, questioning whether he expected her to act differently from her brother Ianfried or if he was merely curious about her next course of action. She steadied her thoughts, telling herself not to give him any leeway. Trembling slightly, she declared that she had no need for the Svenbach dukedom and that there was no place for them on her road to the throne. They would neither be her ally nor her enemy, leaving her with no reason to satisfy his curiosity. Helly's tightened his grip and pulled her closer, whispering that it was an honor to have her as his first partner for the debutante ball, then stepped back and bowed. Carnephelia clenched her fist, wondering what he was thinking. Renabella appeared from behind and embraced her, congratulating her on her first debutante ball. Carnephelia thanked her warmly. Renabella teased, asking if she had missed her, and added that she had made an exception for Carnephelia since she was beautiful. Carnephelia reflected that Renabella had not changed in 7 years, in this life or the previous one. Renabella cheerfully suggested socializing with the other ladies, promising it would be fun. Carnephelia mused that most people had no idea of the cruel streak hidden beneath Renabella's cute facade. Nobles murmured about looking forward to the slave auction, lamenting that it overlapped with the debutante ball. A lady asked Carnephelia why she seemed uninterested in the conversation, while another giggled, suggesting that perhaps she was too sheltered to know about the auction. Carnephelia chuckled, referencing what their father had told them earlier. Renabella reminded her that the mandate was to save the empire, donate, and offer voluntary services for the people. Carnephelia confirmed that the evening's most important topic should indeed be voluntary services, and Renabella agreed, questioning why it was necessary. Carnephelia smirked, teasing that of course they needed to do it, asking if it was an uncomfortable or boring topic for her. A nearby lady flushed and insisted that they must follow the imperial mandate, to which another agreed, explaining that they were merely discussing the latest topics. Carnephelia expressed that she had been looking forward to chatting with her peers. Nobles murmured about volunteering to manage estates and avoiding overlaps, noting that preemptive measures had been taken to reduce damages, with their mothers running charities focused on rescue. Carnephelia thought bitterly that all they did was try to one-up each other, boasting about estate management without delving into details. A lady asked why she was so quiet, noting that she had been looking forward to the event, while another commented that she probably had no idea what was going on in the real world, adding that she was likely unable to set foot outside. Carnephelia remarked on the astonishing lack of etiquette among this year's debutantes. The lady fumed, accusing her of disrespect, claiming they were treating the second princess of Hellsdante with utmost respect by socializing. Carnephelia's eyes widened as she responded, incredulous that mere nobles dared to socialize with a royal family member, questioning whether her status had been underestimated. The lady raised her hands defensively, insisting it was not intentional. Carnephelia chastised them for daring to mock a member of the royal family with the right to the throne, equating it to mocking the emperor himself, warning that the situation was far worse than they realized. Suddenly, an announcement declared that Marquis Zentiad had arrived. Kirad welcomed him warmly, and Zentiad greeted the emperor, noting it had been a while, before confirming that he was indeed the emperor's son currently studying at the academy. The emperor mumbled in acknowledgement, expressing pleasure at finally meeting him in person. Nearby, Lady Svenbach whispered that Kirad was never pleased to meet anyone. The emperor then instructed that Zentiad introduce himself to his fiancée, the second princess of Hellsdante. Helly's frowned as he thought to himself, surprised by the word fiancé. Nobles murmured in shock, fiancé? Who's betrothed to whom? Lord Zentiad and the second princess. Carnephelia turned to Ryan Zentiad and asked, "Are you embarrassed?" Ryan blinked in surprise. "Pardon?" Carnephelia smiled faintly, saying, "I was wondering if you were embarrassed because father announced our betrothal." Ryan blushed. "Oh, that's not the case at all, Your Highness. I'm just not used to such lavish banquets." Carnephelia straightened her posture and said firmly, "Well then, straighten your spine, my lord. We worked so hard to make this day happen. Ryan congratulated her sincerely. Congratulations on your debutante ball, Your Highness. Carnephelia beamed. Thank you. Nobles murmured among themselves. Since when? We all had no idea. I guess they wished to announce the betrothal at the ball. She now has the Zendiad family on her side. Carnephelia thought quietly, it is my first time standing in front of the members of high society, and even my untrained eyes could sense the jealousy and contempt in their gazes. And to think Her Highness had to endure this all her life. Ryan Zendiad glanced at Helis and thought, he's a Svenbach. Carnephelia teased gently, a penny for your thoughts. Ryan replied, oh, it's nothing. I was merely saddened because you had your first dance with another. Carnephelia reassured him softly. You shall have the honor of claiming my last. Ryan blinked. Pardon? Carnephelia thought to herself, is he acting jealous because he's my official fiancé? Come to think of it, it is also his first debutante ball. She offered her hand into his, and Ryan pressed it gently, saying, it is an honor to claim your final dance, Your Highness. Carnephelia glanced at Zendiad, who nodded in acknowledgement. The Emperor clapped with a smile, saying, I was unable to give you a lavish engagement party, with the times being the times. So as your father, I hereby give you permission to lead the last dance. Let the music begin. They began to dance, Ryan's hands trembling slightly. Carnephelia smiled, and Ryan asked hesitantly, Your Highness. She replied with a faint smile, You're shaking, my lord. Ryan admitted, hesitating, dance has never been my forte, Your Highness. Carnephelia chuckled lightly, ha. Is that so? He said carefully, I don't want to tread on your toes, Your Highness. Carnephelia replied gently, that's fine. There's no need to worry. Ryan smiled, my apologies. I must trust you more than I let on. I look forward to our time together, Your Highness. Nobles whispered among themselves, the second princess and the successor of House Zendiad, they look nothing alike. Perhaps opposites attract. Mind your words. The two together form a deadly combination. Helis, overhearing this, turned and grit his teeth. After the dance, Carnephelia went to the balcony, sighing, it's so draining. Helis approached and called out, Your Highness. Why are you avoiding me? Carnephelia asked. What are you talking about? Helis replied, you not only ignored my sister, but you left as soon as our eyes met. Carnephelia exhaled. HAA, have you forgotten our pact already? You know our agreement. So why won't you give up? Helis said earnestly. That's because there's something I wish to ask you. Carnephelia frowned, saying, I thought everything had been said and done. Helis stepped closer, voice firm. This is different. Your engagement. Was it a mutual agreement? He grit his teeth, demanding, I want to know if you agreed to the engagement, Your Highness. Or did you choose the Zendiad family yourself? Is it because they're more beneficial to you than the Svenbach kingdom? What is this? Is this really what you want? Carnephelia froze, thoughts racing. Why are you looking at me like that? It's as if you're upset that I didn't choose you instead. No, I must be mistaken. She replied firmly, my lord. You dare question a decision made by the royal family? Helis froze. Carnephelia continued, I won't tolerate any more insolent behavior from you. Helis slumped slightly, saying, if that's the case, I hope you will permit this, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Ryan glanced toward the balcony, thinking, the ball is about to end. Where is Her Highness? Isn't that her voice? He stepped forward, sliding the curtain aside and crumpling slightly. That's Her Highness, and the Marquis of Svenbach, who claimed her first dance. Ryan grit his teeth as Carnephelia suddenly shouted, my lord. What is the meaning of this? Helis calmly replied, your shoelaces. They've become undone. Please allow me to tie them for you, Your Highness. Carnephelia clenched her teeth, her thoughts in turmoil. I can't get involved with Helis in any way. I cannot ruin him again. This has to be the last time we meet, but if gods do exist, I hope they will allow me to look my fill, if only this once. Helis asked quietly, are you keeping your distance from our family because of rumors that I've lost my divine powers? Carnephelia answered coldly, isn't it a fact? If I recall correctly, you fell ill after losing your powers. That is true. I cannot rely on the Svenbach family, knowing that you have lost your divine powers. That is why I have kept my distance. I hope you understand. Now if you'll excuse me, she stepped away, then froze when she saw Ryan standing before her. Ryan spoke softly, "Your Highness." Carnephelia replied shyly, "Were you looking for me?" "Let's head back inside." Ryan nodded. Behind them, Helly's watched in silence, thinking, "You didn't tell me the real reason why you're avoiding me." "You're still as soft-hearted as ever, Carnephelia." After some time, the carriage arrived at the palace. A maid came dashing toward Carnephelia, shouting, "Your Highness." Someone sprayed pig's blood all over your palace." Carnephelia stared and thought, "This isn't pig blood. It's human blood." What a way to wrap up the day of my debutante ball. She moved forward, but the maid blocked her path, pleading, "Your Highness, an assassin may be hiding in there." "Why don't you wait until someone has checked out the premises?" Carnephelia snatched her hand away and said firmly, "I can fend for myself now." Out of my way, she opened the door and stepped inside, thinking, "I see many bodies, but most are assassins." It seems the staff ran off during the attack. Or perhaps they were gone before the assassins arrived. That would mean we have a spy within. She strode forward and called out, "LL. Trua, can you hear me? Show yourselves." Her heart clenched as she thought, but I'm sure Trua and LL held out until the very end. "Please, be safe." She opened another door. Trua sat on the floor and shouted, "Your Highness." Carnephelia chuckled weakly, "LL, Trua. Were you hurt?" "I see blood." Trua shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, Your Highness. This blood isn't mine." LL took care of the assassins. Carnephelia took Trua's hands, feeling them tremble. Trua smiled faintly and asked, "Did your debutante ball go as planned, Your Highness?" Carnephelia answered gently, "Of course, thanks to you." Then she noticed a man kneeling nearby with his hands tied and asked, "Who is he?" "I think he's the head of the assassins." Trua replied sharply. LL knocked him unconscious. Trua jolted and added, "Everyone ran off before the attack." It seems someone told them. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice thundered, "What is going on here?" Trua jolted, "Your Majesty." The Emperor said sternly, "We came because Latina wanted to wish you a good night." "There's never a peaceful moment with you, Carnephelia." Latina asked anxiously, "Are you all right, child?" Carnephelia replied calmly, "I'm fine. But as you can see, many met their deaths here tonight." She pointed toward the captive and continued, "We managed to secure the head of the assassins. There must have been a spy in my castle for them to have launched such a swift attack. The bodies you saw were of the assassins. Not one belongs to my servants. Only 2 servants held fort in my bedroom. I'm sure some may have tried to prevent the assassins from entering, but most ran before the attack." The Emperor asked, "Is that a complaint I hear, Carnephelia?" Carnephelia smiled faintly and replied, "No, Your Majesty. It's just that I would like your permission to hire my own staff." The Emperor considered it and said, "You could, but it would take days to set up an entire staff." "I'll make an official announcement." Carnephelia interrupted gently, "I heard some slaves escaped from the fire tonight at the slave auction. I don't need anyone in particular. They will be more than enough." The Emperor was startled. "Slaves escaped? How are you going to gather them all?" Carnephelia smiled softly and answered, "Did you forget about my powers? I shall use my power of foresight to find them, Your Majesty." Some time later, elsewhere, Ianride questioned sharply, "So you're saying that the second princess took in the slaves that escaped last night?" A servant gulped and replied, "That's right, Your Highness." Ianride slumped. "HAA, what is she up to now?" he groaned. "I couldn't catch Mariwan, nor could I teach my younger sister a much-deserved lesson." His thoughts darkened. "Things seem to be going awry as of late. I thought I was imagining things, but it seems very real now." The servant spoke again, "Your Highness, you are scheduled to attend a parliamentary meeting today. His Majesty specifically requested your presence." Ianride replied with a smile, "I'll go," but inwardly, his thoughts seethed. "He called for me right after I failed to catch Mariwan. It doesn't look good. Father, you won't be able to order me around much longer. I'll play along for now, but I'm going to have to drag you down from the throne soon." Carnephelia's palace was closed off after the assassination attempt, and she moved to the royal villa located near the Platinum Palace. She had little time to recover from recent incidents, for the parliamentary meeting was right around the corner. Marquis greeted her warmly, "Welcome, Your Highness." It is an honor to have you here today. Ianfried replied, yes, his thoughts sharp. I must solidify my position as successor to the throne. I have no choice but to regain the trust of my father so that I can reassure my people. To do so, I made sure that today's meeting is filled with my cronies. I'm more than prepared. The doors swung open and Lady Svenbach entered. Marquis murmured, isn't that Lady Svenbach? She replied calmly, it's been a while, Marquis Gordonsol. I believe that seat is mine. He responded, I have no idea what you're talking about. How very rude of you, she said evenly. I could say the same for you. Marquis flinched. Lady Svenbach continued, I represent the dukedom of Svenbach. You are not a duke nor count, so why don't you go sit in the back? Just then, Zentiad arrived. Lady Svenbach remarked, oh, I believe someone important has just arrived. The emperor welcomed him. Welcome, Marquis Zentiad. I called him in, as he is showing signs of recovery. Nobles murmured among themselves. When did that happen? I thought he was under bed rest. The emperor said thoughtfully, you all know that he was my former advisor. I'm sure he will bring valuable insight to the meeting. Does anyone have something to say about it? Then he asked directly, will you become my advisor again, Marquis Zentiad? Zentiad bowed slightly and replied, there's nothing I would like more, Your Majesty, though he mumbled under his breath, however. I have not made a full recovery, so I'd like to have someone act as my representative. The emperor nodded, saying, I believe they have arrived. The doors opened and Carnephelia stepped inside, announcing, Carnephelia Hellsdante, the second princess of Hellsdante, at your service. I'm here to represent Marquis Zentiad. From this day onward, all decisions I make will be on behalf of the Marquis. Ianfried clenched his teeth, thinking, things aren't going as planned. Marquis slammed the table and shouted, this won't do, Your Majesty. His Highness the Second Prince has proved his worth by ensuring the safety of the borders. Meanwhile, Her Highness the Second Princess has done nothing for the Empire. In fact, she has just recently come of age. We're here to discuss the affairs of the state today. Carnephelia flinched, but shot back. Are you saying that I don't deserve to be here? So you wish for me to prove my worth. Let me ask you in return. What makes you think that you're worthy of being here? The emperor gestured for silence. Enough. I gave the second princess the right to ascend the throne. That means I have acknowledged her worthiness. Do you have something to say to that? Marquis faltered. The emperor continued, having said that, I called you in today to discuss the new agenda. The empire is suffering from natural disasters. The aristocrats should join forces to deal with the calamity. But here you are, fighting over petty details. So answer me, Ianfried. What is more important to you? Ascending the throne or unifying the aristocrats? Ianfried thought grimly. He's coming after me, the wily fox. The emperor turned to Carnephelia. Since your brother is keeping mum, why don't you answer instead, Carnephelia? She glared and said firmly, my apologies, Your Majesty, but that is the least of my concerns. I need to find out who tried to harm what is mine. Last night, there was an attack against me and my people. When I returned from the debutante ball, I found dead bodies in my palace. According to the survivors, it was an assassination attempt against me. If I hadn't stayed behind to chat with my fiancé, I may not be here today. They could not have entered my palace without help. That means they likely received help from someone with access to the royal palace. I know one of you sent the assassin. What are you getting at, Your Highness? Marquis shot back sharply. Parliamentary meeting is no place to discuss private affairs. Another voice added, that's correct. We are sorry for your loss, but this isn't the time nor the place. Lady Svenbach interjected, an assassination attempt against a royal is no private affair. And Her Highness has the right to ascend the throne, Carnephelia thought. Don't stand up for me, Prita. Stop right there. Then she declared, so you both view this as a private affair. Well then, I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this. You see, I managed to capture the leader of the assassins, alive. I wonder if you will be able to keep silent. What do you say, Your Majesty? I would like to give the benefit of doubt to those present today. Would you give me the right to question them as I see fit? She thought. I said I would give you all the benefit of doubt. It won't be easy for you to rebuke my request. The emperor gestured. I would normally refuse, as most tend to become biased. But I know you would do no such thing. so I shall grant you the right, my daughter. Whatever happens onward shall be considered official business. This I guarantee." Carnephelia bowed gracefully, saying, "Thank you, your majesty." Then she flipped her hair and added, "So, dear brother, you can take your leave now. I can take care of matters from here." Ianfried ground his teeth, thinking, "What do you think you're doing, little sister?" Carnephelia smirked to herself, "Something you could never do, dear brother." Ianfried shouted angrily, "How can she be so rude?" Carnephelia smiled sweetly, "You're in charge of public order. I'm sure you have your hands full with the events of last night." The emperor froze. "What events?" Carnephelia smiled gently, "Oh my. I thought you had informed his majesty already. Or, have you not heard the news?" Ianfried seethed silently, "That bitch. How far is she willing to go?" She continued, "I heard the fire at the slave auction was meticulously mapped out to pave the way for a rebellion. Am I wrong? Is this the future you foresaw, Carnephelia?" The emperor's thoughts turned in disbelief. The emperor asked sharply, "I heard the fire at the slave auction was meticulously mapped out to pave the way for a rebellion. Am I wrong? What is all this? An attack? Explosion? Rebellion? Answer me, Ianfried." Ianfried replied calmly, "I meant to brief you after the meeting, your majesty." The emperor slammed the table and shouted, "A fire and an attack are two very different things. You failed to inform me, when even the second princess knows about it." Ianfried faltered. A marquis quickly intervened. "It was in no way a revolt, your majesty." Another added, "Yes, it was merely a fire." The emperor's eyes blazed as he said, "Is that so? You all knew of this, but didn't think to inform me about it? Enough. Ianfried, leave the meeting at once. You have more important business to take care of. Find out whether the slaves were revolting on their own, or whether there's someone behind it. You are in charge of security. Go to your job." Ianfried bowed respectfully, saying, "I'll take care of it, your majesty." As he left the room, his gaze flickered sharply at Carnephelia. The emperor turned to her, asking, "Now tell me, Carnephelia, who do you believe is behind the attack? Who dared to kill a member of the royal family?" Carnephelia replied calmly, "This poison was in the assassin's possession." She rolled a pocket open and said, "We checked the ingredients for the poison, and it consisted of rare poisonous herbs. Only someone with deep pockets could have purchased them." She commanded, "Open the doors." The marquis flinched as two soldiers escorted the assassin inside. Carnephelia announced, "Allow me to introduce the leader of the assassin group." "Is this true?" The marquis jolted internally. "He is one of our henchmen." The assassin raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes, I lead the assassin group." However, Carnephelia leaned closer, her voice cold. "I'll give you a choice. Do you wish to die here, or do you wish to meet your family again?" The assassin shouted, "I merely did as I was told. I received the list of participants for the debutante ball, a blueprint of the palace, and the poison from the noble who hired me. None of this was of my own volition." The emperor asked, "So he says. So who is the culprit behind all of this?" Carnephelia flicked her hair and replied, "I'm getting to that. Someone with enough clout to draw a blueprint of the palace, enough funds to hire an assassin, and information to collect rare herbs. Barons and viscounts lack power, but marquises and dukes are too visible. So I compiled a list of counts that visit the palace often and have deep pockets. You should have revealed yourself when you had the chance." "Count Varden." The emperor's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you really behind the assassination attempt, Count Varden?" Varden sprang to his feet, shouting, "That's not true. I'm being framed. I did no such thing." Nobles murmured in panic, "Someone please help. I thought we were in this together." Carnephelia leaned toward Varden and whispered, "Her Majesty plans on making you the scapegoat. No one is willing to help you. What will you do now? You could take the blame for everyone's sake." Varden's anger flared as he raised his sword and grabbed Carnephelia's face, shouting, "Damnation. No one move." "That's right. This was all my doing. But I won't go down without a fight." Lady Svenbach yelled, "Throw away the dagger, Count Varden." Varden trembled, replying, "Don't come close, Lady Svenbach. One move out of all of you, and the princess gets it." Carnephelia addressed the emperor calmly, "Your Majesty, Count Varden still has unfinished business. And that is Varden roared, "Shut your mouth," as he raised his knife, but a blade stabbed into his leg. Carnephelia stomped on his foot and stepped back as soldiers grabbed Varden. He shouted, "Let go of me." Carnephelia said firmly, "You see, Your Majesty, it's not yet over. Something similar will happen again if we don't get to the bottom of this. They came for me this time, but you may become their next target." Count Varden was behind this, but it could be a viscount or even a duke next time. This happened because there are spies within the palace. Having said that, please give me the right to revamp the royal guards, knights, and staff. I'll ensure that this doesn't happen again. I'll find the rats that have infiltrated the royal palace. Led by Carnephelia, the parliamentary meeting ended on a high note. The emperor was pleased to have the nobles on a leash, and the crony supporters of Eanfried left the meeting room with a bitter taste lingering in their mouths. Once the room emptied, Carnephelia exhaled, letting herself relax for the first time in hours. The Marquis approached and said, "You're going to collapse if you keep this up." "All in moderation, Your Highness," he thought. "Second princess, I must admit, you're not the small, frail child I remember. But your luck won't last forever. You'll learn to know your place." Carnephelia asked calmly, "What do you mean?" "I have yet to get started. So I don't see why you're so upset." The Marquis gritted his teeth. She rose and said coldly, "Smile, my lord. It will be better for your health." The Marquis strode forward, declaring, "You need a blessing to become the ruler of Hellsdante. We all know who will ascend the throne. There's no use going against the tide." Carnephelia swiveled and smiled. "Well then, watch me change history." Outside, as she walked, Carnephelia staggered slightly, thinking his grip was rather strong back there. "It hurts quite a bit." Lady Svenbach approached cautiously. "Your Highness?" Carnephelia startled. Prita asked, "Are you all right?" Carnephelia thought, "It's Lady Prita and Helly's." Helly's whispered into Prita's ear, "Sister." Lady Svenbach marched forward and said, "I apologize for my rudeness, Your Highness." Carnephelia replied, "Wait, a visit to the royal physician will be more than enough, Lady Svenbach." "Of course. But I'm here and they're not, so, once again, apologies for my rudeness. Now, if you'll excuse me." She flashed a smile. Lady Svenbach smiled back, saying, "This isn't the first time I treated you." Carnephelia replied politely, "Thank you, Lady Svenbach." Lady Svenbach looked at Helly's thoughtfully. He can't take his eyes off her. He realized that Her Highness was injured before anyone else. I wonder why he's so attentive towards her. Her complexion has returned to normal. It's time to wrap things up. Lady Prita grabbed Carnephelia's hands. Carnephelia asked, "If you're done, I'll be taking my leave now." Prita asked cautiously, "Before I forget, Your Highness, where will we be volunteering at?" Carnephelia replied, "I was thinking of visiting Carnard." Prita asked, "Which part of Carnard?" Carnephelia interrupted, "You finished, and I answered your question. Now if you'll excuse me." Prita replied, "Oh, of course. Until next time, Your Highness." Carnephelia thought silently, Carnard. After a while, a boy asked Trua, "Carnard." Trua replied, "Which part of Carnard?" Carnephelia answered, "The wasteland of Hellsdante." Trua shouted in shock, "Did you say wasteland? Surely you're not referring to—" "It can't be." Carnephelia replied with a faint smile, "That's right. I'm thinking of going to District 13. Trua yelled, "Why there, of all places?" Carnephelia explained, "District 13. It's where the lowest of the lows find themselves when they have nowhere left to go. District 13 is notorious for its high crime rate. Even crooks shy away from that place." Trua flustered, "Some say they burn aphrodisiacs in the air to drug the passers-by." "It's too dangerous for you, Your Highness." "You mustn't go there, Your Highness," a man added. "The passageways are winding and narrow. There's no place to escape should there be an earthquake or fire." Carnephelia nodded. "I know that." She thought, "That is exactly why District 13 was neglected in my previous life." She smiled and said, "Thank you for looking out for me. But I'm a royal with a chance at ascending the throne. I'll be just fine. There's nothing to worry about." "Are you saying you don't trust me?" Trua shook her head. "Of course we do, Your Highness." Carnephelia said confidently, "There's no need for you to worry. I'm not going to be dying anytime soon. Trua gritted her teeth and said, Yes, Your Highness. A man bowed and said, I'll go gather information on District 13. We need to ensure your safety for the visit. Carnephelia smiled and said, Thank you all. A knock sounded at the door. Your Highness. If you'll excuse me. A maid entered and whispered in her ear, The personnel officer will be arriving any minute now. Carnephelia called out to Trua. Trua. Yes, she replied. Carnephelia handed her a letter and said, I want you to deliver this letter to the palace of the second concubine. Trua asked, Her Highness the second concubine. Carnephelia replied, That's right. Wait there until she gives you a reply to my letter. Trua nodded, of course, and dashed off. Carnephelia turned to her remaining attendants. Go prepare the tea, LL. And you, go fetch the personnel officer. A man bowed, Yes, Your Highness. Royal Personnel Officer Marco at your service, Your Highness. Carnephelia studied him and thought, Such arrogance. He's probably wondering why I called him in. She greeted him politely, Welcome. You may have a seat, he bowed, if I may. Carnephelia poured tea and said, This flower tea is said to have a calming effect. I hope you like it. He thanked her, Thank you, Your Highness. Then asked cautiously, Why did you invite me to tea, Your Highness? Carnephelia smiled, You don't beat around the bush, do you? I have a feeling we'll be getting along just fine. I'll get straight to the point. I'm going to give you one chance. He froze. Excuse me, Carnephelia said firmly, Bring me the list of people you personally hired, before the Emperor finds out and decides to have your heads. I'm giving you the chance to weed them out before I do. Marco flinched, thinking, Is this a test of some sorts? Her attitude, the dry expression, and that piercing gaze, she looks like a force to be reckoned with. But she's merely the second princess. He cleared his throat and said, We have an extensive number of staff in the royal palace. Are you sure you want the entire list? Carnephelia's voice chilled the room. Lord Marco, you aren't in the position to question me. Your job is to sit there and answer my questions. Marco shivered and stammered, Understood, Your Highness. Teal take care of it, Your Highness. Teal get to it, Your Highness. Carnephelia leaned forward and asked, Am I making myself clear? Marco clenched his fists, Understood, Your Highness. She smiled, Good job. Now then, bring me the document storing every night, guard, and staff within the royal palace, and I want it in 3 days. Marco's eyes widened. 3 days. Carnephelia sipped her tea, smiling calmly. I'm sure you have everything organized. All you need is to bring the list to me. When I mean everything, where they're from, family background, work experience, references. Marco trembled, sweat beading his forehead. Carnephelia tilted her head and asked, So, what is your answer? He muttered under his breath, That's not enough time. Carnephelia raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you don't organize your documents? Marco clenched his fists, thinking, The documents I have were all revised at some point. It will take more than 3 days to correct the revisions. But I can't possibly tell that to her. Second princess, just how much does she know? Carnephelia sipped her tea again and commented, The tea's very fragrant today, LL. She asked lightly, Is 3 days a big ask? Marco slumped in his seat, thinking, Yikes. There's nothing I can do to get myself out of this. Then he said aloud, I'll be back with the documents in 3 days. Carnephelia smiled and said, Looking forward to it. You should get going. I'm sure you're busy. Marco bowed quickly, Yes, Your Highness. He left the room, muttering to himself outside, Damnation. I sense a storm coming. The moment the second princess gets her hands on those documents, there will be a huge upheaval within the royal palace. Carnephelia asked, A riot? A servant replied, Yes, Your Highness. It started where the slave auction took place, and it has spread to the refugees who have gathered there. They are mostly lower-class citizens, but those who live there have also joined to show their support. Carnephelia tapped her fingers, thinking, I didn't take this into consideration. Trua said, The second prince's reputation took a hard hit due to the flood, and it became worse when the public found out that he was present at the slave auction. Carnephelia replied thoughtfully, I see. He didn't provide a rescue package for the refugees, but was found at a slave auction of all places. I can see why the public is upset. She thought, I laid the foundation for the riot, but didn't expect it to happen so soon. Why is it happening so quickly? Marquis Entiad must be behind it. So this is how it feels to have a powerful supporter. Carnephelia asked, any casualties? A man replied, they're doing their best to prevent injuries during the arrests. They don't want to trigger a chain reaction. Carnephelia nodded. I see. Well then, Trua. Yes, Your Highness, Trua responded. Carnephelia instructed, go inform Her Highness Erelatina what we just learned. Trua bowed, I'm on it, Your Highness. Carnephelia smiled, appreciate it. A man asked cautiously, why do you wish to inform Her Majesty Erelatina and not His Majesty? Carnephelia replied, I wanted to show Her Majesty Belediake the difference between her and Her Majesty Erelatina. Political affairs should be left to the officials. She doesn't seem to be invested in politics, but Her Majesty Erelatina knows how politics work and how to use it to her advantage. You'll see for yourself when she wraps my father around her little finger. He asked hesitantly, she could do that to His Majesty? Carnephelia replied, Her Majesty Erelatina is no longer the Empress, but she will always be Karade's first love. Now, if she were to tell father that she feels bad for arranging a lavish debutante ball, as it ended up hurting Ironfried's reputation and triggered a riot, I'm sure father will be moved. Touched, even. It will be a stark contrast with Dicella, who has been laying low since the debutante ball. He will blame her for the turn of events. This is the kind of lesson I want to teach Her Majesty Belediake. A man murmured, Carnephelia rose and said firmly, now let's get moving. A man asked, where to, Your Highness? She smirked, where else? We need to go see for ourselves how Ironfried and his cronies are reacting to the sudden turn of events. We're going undercover, she thought. Meanwhile, Marquis Entiad was on his way home. Ryan said, Father, you look pale. Please get some rest when we return home. Her Highness is acting as our representative. That's a load off your chest, isn't it? Entiad replied, you're right, Ryan thought. I will soon be returning to the academy. I don't feel comfortable leaving father on his own, but from what I've seen, Her Highness is more than equipped to ascend the throne. I need more knowledge so she can rely on me. Come to think of it, he asked, Father, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Entiad replied, what is it? Ryan asked, what are the blessings held by the current royal family? Entiad replied slowly, I have no idea. There's only one person that would know. Ryan gulped, and who would that be? Entiad replied quietly, the Duke of Svenbach. Using the secret passageway, Carnephelia and her followers ended up right in the middle of the capital's shopping district. Carnephelia frowned unhappily. Why are we having ice cream? I have bad memories about it. A boy named Charles replied nervously, we have to blend in, or we'll look even more suspicious. Isn't this a secret mission? A man glanced at the plaza and said, the second prince will soon make a speech at the plaza. Carnephelia raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She thought, so that's where everyone is headed. Then aloud, she said, shall we get moving? There's quite a crowd. The masses believe a blessed Hellsdante will save them from this hell. She glared, thinking, what a pity, there he is. Let's see what he has to say. Ironfried raised his voice to the crowd. Those who murder the Hellsdante shall be forever cursed. Do not be tricked by those who wish to go against the royal family. Do not let your troubles get to you. The royal family did not forget you. Carnephelia's servant gritted his teeth. The nerve. But you didn't help them either. A man nearby shouted, all hail the second prince of Hellsdante. Her servant realized he planted his people in the crowd. Rumors erupted around them. All hail the Hellsdante family. Hooray! Hooray! Carnephelia thought, that's it? Is that all he has to say? Does he really believe this will solve everything? Then she muttered aloud, he must take the people as fools. At that moment, a bomb was tossed into the crowd. Ironfried shouted, that's Marion, and flapped the papers in panic. A man picked up the papers, confused. What is this? Huh? Is this an article? corrupted nobles, and waste of royal funds. Natalie announced loudly, renovations have been delayed due to embezzlement. They are using the embezzled money to build a huge casino. The nobles are lining their pockets at the expense of the common class. Give us a reason why we should trust the royal family and the nobility. Ianfried bellowed, do not listen to their lies. They are trying to turn you against me. Then he commanded, drag them out of here. A servant replied, yes, your highness. A soldier shouted at the crowd, how dare you block the royal knights? A voice from the crowd called back, Mariwan helped us when we were in need. The soldier blinked, what? Rumors murmured, he's right. Mariwan was there for us when the royal family and the nobles turned their backs on us. Yes, it was Mariwan who stood by our side. Another shouted, where were you when we were cold and starving? Ianfried's expression hardened. All the more to arrest. The soldier yelled, arrest the rioters. One desperate voice cried, save me. The soldier swung to hit him, but Mariwan grabbed his hand. The soldier shouted, who dares interfere? Mariwan. Carnephelia watched silently, assessing the chaos. Marquis barked over there too. How many are there? Why are you just standing there? They are rebelling against His Highness. Take them to prison right away. Mariwan raised his hand and tossed a bomb. Ianfried shouted, it's a bomb. Carnephelia's servant dashed toward her, shouting, you must leave at once. Carnephelia sprinted through the crowd, exhaling as she thought, damn it. I lost LL and Tan in the crowd. I have to find them. Marquis spotted her and shouted, who goes there? Carnephelia froze in place. Marquis dashed forward, shouting, show yourself. Carnephelia darted in another direction, thinking, I mustn't get caught. But she froze again. It's a dead end. Marquis loomed over her. You must be one of Marion's cronies. He raised his sword, shouting, come with me, or else. Carnephelia held her breath. Damn it. Suddenly, Helis appeared and blocked the attack. He asked, are you all right? Carnephelia's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, Helis. Marquis looked at the tag and thought, they are the holy knights of the Svenbach dukedom. He shouted, don't you know who I am? I'm the Earl of Renault. How dare you point your sword against a noble of the empire? Helis slid his sword aside and said calmly, he's right. Put your swords away. Sweat poured from Marquis's face. What is the meaning of this, my lord? Do the holy knights have a bone to pick with the Hellsdante Empire? Helis chilled, replying, the smoke made it difficult for us to figure out your identity. We merely mistook you for one of the rioters. Marquis cleared his throat. Huh. I nearly died because of you. He thought, you're in for it now. Helis said evenly, that was hardly the case. The holy knights are righteous and decisive. There's nary a scar on your body. We were careful not to harm anybody. Marquis gritted his teeth, thinking, those damned holy knights. We must rid ourselves of the dukedom and their knights once and for all. In order to do so, His Highness Ianfried must ascend the throne. Marquis asked, what brings the holy knights to this part of town? Do you have permission to enter the empire? Helis leaned slightly and replied, we received royal orders to arrest the drug dealers of Hellsdante. As you know. Do you have an issue with that? Marquis stepped back hastily. Oh, of course not. No issue at all. Well, if you'll excuse me, he thought, so that's why they're here. I don't want to get on His Majesty's bad graces. It's time for me to make my getaway. Marquis dashed from the scene. Helis said, go on ahead. A servant replied, yes, my lord. Then Helis glanced at Carnephelia and asked, are you all right? Carnephelia replied calmly, I didn't mean to cause you trouble, my lord. Now if you'll excuse me. Helis called her Mariwan. Carnephelia froze as she thought, the people of Hellsdante consider them a savior. Some say their quest for justice won over the hearts of the merchants who are now funding the movement. Helis replied, they seem to be quite the hero. Are you here to meet them? Carnephelia turned and said, I have no interest in someone who hides their true identity behind a mask. For all I know, they may harbor dark secrets. Helis nodded. Is that so? I'm saving my judgment until the day I meet her in person. You shouldn't judge others before you get to know them. That way, there are no regrets, he bowed. Now, if you'll excuse me, with that, Helly's left. Carnephelia's servant rushed to her and shouted, Your Highness. There you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. I'm glad you're safe. We must get back before the smoke clears. Carnephelia nodded. Let's do that. She thought. His words echoed in my mind. I'm saving my judgment until the day I meet her in person. Why would he say her? I'm sure he's not referring to Natalie, who has been openly condemning Ianfried. I'm sure it's mere coincidence. Under Ianfried's orders, most of the people remaining in the plaza were arrested. And when Father found out, enraged that Ianfried went against his orders and arrested the public rather than soothing them, Father called Ianfried in to express his outrage. The Emperor tossed papers toward Ianfried and shouted, You fool! Was it such a difficult ask? Were you so afraid of this, Mariwan? The citizens will be outraged if they see you out and about. You've done more harm than good. This is a royal order. The second prince is to be confined within his palace. He will remain there, indefinitely. Ianfried halted, hands trembling. Yes, your majesty. He bowed and quickly left the room. Outside, he looked at Carnephelia and thought, how long has she been standing here? Carnephelia smiled lightly. Oh, greetings to the second prince of Hellsdante. She glanced at him, thinking, he looks like he's about to lose it. He's not hiding his animosity toward me. Ianfried stepped forward, voice tense. It better not be you, dear sister. She replied smoothly, I have no idea what you're talking about. He slammed his hand against the wall. Because I'm beginning to get very, very angry. If you wish to die in peace, you'd better watch your step. I hope I made myself clear. At that moment, the chamberlain opened the door. Would you like to come in, Your Highness? Carnephelia shook her head. No, Father must be in a bad mood. I'll come back later. The chamberlain nodded. Understood. Please call for me when you wish to come again. Carnephelia replied calmly, I shall. As she walked away, she thought, if I go in now, Father will order me to clean up Ianfried's mess. I didn't expect Ianfried to lose his cool. Did Mariwan spook him? But I haven't even gotten started. Why is he crumbling so easily before my eyes? Is there something I'm missing? The man greeted her by saying, You're back earlier than expected, Your Highness, and Carnephelia beamed as she replied, Things are moving at a rapid pace, and I didn't even lift a finger. Ianfried is in confinement, to which he chuckled and said, And he accepted it without a fight? Carnephelia calmly answered, Of course. Now isn't the time to rebel against Father, and he smirked, saying, serves him right. Carnephelia then warned him, I understand how you feel, but mind you, there are eyes everywhere, before giggling and adding Ianfried was so angry. He actually lost his cool. We need to watch our backs, and he laughed, replying, yes, Your Highness. Stepping forward, Carnephelia said, Let's head back to my palace, and upon seeing LL and Trua, she exclaimed, Dear mentor. You made it back safely, but her expression changed when she lifted LL's dress and saw her arm, crying, LL. Who did this to you? Trua answered, Some noble with a mustache attacked her, and Carnephelia thought, a noble with a mustache, skilled enough to attack LL. It must be Marquis Reeve. Gritting her teeth, she said, How dare he, as LL held her hands and shook her head, yet Carnephelia vowed, I'll avenge you, I promise. The mentor chuckled nervously and asked, What? Is that true? You cut off Marquis Reeve's arm with a swing of the sword, and LL replied with a shrug, I'm sorry for making you worry, Your Highness, prompting Carnephelia to smile and say, You did good, LL. You may get up. You don't have to kneel because of that bastard. Elsewhere, the Emperor sat alone, thinking, Ianfried, the fool. I didn't think he would be so reckless. He not only made the public turn its back on the royal family, but allowed the dukedom to emerge as their hero. One might even assume that Ianfried was on the dukedom's side. How do we get ourselves out of this mess? When Carnephelia arrived and halted, the Emperor sighed, You're here. Skip the formalities. What is your solution? And Carnephelia replied, The second prince is in confinement. The public now sees the Svenbach dukedom in a positive light, with the Holy Knights coming to their rescue. I heard Lady Prita has been on the move, but the Emperor snapped, I said, enough with only to be interrupted as Carnephelia continued, and some nobles are joining forces to pressure the dukedom. Of course, they could use the dukedom as an excuse to strengthen their influence, and they won't stop once they're done with the dukedom. Power is like a game to see who gets the biggest piece of pie. So, please use me to keep them in check. At this rate, the royal family not only have to go against the dukedom, but the nobles too. What better than another member of the royal family to put out the fire caused by another? The emperor asked, "What do we need to do?" And Carnephelia chuckled, "First, we should open the state coffers to the public, making the emperor think you witch. You're using the nobles and dukedom as an excuse. By opening the state coffer to the public, you wish to rise as their savior. I see through you, but I don't have any other options. And you figured out that I've been holding the dukedom in check. Yes, it will be beneficial for the royal family if you manage to put Prita in her place." Before he added, "Fine. When should we make the announcement?" Carnephelia smirked and said, "I'd like the announcement to be made on the day I leave," leading the emperor to think leave. Is she referring to the volunteer work she mentioned during the debutante ball? She is really thinking of going to that place. Before saying aloud, "I'll keep that in mind." "You may leave now," and Carnephelia curtsied, replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As she left, the emperor thought she said she could foresee the future. Did she look into the future again? She seems so sure of herself. With a blessing like hers, I would have announced it to the entire world. So why is she keeping it under the wraps? Is her blessing flawed in some way? Now is the perfect time to see how she reacts to different variables, then called out, "Chamberlain," to which the chamberlain replied, "Yes, Your Majesty," and the emperor commanded, "Bring me a pen and some paper. I need to write a letter." A few days later, Carnephelia sat near the carriage and told her servants, "This time, I'm only taking LL with me. I trust you will keep my palace safe," and Trua answered, "Of course, Your Highness. Please be safe," while Carnephelia replied, "Will do." "Oh, before I forget," prompting Trua to ask, "Yes," as Carnephelia coughed and whispered, "Keep an eye out on the second concubine for me, Trua. She will be on the move as soon as I depart," and Trua whispered back, "You can leave it to me." Carnephelia then said, "Well then, I'll get going," as she swayed and fell backward, only for Renabella to catch her and shout, "Carnephelia," surprising her as she asked, "Renabella? What are you doing here?" And Renabella replied gloomily, "I'm here because I'm going with you." Carnephelia pushed her slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" And Renabella answered, "Father said I could go with you. So I'll be joining you," causing Carnephelia to grit her teeth and think, It seems Kirade doesn't want me to take all the credit, so he sent someone to spy on me." Inside the carriage, Carnephelia sat beside Renabella, thinking, in the end, I had no choice but to bring Rennie with me. I can't do anything with Renabella stuck to my side. That's the place where I got injured before, when Renabella suddenly lunged forward and said, "Rennie is happy to spend 3 whole days with you, sissy." Carnephelia replied dryly, "I can tell," while Renabella smiled brightly and continued, "I get to ride a carriage with you and enjoy meals together. I'm going to help you while you volunteer, too. I love being with you." Carnephelia called her name and asked, "Renabella, did you hear that our brother Ianride is in confinement?" To which Renabella answered, "Yes, Mother told me," and Carnephelia continued, "Then you must also know that it happened because he and I are competing for the throne," making Renabella squeeze her hands as she said, "Yes, everyone has been talking about it. I know why you're so worried. You're afraid Ianride will take revenge when he ascends the throne, right?" Before blushing and adding, "Don't worry. I'm not going to let him kill you. It's simple. You can join my dollhouse." Carnephelia leaned closer and said, You don't seem to understand." Renabella, surprising her as she asked, "What do I not understand?" Carnephelia smiled gently and replied, "Your brother Ianride won't be ascending the throne," causing Renabella to shiver and say, "Then what will happen to Rennie?" Before Carnephelia suddenly noted, "Oh, we must have arrived. Let's go out," as a voice echoed, "Her Highness the Second Princess has arrived," and nobles bustled around saying, "Is that Her Highness the Second Princess? She's petite, but ever so regal. Raven hair, how fascinating," making Carnephelia think, "This isn't what I expected." This would never have happened in my previous lifetime, as she recalled being struck by a man shouting, "Hey, watch where you're going." Ugh, raven hair. This must be my unlucky day, and she thought, and I don't mind it at all. A soldier suggested, "Your Highness, why don't we eat here before we head over to the inn?" prompting Carnephelia to think this is an impoverished area. How could there be a restaurant here? They must have used me as an excuse to book it. Before she said, "I don't know who found this place, but I won't be eating here," startling the soldier who said, "But," only for her to interrupt. "You seem to not know the meaning of volunteer work. We're not here to enjoy ourselves." As she pointed out, the purpose of our visit is to see how the people are faring. So how could we eat at a fancy restaurant like this? And added it would look hypocritical, leaving the soldier frozen as she continued, "My staff prepared a simple meal for me. I'll have that," prompting him to shout, "Your Highness, we'll go with you," while Renabella cried, "Take Rennie with you," making Carnephelia think, "I thought I could finally get some time to myself," as LL set up the carpet for dinner and Carnephelia said, "I shall dine here. Thank you for the meal," only for LL to report, "Your Highness, the villagers of the town nearby wish for an audience with you," causing Renabella to shout, "How dare they try to interrupt us during our meal," while Carnephelia soothed her saying, "Don't worry, Renabella. It must be urgent business for them to visit us like this," and LL agreed, "Pardon?" "Yes, that seems to be the case," as Carnephelia rose and ordered, "LL, come with me. The rest of you can start eating first. I'll go see what this is all about," making LL march forward in shock and think, "You wish to meet them in person." I hoped to spread rumors once she turned them down, but Carnephelia replied, "Of course. They're here to see me, aren't they?" As Renabella insisted, "Rennie will come with you," when Carnephelia addressed the villagers saying, "So, what brings you here?" And one answered, "We heard that you volunteered to visit the towns ruined by the floods," to which she said, "That's right," and he continued, "As you well know, our village receives frequent visitors from the capital due to its sheer proximity," prompting her to respond, "I do," before he shouted, "Then why are you going to the slums, rather than stopping by our village? We were wondering why you weren't coming to see us first. We always go out of our way to host our visitors from the capital. Our village has also suffered from the floods. Please reconsider your route, Your Highness," making Carnephelia think these people have always benefited from the geological location of their town. It must have been a shock knowing they were not a priority this time around. How very selfish of them. Wait, I may be able to use this to my advantage. Before she replied, "I understand where you're coming from. However, I have no intention of changing my plans," shocking him as he said, "Your Highness," but she continued firmly, "All renovations and volunteer work must start at the slums. It may take a while, but I will be paying a visit to your village too. All you need is to wait. So, what's the issue? Are you having trouble understanding me? Do you know what caused the flooding?" "I need a branch, LL," and after LL handed it to her, Carnephelia drew on the ground and explained, "It is difficult to manage the water pipes located within the slums. The slums lack a proper water supply and drainage system. So when there was heavy rain, we were unable to take prompt action there, which ended up affecting your village. The bottom line is, the damages occurred because we turned a blind eye against the slums. So for us to get to the root of the problem, we must tackle this area first. Or now do you understand why the slums are my top priority?" Thinking, I knew they wouldn't give up easily. Before she added, "Of course, I understand your concerns. The endless wait must be nerve-wracking," and then introduced Renabella by saying, "My sister, the third princess, will stay at your village until the renovations are complete," shocking LL, who protested, "That not part of our plans, Your Highness. Her Highness the third princess is here on condition that she accompanies you," but Carnephelia smirked and said, "Well, were those royal orders? The royal orders state that we offer help to all citizens in need. These people seem desperate for help, but unfortunately, there is only one of me. So the person that would fit this task should be a member of the royal family," only for Renabella to scream, "No. Rennie doesn't want to stay here. I want to go with you, Carnephelia." Renabella cried out, "Rennie doesn't want to stay here. Rennie came because of you. And Rennie will do as she wishes. Rennie will be very angry if you leave her behind," startling Carnephelia as she thought she's about to use her blessing, before she firmly said, "Renabella, Didn't father send you here to help me? Your actions aren't helping me at all, and that would mean you would be going against his orders. Your dollhouse won't be safe if you get on father's bad graces, shocking Renabella into exclaiming, "What? No, not my dollhouse," as Carnephelia lowered her gaze and asked, "Do we have an understanding?" thinking she seems to have calmed down. Now it's time to give her a reward, and then added gently, "Rennie, you're actually doing me a favor," prompting Renabella to ask a favor, as Carnephelia squeezed her hands and said, "I'm doing this because I trust you," making Renabella ask innocently, "You trust Rennie?" And Carnephelia smiled as she replied, "Of course. We may have different mothers, but we're sisters. I would feel much better knowing that you were taking care of these people. Do you still wish to refuse, Renabella?" To which Renabella shouted, "Of course not. I understand, Carnephelia. You go on ahead. I'll take care of things here." And Carnephelia chuckled, "Thank you for being such a help, Renabella." Later, Carnephelia exhaled as she sat alone in the carriage, saying, "Finally, we have silence," while thinking, "It's sunset already. We still have more ways to go before we reach District 13, when someone knocked and warned, Your Highness. It will be dangerous to enter District 13 at this time of day. Why don't we stop by nearby tonight and return tomorrow morning?" And Carnephelia smiled faintly and said, "Let us do that," as the carriage moved and reached the palace, where a soldier explained, "There aren't enough rooms here for all of us. We'll unpack at a nearby inn and return to stand guard." "Understood," making LL frown while Carnephelia smiled and said, "Oh, this land belongs to Earl Renault. I'm sure he only invited the royal guards for a lavish dinner. They may end up getting drunk there. There's no need to get upset, LL. I didn't expect an invitation." "Oh, and about tonight?" As LL nodded and another replied, "We'll take care of things here while you're gone, Your Highness." Deep into the night, two horses clacked away from the palace, and Carnephelia and LL arrived at District 13, where Carnephelia said, "We're in District 13, LL. Let us move on foot from here onward," stepping forward as she thought, "It's even worse than I expected," when LL suddenly froze and covered Carnephelia's mouth, making her think they drugged the air. Trua was right, and she handed LL a jacket saying, "Use this, LL," as they covered their faces, and Carnephelia noticed a boy and thought, "Isn't that a little boy?" The boy chuckled and asked, "Are you a saint?" before hugging her and crying, "I need your help. My mother is sick," and Carnephelia called LL as LL nodded and lifted the boy onto her shoulders, while Carnephelia said, "Shoo, I want you to lower your voice. Where is your mother?" And the boy pointed and said, "Over there," leading them inside as the boy cried with teary eyes, "Mommy," making Carnephelia think the house reeks, as the boy dashed his mother and said, "I found a saint, Mommy," and the mother weakly replied, "What?" While he said, "You're going to get all better now," and as the mother stirred, Carnephelia observed and thought, "Spotted skin. Is it smallpox? We can't possibly treat her now," when she turned to leave and the boy dashed after her, grabbing her dress and shouting, "Don't go. Please help us," jolting Carnephelia as she hushed him, then knelt and said, "Tomorrow morning there will be a huge stall at the plaza. Bring your mother there. If there are others with similar illnesses, bring them too," as she handed him a pill and said, "Here. Make sure your mother takes it. It will provide temporary relief," making the boy beam and reply, "Yes, ma'am," while Carnephelia trudged onward thinking, "I don't know where to start," and said softly, "Tomorrow will be a long day." The next day, at the District 13 Control Center, someone shouted, "Your Highness. Supplies are continuously flowing in, Your Highness," and Carnephelia replied, "Oh that. Accept everything that comes our way. We'll be receiving more supplies in the upcoming days," leaving him surprised as another rushed in shouting, "Your Highness. The Diana Merchant Group sent medicinal herbs, and the physicians from the Kissbell Foundation have just arrived. Your Highness. The Roche Merchant Group has sent salt and flour," while a rumor murmured in confusion, "What is happening here?" thinking this is much more than the supplies that were rationed for the second princess, as Carnephelia ordered, "Why are you just standing around? Move the supplies to the storage house," and he hurried off replying, "Yes, Your Highness," while Carnephelia thought, "I'm glad I sent word to the nearby merchant groups. Marion is getting more influential by the day. I shall remember their hospitality, even when I no longer have to hide behind the Marion alias." The little boy chuckled and exclaimed, "Oh, you're the saint from last night," and Carnephelia smiled gently as she replied, "I'm glad you made it. Call for one of the royal servants." "It doesn't matter who it is," as LL nodded and a maid soon arrived saying, "Did you call for me, your highness? Who are these people?" To which Carnephelia answered, "They are ill, and they need our help. Take them to the physician." Before sitting in front of the little boy and explaining, "We're going to set up a clinic here. We will be able to treat more people suffering from illnesses," making the boy hesitate as he asked, "Do we need to pay to see the physician?" And Carnephelia firmly responded, "Of course not. I'm here to help those in need. If I made you pay, I'd be doing business, not volunteer work. So don't worry about money, and use the clinic as needed," causing the boy to beam and say, "Thank you, my saint," only for Carnephelia to correct him with a smile, saying, "That's your highness to you," prompting him to repeat, "Your highness." As Carnephelia then called out, "Oh, could you all gather around for a minute? I have a favor to ask of you. Please inform everyone within District 13 about our stall. We want everyone to take advantage of our services." "All right," and the little boy nodded eagerly while Carnephelia concluded, "Well then, later." As she sat inside the carriage, Carnephelia thought, I can't believe I'm tired already. I seem to have gotten even weaker than before. Is this because of my curse?" As she plucked a pill and swallowed it, thinking, "I may end up needing stronger painkillers, but before that, I must get rid of as many vermin as possible," before stepping out of the carriage to be greeted by Alpart, the Director General of District 13, who welcomed her saying, "Welcome, Your Highness," and Carnephelia greeted him in return, asking, "Greetings. Are you the Director General of District 13? To which he bowed and smiled, replying, "Yes, I've been doing my best to serve the citizens of our district," while Carnephelia observed him and thought, expensive trinkets and gold teeth. "It's rather fancy for the Director General of the poorest region of the Empire," as Alpart smiled and said, "Where are my manners? My apologies for keeping you standing. Why don't we go inside?" And Carnephelia replied politely, "You may lead the way," while he added, "It is an honor to invite you to our humble abode," prompting Carnephelia to think such a lavish home in an impoverished neighborhood. He must have taken so many bribes. And I'm sure he'll try to get his hands on the aid package, as she sat on the sofa and said, "I wanted to discuss renovations with the Director General of the district," only for Alpart to gesture enthusiastically and say, "Renovations are important." "Indeed. We must first clear out the filthy streets, then," but Carnephelia interrupted calmly, "Actually, our priority should be the water supply and drainage facilities," causing him to freeze before replying, "Your Highness. We will need massive funding to renovate the sewage system. The citizens of District 13 are poor. We don't collect enough taxes to fund such a project," as Carnephelia thought selling off your assets would definitely be of help, before saying, "Taxes don't always equate to money. There's labor to think of," making Alpart smirk and respond, "There are more women here than men. Even men struggle with construction work," to which Carnephelia chuckled and said, "Haha, it seems you've been here a bit too long. Don't you receive news from the outside world?" confusing him as he asked, "I don't understand, Your Highness," while Carnephelia thought, "It's time to reveal the real reason why I came to District 13, and then declared, "When I say labor, I meant to include the refugees seeking shelter in the slums," making Alpart tremble and protest, "What? That won't do, Your Highness." But Carnephelia pressed on, saying, "Why not? It sounds perfectly logical to me. You give the refugees a job and get the workforce you need. It's killing two birds with one stone. You'd know if you came to see the stall we set up, but we received quite a bit of resources," prompting Alpart to think that means there's no need to request government assistance. Did His Majesty come up with this plan? What if he sent the second princess to rescue District 13 on his behalf? Underestimated her as she is merely 15 years old. It's the perfect opportunity to get into His Majesty's good graces, before he finally said, "If you put it that way, Your Highness, I have no choice but to follow your orders," making Carnephelia clap and say, "I knew you would understand," while thinking he's no leader, but does have the mind of a businessman. Now then, I'm going to have to offer him an incentive to get him off my back, as she sighed and said aloud, the truth is, it's been burdensome to manage everything on my own, prompting Alpart to declare Alpart, would love to be of assistance to the second princess of Hellsdante, and Carnephelia rose and said, well then, I'll put you in charge of the project. Are you up to the task? To which he replied, I promise not to disappoint you, your highness, and Carnephelia answered, then I shall place my trust in you. Meanwhile, on the streets, children shouted as a boy cried. The princess with raven hair set up a clinic at the center of the town. They are treating the sick for free, and a girl added, everybody is welcome. You must go right away, as the boy panted and said, where else do we have left? And the girl pointed and replied, just that alley over there, prompting him to say, let's go then. I smell something funny. Hey, we should get out of here, as they froze at a looming shadow and a voice sneered, how dare you come near our business site? They got on my nerves. Shall I just kill them off? When a man approached and the boy shouted, only for Helles to appear and command, Iru, take him, freezing the man as a Mari one dashed forward and slammed him to the ground, making him shout, who are you? While Helles calmly asked, you were saying something interesting earlier, raising his hand as he continued, could you tell me more about it? Irumian, the holy knight and Helles's right-hand man, asked cautiously, are you still planning to visit her highness? Helles replied calmly, we should offer whatever help we can. Irumian hesitated, saying, I'm having trouble understanding, my lord. Her highness the second princess refused the help of our dukedom. I don't think she would appreciate our services either. I don't know why both you and her lady are so adamant on helping the second princess of Hellsdante, Helles acknowledged silently, thinking that Irumian's concerns were understandable, for Carnephelia has rejected our help from the start. He continued, it was obvious from the contract that she wished to cut ties with our dukedom. It's as if she wishes to turn her back against the dukedom. Helles reflected that Irumian hadn't trusted the second princess from the beginning, thinking it was likely an instinctive reaction. Irumian raised his hand, warning, I wish you would stay away from the second princess, my lord. She seems to know about your secret. You must tread even more carefully. Helles nodded, replying, yes. My father is also worried about that, before adding firmly, so. However, our priority is to clean up the corruption rooted firmly within District 13. Joining forces with Her Highness will be of help. He grabbed Irumian's shoulder and advised, don't think too hard about it, as children wept nearby. And he thought to himself, I don't want to inconvenience her in any way. Helles handed a child a letter, saying, here. I want you to deliver this to Her Highness. The boy sniffled and replied, I will, while Helles thought, but Irium. I find myself gravitating towards her every time I get an opportunity to be near her. I'd do anything to get closer to her, before commanding, let's follow them. The boy ran to Carnephelia, shouting, Your Highness, and Carnephelia asked, oh, you're back. How did things go? The boy replied eagerly, good. I have something for you. Handing her the letter, he added, here you go. A dashing knight asked me to give this to you. Carnephelia, surprised, muttered, a dashing knight? For me, and the boy confirmed, that's right, as she opened the letter, reading aloud with a tense expression. Oh, the boy exclaimed, I think he wants to meet you, your highness. He had silver hair. It was fascinating. There's something I'd like to discuss with you regarding District 13. Helles Fembach. Carnephelia gritted her teeth, crumpling the paper in frustration, thinking, I really wanted to prevent this from happening. As she rode on her horse, she thought anxiously, I thought he would get the message. So why is he going out of his way to meet me? And even now, I hate that my heart is pounding, because I'm looking forward to seeing Helles again. I should have a heavy heart, but I feel rejuvenated. I need to push you away, Helles, but I guess I still love you. She arrived and approached Helles, who greeted her formally, Your Highness. Carnephelia asked sharply, Why are you alone? And Helles extended his hand, explaining, My knights are keeping watch nearby. She thought strategically, I can end Ironfried's life before he gets here. He was able to receive it because I pushed him away. This is the Helles I wanted you to become, so dashing. The brooch becomes you. She snatched her hand, as Helles continued softly, I heard you were doing volunteer work at District 13. Carnephelia urged him, please get to the point. Hellies leaned closer and whispered, it turns out that the drug dealer who escaped from District 6 is actually based here. Carnephelia's eyes widened. Drug dealer. Hellies hushed her. Show, you must lower your voice, she thought. Is that why I sensed drugs in the air before? Hellies explained carefully. There is a painkiller concocted for His Majesty, and one of the ingredients could be used to create an illegal drug. Although the ingredient is considered illegal, they made an exception for His Majesty. And there are those who took advantage of that loophole. They steal small amounts during production and use it to get people addicted to drugs, then make them pay a high price. Carnephelia asked urgently, do you know where he is hiding? And Hellies replied, we've narrowed it down to a specific area. She frowned, drugs. And District 13. Oh, Hellies asked quietly, what are you thinking of? And she replied, the person in charge of creating the medicine for father is none other than Earl Ingram. Hellies nodded. Everything fits into place. District 13 is a part of Earl Ingram's estate. Carnephelia turned to him, asserting, allow me to remind you again. I don't need the help of the dukedom. We are not allies, nor are we enemies. Please remain neutral. Having said that, if you really need my help this time, I'd be willing to offer it. Hellies grabbed her gently, exclaiming, wait, Your Highness, and she insisted, please let me go, as Hellies held her hands firmly, saying, when I heard that you had arrived at District 13, I contemplated not sharing the news with you. But now that I have, I'm confident I made the right choice. I'll pay you another visit when we come up with a solid plan. He kissed her hands respectfully, adding, until then, take care, Your Highness. A few moments later, in District 13, Alpart shouted in surprise, what did you just say, Your Highness? And she calmly replied, I said I received word from an anonymous source. They said there's someone with golden hair, just like a Hellsdante, in District 13. Marquis Renault slammed the table and shouted, you found a blonde child in District 13. Is the second princess using that as an excuse to scour through the district? The Chamberlain replied, it seems so, my lord. But Renault scoffed inwardly, thinking, blonde hair, my ass. His Majesty doesn't have many bastard children. I was trying to secretly expand the red light district. The Chamberlain then asked, what will you have us do? Renault's thoughts spiraled in frustration, but at this rate, they will find out about my covert operations. Gordonchil is busy filling in for His Majesty the Second Prince. Marquis Sheneston is on a secret mission and cannot be reached, and Marquis Reeve is still recovering after losing an arm. Damn it. How am I going to deal with the second princess on my own? Finally, he ordered aloud, call for Earl Ingram at once. Yes, my lord, the Chamberlain responded, and as Renault sprang to his feet, he thought, Ingram also invested heavily into this project. I'm sure he won't turn his back on me. Then he added, let us pay a visit to Her Highness. That was how they ended up in District 13, where someone shouted, get in line. It's one blanket per person. Go to the other tent for food and water. These are the instructions regarding the sewer renovation project. We want you to read it carefully before signing your name. If you're illiterate, ask for help. We'll read it out for you. Marquis Renault stared around in disbelief and thought, is this really the slums? It's vibrant and full of people. There are no riots, and everyone is lining up in an orderly fashion. How could this be? Then he said, well, let's go. Ingram agreed. Let's do that. When they reached Carnephelia, they announced, Your Highness. Carnephelia smiled and said, oh, Marquis Ingram, Renault. What brings you here? I thought you were busy. Marquis Renault responded, we heard that you were scoping out District 13 and came to be of assistance. Assistance? Carnephelia asked, and he hurriedly replied, why would you tour the slums? His Majesty would have our heads if you caught something contagious. She laughed softly and said, enough with the formalities. Let's cut to the chase. There's no one else around. You would have brought a physician with you had there been a contagious disease spreading around. Renault froze and muttered, well, then Carnephelia continued, it's been 2 days since my arrival. Did you not hear the news? We did, Your Highness, the Marquis replied. She chuckled, you didn't show up on the day of my arrival, but came suddenly today? And you expect me to trust you? Ingram bowed and apologized. Apologies, Your Highness. We should have come as soon as we heard the news. Startled, Marquis Renaud exclaimed. What did you say? But that doesn't mean we weren't concerned about your safety. Is that so? Carnephelia asked calmly. He explained. We heard of criminals hiding in the caves in the cliffs. We made our rounds before coming over to see you. The soil is loose, making it easier to dig caves, but causes just as many landslides. We rushed over as soon as we heard that you were planning on going around District 13. Carnephelia smirked and said, Caves, you say? Thinking to herself, it seems they wish for me to stay away from the caves. She added aloud. I heard some of the caves are used as grave sites. That's right. We can save more money that way, but it's not very sanitary. And it definitely needs some cleaning up. You must be aware of it, Marquis Renaud. And now we have an answer to the problem. Ingram asked cautiously. An answer, you say? A knock echoed, and Helly's entered after Carnephelia said, You may enter. Helly's Svenbach at your service, Your Highness, he said, then asked in shock, What are the Holy Knights doing here? Carnephelia rose and replied, Oh, I ran into them here. I came to check the presence of a blonde-haired child in District 13. With the help of the Holy Knights, we'll be able to clean up District 13 and see whether the child is here or not. But hearing you now, it seems the child may be confined in one of these caves. We should go right away, Marquis Renaud said urgently. Take us with you, Your Highness. The soil is very soft. You must tread with caution. Carnephelia smiled and said, That's the best news I heard all day. I need someone to show me the way. As they moved forward, Renaud gagged inwardly, thinking, the stench is overwhelming. The bodies tossed here are piled up, rotting away. I can't fathom the number of people who met a painful death here. This won't do. I didn't think she'd want to come right away. She'll find out about our drug operations if we go any further. It's a risk, but we have to take it. Suddenly, Irumian froze and shouted, Who goes there? Why, then he jolted bandits. On your guard. Protect Her Highness at all costs. It's this way, Your Highness. Carnephelia thought in panic, wait. But Helly's no longer has his divine powers. No, Your Highness. It's dangerous there, Irumian yelled, then thought in shock, That footwork and movement, she's lightning fast. Your Highness, Helly shouted as she leaned toward him, and he cried out, What are you doing? Leave it to us and make your escape. Now isn't the time to be stubborn, she shouted back, No. I can't. I won't watch you get injured again, leaving Helly stunned, as Irumian rumbled, What is that sound? The ground is shaking. They have it wrong. In the next instant, Carnephelia slipped and fell, and Irumian shouted in terror, The ground. The ground is collapsing. Carnephelia jolted awake on her bed, staring at the ceiling as she thought, I've seen this ceiling before in my previous life. This is the bedroom of the Duchess of Svenbach. It couldn't be. Why? I'm not supposed to be here. Don't tell me that it was all merely a dream. Did I dream of changing history and saving everyone involved? What day is today? The last thing I remember. Then realization struck her. Oh. I took the poison Ianfried dished out and fainted at the royal palace. They sent me to the dukedom to recover, so killing Ianfried and returning to my 8-year-old self was a figment of my imagination. Despair crept in as she wondered, am I still the weak, burdensome Duchess of Svenbach? I'm ill, and there's not a single servant here to aid me. Yes, this is my reality, and all I can do is cry and cry some more. I can't tell people when I'm hurting. I deserve suffering. All I can do is sit in this room, wallowing in my own misery. The door opened, and she lifted her head, thinking, who would come in without knocking? LL? Her heart sank. No, LL is already dead. I can't see their face. Oh. It's you. Helly's asked softly. Why are you sitting there like that? Why? Are you crying? Tears slipped down her face as she thought, why is he looking at me like that? Oh. This really must be a dream. Do I still wish to be his wife? Wait, it's coming back to me now. I was at a cave in District 13, and the ground gave way beneath me, so it really was a terrible dream. She stood and said, Have no fear. I'll repent for my sins until the day I die, making Helly's flinch. while she thought, I don't care if this is a dream or a remnant of my past. I don't deserve you either way. Wait, Helly's cried, but Carnephelia stepped onto the balcony and jumped down. Carn, he shouted as she fell, thinking, I must wake up from this hell. What a nightmare. I can still hear Helly's calling my name. Please, wake up. Helly shouted, and Carnephelia jolted upright again as Helly's muttered tensely, wrong. You were all wrong. Choking, she thought, why won't my nightmare ever go away? Then panic surged. Wait, is this reality? As Helly said urgently. You're up. Please don't move. She leaned toward him and touched her head, murmuring, what? While thinking, I'm starting to feel cool-headed again. Wait, now isn't the time. Helly's explained. You have a slight fever from your injury, Your Highness, she asked. Are we the only two people that fell? Helly's glanced aside and replied, that's right. And it seems we fell into their drug den. She tried to rise, saying, then we must go arrest them at once. Ugh. Your Highness. No sudden movement. Your wound may get worse, Helly's warned, but she insisted, don't worry about me, and focus on arresting the guilty. He choked out, how can I not worry? Without my divine powers, all I can do is stay by your side. Please allow me to do that. Dizziness washed over her as she thought, Helly's would never look at me like that. So this must really be a dream. She leaned forward and rested her head against his chest, prompting him to shout, Your Highness, she whispered, if I may, please allow me to lean on you, for a bit. Only until I get my energy back. Just until then, Helly's held her as she drifted into sleep. Elsewhere, Marquis Renaud shouted, the princess ruined everything, and Ingram cut him off. Shh. The holy knights may hear us. This may work in our favor. Renaud turned and asked, huh? Is there something you have in mind? Ingram said calmly, we'll send word that Her Highness passed away in a freak accident. You can then take over her project and scrap the plans to renovate the sewage system. We'll say Her Highness became obsessed with overtaking her brother and ended up killing both herself and Lord Svenbach. Renaud patted him and exclaimed, wow. Ingram continued, if we can pull this off, it will be a great gift for His Highness Ianride. Renaud replied, I knew you had it in you. I'll take Alpart to the rescue stalls. See you later. Suddenly a soldier dashed in, shouting, my lord. Ingram asked with feigned concern, where is Her Highness and the young lord? Are they safe? While thinking, I must look concerned. The soldier answered, we need to dig deeper to find them. Ingram asked, wouldn't you need outside help? The soldier smirked, it's fine. We can manage on our own. I see. Take all the time you need, Ingram said, and the soldier replied, yes, my lord. Ingram thought coldly, no one wishes for your safe return. So, we hope you rest in peace in the caves, Your Highness. Meanwhile, in District 13, a servant shouted, no. You cannot access the resources without permission from Her Highness, and Alpart roared back, with Her Highness missing, I'm in charge here. And I'll cut down those who disobey me, one at a time. Alpart shouted, if you're that faithful, why don't you go search for Her Highness in the caves? Then he swung his sword and yelled, if you can't, this is merely an act of defiance. LL lifted her knife, but Irumian barged in and stopped her, shouting, stop. Are you Director Alpart? Alpart snapped back. What are the Holy Knights doing here? Irumian replied calmly, we're here to confirm a few facts. Did you inform the royal palace that Her Highness has gone missing? You came right away to take over the operations, as if you expected something like this to happen. Alpart flinched and retorted, how dare you say such a thing? It isn't my duty to inform the royal palace. I shall go discuss it with Earl Renaud. Irumian beamed and said, is that so? Please go ahead. Inwardly, he wondered, what should I do next? Then he clenched his fist and thought, young Master Helly should be fine. Her Grace injected her healing powers into the necklace she gave him. I just need to prepare for his return. Turning to LL, he said, you looked as if you were ready to kill Alpart. Am I right? LL jolted and stared at him as Irumian continued, don't do it, if you believe that Her Highness is alive. You must consider the consequences of your actions. Then he thought, does she not trust me? Either, and added aloud, your master and mine are together, so they will probably be safe. It seems we're in this together, so why don't we help each other out? LL thought. The Holy Knights belong to the Dukedom of Svenbach. I know Her Highness has a soft spot for the dukedom. There's no reason for me to keep my guard up. Irumian asked, aren't you curious as to what I'll do next? She nodded, and he said, I'm going to raise the stakes. It will cause a huge commotion. Soon, the news reached the Royal Academy and Ryan, where a servant shouted, Lord Ryan. There's an urgent message for you. Angered by the news that his fiancée went missing, he led the Knights of Xeniad to District 13 to hold Earl Renault accountable for the disappearance of his fiancée, the second princess of Hellsdante, sparking concern among the people of Hellsdante about the possibility of a territorial war. Nobles murmured, why would Lord Zentiad go to such lengths? Was the second princess really assassinated? Unlike her brother, she looked out for the needy. Is that why they murdered her? I'm sure the nobles are behind it. How dare they try to harm Her Highness? We must join forces with the Marquis of Xeniad and find out the truth. Soon, the news reached District 13 as Marquis Renault exclaimed, what did you just say? He may be the successor to the Marquis of Xentiad, but that gives him no right to start a territorial battle with yours truly. Then he shouted, gather our soldiers. The Chamberlain asked, shall I call in the knights guarding the volunteer stalls? Yes. I want everyone back right this minute, Renault replied, grinding his teeth as he thought, with the princess out of the way, the Marquis of Xentiad no longer has any clout. I'll show them who's boss once and for all. Then he asked, what's going on at the warehouse? The Chamberlain answered, they're denying access to our people. Renault chuckled, they need to be taught a lesson. I'll go myself and get the guards ready. Yes, my lord, the Chamberlain replied. Watching from afar, Irumian slid his sword and said, so Earl Renault and Alpart are back. It seems they've resorted to using violence. Remember, you can't kill him. LL froze and Irumian smirked, adding, however, taking an arm should be perfectly fine. Just like Mariwan did in the past, LL grinned. Marquis Renault stared in shock and said, they have weapons? A girl shouted, don't worry about us, LL. We can fend for ourselves. We learned how to protect ourselves from Her Highness. LL nodded as Renault roared, capture them and tie them up. We will need hostages for the upcoming battle with Xeniad. Alpart panicked inwardly, thinking, did he say battle? I don't want to get caught up in some battle. You nobles sit around giving orders, while people like me end up getting injured. Irumian smiled to himself, thinking, the time is now, and said aloud, I hear there's a fad going around among the nobles of Hellsdante. What? Marquis shouted as LL dashed forward and slashed with her knife. Irumian continued, it seems a lot of you have been losing an arm lately. Marquis screamed as blood poured from his wound. Ah. Stop them. There's no need to keep them alive. You have my permission to kill them all. Arrows were released, and Irumian shouted, everyone on your guard. Make sure the royal staff remain unharmed. Yes, Sir Irumian, the soldiers replied as LL shattered the arrows midair and the battle began. Alpart fled in panic, thinking, territorial battle. Why would anyone fight over District 13? I don't want to die here. I just need my balance book, then I can make my escape. He opened the box and froze, muttering, where did the book go? I know I locked it up in here. Then a voice called out, Alpart. He shivered and turned to see Carnephelia smirking, holding the book as she said, is this what you're looking for? Alpart shouted, you're alive, second princess? She strode forward and said, let me ask again, Alpart. Where is Earl Ingram? He flinched. Carnephelia smirked and said, oh, are you trying to keep mum? Do you believe you could beat me and make your escape? What a shame, for I am not alone. You weren't very difficult to figure out. He slammed onto the ground and cried, I'll tell you where Earl Ingram is at. Hellies quickly tied his hands. Carnephelia said calmly, well then. I'll go after Ingram on my own. Hellies asked in alarm, in that state. She replied, it will be more effective this way. Hellies frowned, confused. Effective? We should move together then. He lifted Carnephelia into his arms and said, we have to make sure you don't get hurt again, since you don't want to rely on the Svenbach dukedom for help. She blushed and turned her face away. Hellies asked softly, shall we go? As he scanned the area, Heli's thought. He has only 3 knights with him. Then he asked, "Did you do as you were told?" A man smiled and answered, "Of course. They are buried with the explosives. No one will be able to find them." Another replied while handing over a pocket, "Good. Here is your reward." The man bowed and said, "Thank you." Earl Ingram sneered, saying, "I was worried about the holy knights. Thank God they were swept away with the debris. Not only that, the second princess should thank the gods for meeting her death here. She would have suffered hell if she were alive." Helis clenched his teeth, thinking, "I should break their necks here and no." Carnephelia interrupted, "My lord. My lord? My lord. Are you okay?" He replied stiffly, "No, I mean yes, I'm fine." Carnephelia said, "The man Renaud paid has to be the drug dealer. I want you to catch him before he escapes. I'll keep Renaud and his knights preoccupied." Helis nodded. "Understood. Don't overstretch yourself, your highness." Carnephelia nodded back. As the knights moved, one of them froze after spotting something and shouted, It's an explosive, my lord. Watch out." A heavy blast erupted. Ingram covered his face and shouted, "What was that?" Another knight replied, "It was a small bomb. We're under attack. We must escape." One of them looked at Carnephelia and shouted, "Isn't that Princess Carnephelia? How did you?" Ingram shouted in disbelief, "How did you make it out alive?" Carnephelia smiled coldly and said, "I could hardly die without punishing those who ruined Districts 4, 5, 6, and 13. You ruined the lives of the people of Hellsdante. I couldn't let you sit back and enjoy the havoc you caused." Ingram laughed madly and shouted, They are useless lowlives who live in the slums. My drugs gave them a taste of heaven. And the profits have been used to fund the royal treasury. It is I, with the blood money, who makes sure you royals are clothed and fed. Don't tell me you knew nothing about it. But don't worry, you won't make it out alive." Carnephelia thought, "I realized at this moment why Ianfried disposed of the others, but kept Earl Ingram alive. I realized at this moment why Ianfried disposed of the others. He was the man who brought the bacon home. And the man who provided an endless source of funds. I must have benefited from the blood money too. However, I shall pay it back with my life. I can't get weak-hearted right now." She said aloud, "How very vile of you." Ingram shouted furiously, "You should be thankful, you little twat. Don't just stand there, kill her." A knight murmured, "Yes, sir." He drew his sword and clashed with Carnephelia. She blocked the attack and thought, "I lack strength because of my wound." Heli shouted, "Your Highness. Behind you." She turned and noticed, protective shield made of divine power. "I feel relieved." Lady Svenbach arrived and asked urgently, "Are you all right?" Carnephelia gasped, "Lady Svenbach?" She replied firmly, "You're safe now. Hang on a bit longer." Placing her hand on Carnephelia's chest, Lady Svenbach released her divine power and commanded, "Arrest Earl Ingram. Make sure he doesn't get away. Block the exit. It's time you gave up, Earl Ingram." Marians restrained Ingram. Ingram shouted, "What is this?" He thought in panic, how did Lady Svenbach and the Holy Knights find us? Was this Her Highness's plan all along? Was the bomb a signal to the Holy Knights? Carnephelia smiled faintly and said, "I've waited a long time for this. Don't worry. Renaud will soon be joining you in prison." Leaning closer, she added, "Consider yourself lucky." Lady Svenbach said gently, "You must take care of yourself, Your Highness." Carnephelia asked, "My lady, how did you manage to find me?" Lady Svenbach replied, "I'll explain later. Allow me to heal you first." Meanwhile, in District 13, a man shouted, "I received a telegraph, my lord. Her Highness Renabella heard the news. She is on her way." Marquis Renaud exclaimed, "What? Her Highness the Third Princess is coming here." Someone shouted joyfully, "The gods must be on our side. Her Highness the Third Princess will be here any minute. Don't lose hope, everyone." Lady Svenbach beamed and said, "When Helis requested for help, I decided to come myself. It was the right choice, since I was able to rescue you." Carnephelia thought, "She saved me with a few knights. Wait. She must have sent the rest to help Hellies. She knew that if worst came to worst, she could use her divine powers. Carnephelia said quietly, I'm glad I came in time. Lady Svenbach continued gently, Your Highness. I don't want to see you get hurt again. Please take better care of yourself. There are many people looking out for you. Carnephelia lowered her gaze, thinking, I wonder why. Why does the Svenbach family continue to look out for me? I don't know if I deserve your kind words. Lady Svenbach smiled again and said, Will you bring up what happened here at the next parliamentary meeting? I'd love to testify on your behalf. When I searched the caves, I found a connection with the drug dealers of District 6. District 6 is close to the dukedom, and the drug issues impacted us too. So we cannot let this pass. Carnephelia glanced aside and replied, About that, let's discuss it once we take care of business here. Suddenly, someone announced, Wait, isn't that Her Highness? Your Highness. Her Highness has returned. Carnephelia approached and asked, Are you all right? Thank you for the hard work, LL. LL nodded and showed her hands to Carnephelia. Written there were the words, Lord Zentiad is on his way to start a territorial war. So is the third princess. Carnephelia read it and thought, Renabella is on her way over? Lady Svenbach smiled and asked, Are things going as planned? Carnephelia nodded her head. Marquis Renaud demanded loudly, What is it? Why did everyone stop fighting? Then he shouted, What the? The second princess. How? I thought you died in the caves. Carnephelia raised her voice and said, It's been a while, Earl Renaud. Instead of rushing over to take over my work here at District 13, you should have searched the caves more thoroughly. The cliff was more shallow than I thought. Why, a mere woman like myself was able to climb out easily. Renaud trembled and said, Stop. Don't come any closer. Even royals have to treat nobles with some respect. Carnephelia replied calmly, Respect, my ass. I think it's too late for you to be asking for respect. For people who commit serious crimes like you are called criminals, not nobles. Renaud shouted desperately, You're the only person who sees me as a criminal. If it weren't for you. Just then, Renabella arrived and shouted, Carnephelia. Where are you, Carnephelia? Carnephelia turned toward her and thought, her eyes are flashing red. She's about to use her blessing. Renabella dashed forward and cried, Sissy. She lunged and hugged Carnephelia tightly, saying, I was worried about you. Rennie thought you were really dead. Who tried to kill my older sister? Who dared try to hurt what is mine? Renaud flinched. Renabella glared at him and demanded, Is it you? He replied, startled, Pardon. Renabella snapped, You sent word that Carnephelia died. Why did you lie to me? Then she added coldly, Oh, I get it. Were you trying to kill my sister? Renaud flinched again, scratching his face. Renabella shouted, How dare you? Hurt what's mine? Carnephelia placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Stop, Renabella. It is the right of the royal palace to punish the criminals, not you. Renabella protested, but Carnephelia replied firmly, Father should be making the decision, not us. I'm fine, so please stop. Renabella relaxed and said, Oh, sure. Then she beamed brightly, Isn't Rennie good, Sissy? Carnephelia answered, It seems he got his breath back. Now shall we head back? Marians restrained Renaud as he shouted, Let go of me, you jerks. Carnephelia smiled faintly and said, To the royal palace. Marian shouted, Arrest Renaud, Ingram, and the drug dealers. They siphoned herbs allocated to the palace, then manufactured illegal drugs and sold them to the people in the district. They even tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Let us head back to the palace. Renabella exclaimed, I want to go back with you, Carnephelia. Carnephelia explained calmly, That's not possible, Renabella. You're not done with the volunteer work yet. Do you wish to defy royal orders and your promise to me? Renabella hesitated. Well, Carnephelia reassured her, Don't worry. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return to the palace. Are you up to the task? Renabella shouted confidently, Of course. I'll get it done as soon as possible. Rennie will do a good job. Carnephelia patted her head. Lady Svenbach then said, "If I may have a moment, Your Majesty, would you allow me to act as your proxy at District 13? I'll oversee the refugees in the area and the sewage renovation project. I know what needs to be done." She squeezed her hands together and continued earnestly, "There's nothing I want more than to have those evil men pay for their sins. Please allow me to help you achieve your goals. So leave it to me. Don't ruin the big picture by focusing too much on District 13. Please, allow me to be of service." Carnephelia thought, "Is it because we hardly talked in my previous life? I don't recall her being this persistent." Then she said aloud, "Fine. Please take care of the district on my behalf." Lady Svenbach bowed and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness. Now then." She turned to Helis and said, "My brother Helis will escort you to the royal palace. He will act as your guard and witness to the events that happened here." Carnephelia blinked and thought, "Say what?"
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.